Okay. Have you seen any of this set yet, Ron?
I've watched a few of the colors in Jim Davis's set review. So like I've gone through white, blue, and that's it. I haven't gotten to black yet.
I got you back down
So
to
I
the
have seen
125
all
I had you
these white and
before.
blue cards at least.
Okay. Hoist the colors. When you said I saw the colors, or when you said colors, made me think Pirates of the Caribbean for some reason. All right, so we're gonna try to speed run this. We don't have all night. Um, but like, if we have a lot of thoughts about a card, like I might spend a couple more seconds on Beza, but mostly I want to be like, just worried about standard and limited. I don't play Commander. I don't know how often you get to play Commander, Brog. Have you been able to
I
play?
very, very rarely.
Okay.
Like my only two commander decks are black and white blue birds slash control. So none of this would be really appeal to me.
Hi, Princess. How you doing? Um, yeah. So real quick, we'll be like good and constructed, which is if anything's good and constructed, it's probably good and limited. But if I'm like maybe not so good and limited, I will say that real quick. Um, we don't have a hard and fast like number system set up or anything. We just decided we want to talk about these cards tonight, and I was excited to talk about these cards tonight. So that's where we're at. And we can go ahead and get started with Banishing Light, which is premium limited removal. I'll take this
Just
all
a great
day.
card and limited.
And if you have a deck where enchantment matters, it could be really good in standard as well. We don't currently. I think the enchantment deck is basically rotating out most important pieces, right?
Generally speaking, in constructed, you don't want a 3 mana exile effect unless you're desperate for an exile effect, or it's got a body on it. Like this kind of thing, you probably won't play in constructed just because it costs 3. If it costs 2, yeah, windmill slam it.
Or if it had flash. If it had flash, I would play this because of non-land permanent, but not at sorcery speed. Also, I
Yeah, that
guess
would give it more
non-land.
value at least in a control shell.
But again, like there's so many man lands. Also, non-land permanent could be rough.
Yep.
I remember you, Priceless. I remember playing D&D with you the other day. Hi, Paladins. Priceless was with me when we were on streaming on Wes's channel, and they played my best friend. I am just not used to actually having people in my chat, Priceless. It's really good to see you. Yeah, I remember you. I remember you. I loved that game. It was an amazing time. I have so many clips from that. Beza, so the other day, I don't know if you got to watch the pre-release or any part of the pre-release. Frog, did you?
I have not, no.
They played this card, and all they got to do was draw a card. The 4-mana 4/5, because they were ahead on board on everything.
A 4-mana 4/5 that draws a card when you're ahead on the board is great. Like,
Yeah,
this is the epitome of the card you want in your white deck, right? Because like if you're in a control-y shell, this will do all the things for you. If you're just behind in an aggro or a mid-range shell, you'll get a 4-mana 4/5, which blocks pretty well, attacks pretty well, and you'll get a treasure and maybe a couple of fish or some life. Like any of those options, you're doing great for yourself if you're behind. And the more behind you are, the more it gives you, so it's even better.
I'm just wondering how many times I'm going to play this and the lose to shield or not the draw trigger. Because you lose on turn 4 in standard all the time anyway. And Shelly is not rotating, despite what some people believe. It's still not rotating. But yeah, I could see some sideboard play in standard for aggro if they're going up against like mono red aggro. But other than that, I don't see like
For sure.
I don't see anybody playing a lot of this. Nobody played the 2-drop that did the same thing hardly. But
I feel like it's got a spot. Yeah, the rate is good. Like you're even if you're getting one thing and you're already ahead, it's still good for you. The more value you get, the more gravy it is, right? It just depends on how you can set it up or if you need to.
yeah, it's gonna be good and limited. But I think that like I'm picking removal over it. In fact, I might pick Banishing Light over Beza if this was a pack.
Oh, I'm first picking Beza and then hoping the Banishing Light wheels, and if it doesn't, I'm looking for pack 2. Like you probably want to windmill slam this thing in limited.
All right, we're gonna try to go faster on other cards, but this card's is a really interesting card that's going to say a lot about the format. So I'm gonna be interested to see what happens with this card. BraghDaMan Duo is a limited only card, but listen, it's a very good limited card. People don't understand how good this card is in limited. You have to remember that most of the mice, their ability, their new ability they get is if you target them with an ability or a spell. So this turns on all of those abilities for the limited mice.
And it does it well. Like,
Yes.
This is the kind of 1-drop you want in limited. Normally 1-drops are very in limited, but this one, you take 1 or 2 of them and you're happy about it.
Yeah. Brightblade Stoat's going to be good limited too. I don't see any standard play of it. The lifelink deck is going to be a thing, but the fact that it's first strike and not death touch, I don't think that it's going to be able to keep up with 2-2. What do you think?
He might see fringe play in constructed, but for the most part, I don't see it either.
Okay, Builder's Talent. I love the classes are back. Classes are one of my favorite kinds of enchantments. This one, though, I'm not too excited to play it. You have to basically pay 8 mana for the reanimation, which is the only part about the card that I actually care that much about. Have you read this yet?
This card is very meh to me. Like, I haven't been impressed by one of these classes yet. It seems like they over tweaked them and made them too bad for their rarities for the most part. That said, if there's an Enchantments Matter deck, this might be okay just for the 0-4 on an ETB. And then you just pay the 1 into it for the +1/+1 counter on it. But, like, this doesn't seem very good to me overall.
If you were able to get a bomb in your pool, it'd be nice to reanimate your bomb if, like, you didn't win with it. In limited. Caretaker's Talent. Whenever one more tokens you control enter, draw a card. Triggers only once each turn. I hate they only triggers once each turn. Becomes level 2. Create a token that's a copy of target token you control. So it's not a copy of target anything. It has to already be a token. The creature tokens you control get +2/+2. If that
This
last one... Go ahead.
This card is just bad for rare. Like, This should either be an uncommon or it should be 2 mana to play. Like, there are way too many hoops you need to go through to get any value out of this thing, and then you have to pump more mana into it.
I think it's only rare because draft, because there's going to be a lot of tokens in draft with the new ability to make offsprings. So I think that's the only reason why it's rare. But I won't be playing this card at all. I guess you could be drawing a card once per turn if you are in that deck. But a lot of the offsprings I don't like. I'm not going to be paying extra for the offspring unless I top deck it. I have nothing else to do with my mana. Carrot Cake is interesting. You get a 1/1 for 2 mana, and you get to scry 1. And then later you get to gain 3 life. This card is fine. It's an artifact when that matters. This could even see some
straight up fine.
This could even see some fringe budget standard decks if you're doing like the blue-white version of cookies. The green-white version is better. Go ahead.
The thing with Carrot Cake is it is a prowess enabler that also makes more threats. Like, it's not as good as the otter spell, but it also serves as a food, which also gives you another guy. So I think this is better than it looks. I don't know what deck wants it in constructed, but it seems pretty good in general.
Also, I did mention that there could be a Food Matters deck being built in constructed, but I don't think it's white. I think it's black-green. Crumb and Get It. I did not read the name of this card before. Gift of food.
I must have missed this in the set review.
So there's a lot of combat tricks. Combat tricks are going to be a lot of getches in limited. And it's going to be interesting when both people have mana open. That's going to be, it's going to always be like a, are you ready for the counter war? It's going to be, are you ready for the combat trick war? And in general, I like those limited environments more than when combat tricks don't matter. So we'll see. This is an instant. You get +2/+2. And if you gift the promise, you can also give a creature indestructible. I probably won't be giving my opponent food that much. I'll probably just be trying to like mess up combat matches most of the time.
This is a great 23rd, 24th card for your limited deck. It might even see constructed play, I think.
Really?
1 mana, it makes all the difference. Like, this is good.
Interesting. Dawn's Truce is a rare 2 mana for an instant. Gift a card. You and permanents you control gain hexproof until end of turn. If the gift was promised, permanents you control also gain indestructible end of turn. There was a card like this that didn't even gift a card that still didn't see play. That I was worried about. I was scared about. I don't even think it rotated yet. It feels like it's not that old. I'm not going to go look it up. We're not going to spend that much time on the set review like we talked about. But this is not going to see play because it's strictly worse.
It's bad for every format we are going to discuss here.
And it doesn't even target your guys, so it doesn't even help out your mice in limited. Do drop Cure, 3 mana sorcery gift card. Return up to 2 target creature cards, each with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard. If the gift was promised, instead return up to 3 target creatures, with each having mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. In limited, this is very good. And the PPR, somebody played this, and when they got back 6 mana worth of stuff, I was like, okay, I didn't think it was gonna be that good.
Yeah, I can see this being real good in limited. In constructed, maybe, but probably not. Like, you have to orchestrate a situation where your graveyard hasn't been exiled, and you also have 3 1-2 drops in there for it to reanimate. And there's only one deck that comes to mind that could play it, and I might actually run it in there, and that's Boros Recruiter. Because, like, if an opponent is just wiping the floor with your creatures, you can just slam this down instead of the Recruiter on 3 onto an empty board, and suddenly you have your board back.
Nice. There's going to be, the Outlaw decks can get even better in this set. A lot of the black-red cards are that, and there are a lot of them with 2 mana or less, but they're black and red, not white. So, I don't think you want to splash white just for something like this. Driftgloom Coyote is a 5 mana 3/4. When Driftgloom Coyote enters, exile target creature an opponent controls until they leave the battlefield. If that creature had 2 power or less, put +1/+1 counter on Coyote. Great limited card.
This is a first pick limited card, just solid.
Yeah, I wouldn't play in standard. Essence Channeler. As long as you've lost life this turn, it has flying and vigilance. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on Essence Challenger. When it dies, put its counters on target creature you control. Especially for that last line. Like, even the first line wasn't there, but the last 2 lines were there. I'm playing this card. This is awesome. White-black has a theme. Go ahead.
This guy is just great in limited, and it replaces the Voice of the Blessed, which is rotating out of standard life gain deck. So standard life gain might even stay a thing with this card. Like, it's just good.
I'm glad it doesn't give the also indestructible though. I didn't care for that part of that card. Once I was finally able to try to remove it.
It's irrelevant too.
Yes, this is going to see play in all formats that play light game. Father of Flight, 2 mana flash, enchant creature. When it enters, draw a card. Also, notice they removed the text enters the battlefield for most cards. There's a couple cards that still say enter the battlefield even in the set, but they're trying to just turn that into enters. But what they kept saying in the PPR, they kept reminding each other that this has flash. So that's the only thing. In limited, if you're playing this, just remember this has flash. Don't play it in constructed. Even though you're drawing a card, it's not worth it.
This card is basically the blue rune from when runes were in standard.
Yeah.
It seems good to me, but I don't know if there's going to still be a deck in standard that where enchantments matter. But if there is, this card is probably going in there. Otherwise, it's pretty bad, I think.
The reason I'm not playing it even in that deck is I will have a hand where I have a couple of these, a couple of other non-creature spells and lands. So I can't draw the card off this because I don't have a creature to put it on. Like, I've had to enchant my opponent's creatures with these kinds of cards before. It just feels really bad.
At that point, you probably mulligan, but yeah, I agree. That is a situation.
Yeah. So this is the first Offspring card, and this is one of the cards that explains why I don't like Offspring. Whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, mice you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. This is what I was talking about, the ability where like they have to be the target of a spell or ability. Just remember, it's also abilities. Because a lot of the mice that enable this have abilities. You don't have to have only combat tricks. But I'm not paying 2 mana for a 1/1 with this when I could be doing other things. Because it's only +1/+0. It's not +1/+0 first strike. Yeah?
I disagree. I think this is one of the best Offspring holders in the set.
Wow.
Like, this guy's a 1-drop, so he's solid. You're going to want him in your white decks and limited just because you're going to have a bunch of mice anyway. And the Valiant trigger is no joke. That's all your mice getting +1/+0.
Well, they're going to be getting +2/+0 if you do the Offspring.
Right, and if you get it on turn 3 or later and you can Offspring it, you want to just for the value.
I guess I was just really upset it wasn't +1/+1.
I mean, that is a thing, but like, if it was +1/+1, this card would be a rare or a mythic, I think.
We'll have to see how that plays out in limited. You may be right. Next card. I'm not gonna try and read this. Something host.
Harvest Right Host.
Good, sounds good enough for me. Whenever this card or another rabbit you control enters, target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Then draw a card if this is the second time this ability has resolved this turn. So you're not gonna be drawing the card that often. If you have a bunch of rabbits, okay, but you're already, turn 4, turn 5. Maybe you save 2 drops, and maybe they're both rabbits if you got really lucky. Or maybe you have rabbit cards with offspring, which they definitely have those. But the fact that you have to do it twice, it's still a 3-mana 3/3, and there's not a lot of those. And a lot of these in this set, there's plenty of cards with big butts, and a lot of those butts are 3s until they get to 5. So I'm still gonna play this card, but I'm not gonna count on that ability turning on very often. What about you? What do you think?
I think a 3-mana 3/3 in limited is fine. If you've drawn a card off this, you're insane. You're thrilled to death. If you just trigger it once a turn and get the +1/+0 for something, that's not bad. Like, that's icing on the cake to me. So I think you pick 1 or 2 of these for your limited deck, and you're pretty happy about it.
Hopefully, instead you got Hop to it, which is just strictly better because it's 3 bodies instead of 1 body, even though it's still 3 mana for 3/3.
I mean, another just good card for limited. You take 1 or 2 of these, you're happy about it. Similar thing, except you don't get to draw cards.
All right, 3 mana 3/2 Intrepid Rabbit, Offspring 1. Offspring 1? I didn't notice that before. I didn't notice that any of these cards have Offspring 1. But it still is when it enters, target creature you control gets +1/+1 till enter. So it's only when you play it. So if you pay 4 mana, you get 2 of these guys. Something you get +2/+2. Or you can spread it out. This one, I could see playing the Offspring, but I'm not going to... Again, if on turn 3 I have nothing else to do, I'm still slamming this down on turn 3. That's my main thing about the Offspring cards, is I'm not holding them in my hand to wait for the Offspring.
But
Except
that's what
for
makes Offspring cards good, because like the Offspring isn't like completely busted to where you want to wait on it, right? Like, these are the kind of thing where you play it for its normal cost most of the time, and then if you draw it late game, you get some extra value off of spending some extra mana that you have lying around for it, right?
Right. Jackdaw Savior is a 3-mana 3/1 flyer. Whenever it or another creature you control with flying dies, return another target creature card with lesser mana value from your graveyard to the battlefield. Does this go in decks with the Traxa in it? It's standard.
Oh, no. Like,
Traxa
if
dies,
you're playing a Traxa, you don't want this thing.
Okay.
Like, they're mutually exclusive in my opinion in Constructed, because like Atraxa decks are doing 1 of 2 things. They're either controlling the board until they get to 7 mana and then slamming Atraxa and winning on the spot, or they're ramping into Atraxa and beating you before you can even deal with the kind of value they've generated. Either way, the damage is already done. You don't need to get your Atraxa back, and you can just cast another one.
Well, yeah, this wouldn't get Atraxa back anyway because it's lesser value. But when your Atraxa dies, you would get something else back. But you're probably right. I was curious your take on it, because that's what the first thing I read when I read it. I was like, this combos with Atraxa.
That said, I think this card does have a place in Constructed. It just doesn't exist yet.
Interesting.
I have a deck that I brewed that is basically just like blue-white flyers. It's just a whole bunch of cheap flyers. I'm sorry, Esper. And like Deep Cavern Bats and such. And I think this guy makes a good top end in lieu of the rotating Rafine.
Okay.
You drop this guy, you swing in, you don't care what happens, you're just going for damage. Your guys die, you get cheaper flyers back, right?
Cool. I could also see if there's like some important angels. I can see it with angels too. Jolly Gerbils. 2 mana 2/3. Whenever you give a gift, drop a card. Limited. Build around bomb like this. Like if you're already like debating, am I gonna use these gifts? Is it worth it? And then you have this already out. It's like it's always gonna be worth it. Okay, party draw. We're both gonna draw a card. Let's go.
I kind of agree with you. A lot of times there'll be, well, I shouldn't say a lot of times, but there will be times where gifting will not be worth it even with this card at the table. That said, they're not going to be that often. And I think a 2 mana 2/3 that just doesn't do anything is fine enough to run just because it's a 2-drop and limited.
A lot of the gifts are food tokens too. I'll give you a food for me to draw a card all day.
Or a fish? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Life Creed Duas, 2 mana, 1/2 flying. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. So now you get the flyer right away instead of it being a 1/1 on the ground. The card that's rotating, you remember, is the I don't remember his name, but it's the 1/1 on the ground.
Yeah.
So now you get to have it flying with the bigger bet that can block those bats you were just talking about that stole, your removal. Deep Cavern
Bat. Yep.
And yeah, this card is going to see all play everywhere, just like the other cards Demon Fly did.
I think in Limited, if you're drafting, you pick these highly.
Yeah.
Just because a 2 mana 1/2 flyer is nothing to sneeze at in Limited, especially. And the more of them that you have, the more life you gain, the more backbreaking that is for your opponent to come back from.
And there's a theme in White Black, not only of pings, like dealing your opponent damage, you gain life. There's also a lot of just like if you gain life this turn, or if you took damage this turn. There's a lot of ways to turn that on. So that deck is gonna be very fun to play if you draft it, because it's just you're all these triggers. Plus you're gonna be gaining life and having them lose life without even a lot of interaction a lot of times. And then I can just stack for lethal now and win the game at the end.
Another one last point on that card.
Yeah.
Flying in this set has seemed really bad to me thus far. Like the flyers in this set, at least through white and blue that I've seen, are incredibly badly rated, and that card's one of those ones that's an exception where you get good value for power toughness in the air for a decent mana cost.
That's interesting. We have to keep our eyes out for that more often. I wasn't looking specifically for that when I was watching other reviews and stuff, so we'll have to look out for that. Here's another combat trick. Mabel's Metal. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Up to one other target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Amazing combat trick. You can get 2 guys pumped.
Great 23rd or 24th card in your limited deck. I don't think it's a good idea to play more than one of them necessarily, but you could potentially because it's good enough.
Also, remember that it's up to one other target. So if you don't have 2 targets, you can still play it. You don't have to have 2 targets to play the card. Mouse Trapper, 3 mana, 3/2 flash. Whenever it becomes the target of a spell or ability you control, for the first time each turn, tap target creature your opponent controls. And each turn means on your opponent's turn too. Just remember that with these instants. You can tap down your opponent's stuff on their turns. Good limited card, not anywhere else, right?
Yeah, this guy is probably never going to tap anything. You're probably just going to flash it in and trade with another 3 toughness creature most of the time, which is fine. I don't see this guy getting the Valiant trigger that often.
That's a good point. It's almost a 3 mana removal spell. As long as the other creature has 3 toughness or less, you just flash it in to block. Nettle Guard, 2 mana, 3/1 Valiant. Whenever it becomes target of spell or ability, for the first time each turn, it gets +1/+2 until end of turn. I don't know why that's for the first time. You're just growing the butt. 1 mana, sack it, you destroy an artifact or enchantment. I love these effects. They're always more valuable than what you're going to rate them in limited. And even sometimes in standard, so I'm not playing this card in standard, but this effect, just like there's a lot of important artifacts and enchantments in standard right now, so don't be sleeping on. There's a better 2-drop white card that does this. But just try to keep track of, if you're playing standard and you're just losing to enchantments and artifacts, try to keep track of that in CEO. These cards need to have more importance in main decks, all I'm saying. That's ones.
For me, this card is a Windmill Slam. Like, this is another high pick 2-drop for limited.
Yeah.
You're almost never going to trigger the Valiant on it because, again, just like Mouse Trapper, you're going to flash this in and block and trade. Or you're going to flash it in at the end of your opponent's turn.
It doesn't have flash.
Need to trade with it. You're right, it doesn't. My bad. That changes it a bit. So it's
not
as good because it doesn't have flash.
It's still going to drag with most 3-drops, though.
Most of the time, you're going to pop this down on 3 then and just immediately crack it to kill an artifact or enchantment. Because I think a 3/1 body without the flash changes everything. I thought this guy had flash.
It's all good. Parting Gust is a 2 mana instant exile target non-token creature. That you don't have to get the gift for that. We have more exile at instant speed. No. If the gift was promised is after that. 2 mana exile target non-token creature.
If it wasn't promised, it comes back with a counter.
Oh, My
you have
bad.
to promise the gift to keep it or to
My
keep
bad.
it gone. Otherwise, you pay 2, don't gift it, and you blink one of your own guys.
See,
Or
see,
oh no, it's non-token.
that it comes back around. You were mistaken on last card. I was mistaken on this card, but still, more exile stuff for 2 mana. I need them to stop exiling everything. I need them to stop putting everything at exile. This card's gonna see tons of standard play, and I'm gonna hate it every time I see it.
I agree wholeheartedly.
And when I have
This
it
is
in my
another card
hand, I'm only gonna have 1 white mana. I'm gonna be stuck on white mana.
Yep, exactly. This is another card that you pick very highly in limited. Like, you're not going to care about gifting someone a tapped fish to exile their biggest thing. Like, period.
Or
end of story.
if
it's
you-
just good removal.
Or if you get rid of their man land that came in. Now they're down on
Yup.
lands for a 1/1 fish. I'll trade your land for a fish for sure. Pileated Provisioner is a 5 mana 3/4 flyer. Whenever it enters, put +1 counter target creature you control without flying. Even in limited, I have a hard time putting these cards in my deck. Just because of the 3/4 stat line for 5 mana is rough.
Yeah, this
but
card's bad. It'll
like
make
you
a
said,
decent
though,
curve
there's not a
topper
lot
for
of
your limited deck.
flyers. What were we saying?
It'll make a decent curve topper for your limited deck, but I don't think it goes any farther than that. Like, at most, you're playing one of these, and you're probably not even going to get the value from the counter on it, or a counter on something on the ground from it. Like, you're just going to need to play it to have a flyer most of the time.
Yeah.
Like, the rate on this is terrible.
Why is Rabbit Response not an uncommon? I'm going to lose to this card all the time.
Because it costs 4 mana. If it costs 3, it'd be an uncommon or higher. I think this is rated right where it needs to be. It's another good curve topper for your aggro white decks and limited, and maybe even constructed. I don't know if I'd want to go that far, but it's possible.
4
but
mana.
for limited, this is just great.
Yeah.
As
4
long as you
mana
got the board
instant.
and you're swinging, just pump the team and kill stuff and scry 2.
If you built your deck to go wide, this is what you want to do. If you've been doing, you get all those offsprings, and for some reason your opponent has been attacking because they're afraid to lose like to a bunch of tokens because they're bad at Magic. Just remember, this is not a sorcery. Don't play it until blocks are declared, and then you get to set up your nice draw too.
Your best play with this thing will be if no blocks are declared.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, you don't want to block? Okay, I win the game.
Yeah, just straight up end you.
2 mana, Repel Calamity, instant destroy target creature with power toughness 4 or greater. This will see standard play, at least in the sideboard. Probably even some mains. The other card that did this, what was it, Destroy Evil or whatever, did it also have a chance to destroy something else like Enchantment or something?
Yeah, so I think Destroy Evil is a better sideboard card, but this card is great for limited.
Is this still illegal? Is it not rotating?
I don't remember, actually.
Okay. But at any rate, yeah, if that card is still illegal, definitely play that card over this one. But if not, at least you can throw a couple, like, I don't know, 1 or 2 of these in your sideboard. I wouldn't main deck it because, especially early in the format, aggro is going to be everywhere. That's just how formats work. Salvation Swan. Hey, Sean, did you know they reprinted Restoration Angel?
I did
But not
not,
quite?
because this is not Restoration Angel. This
No,
is
it's not.
considerably worse.
It is.
This
It
is another one of those cards that's still bad on rate for a flyer.
However,
I'm
limited
disappointed
bomb,
in this card.
removal, because again, flash. You can be able to flash this in, kill their flyer. Like you said, the rates on a lot of these flyers are not that good. Whenever it
It's
or
not
another
removable.
bird.
You can only blink your own stuff.
No, when you flash it in to block. Like we were talking about with the earlier card.
yeah. Right, got it.
Or another bird you control enters exile to 1 target creature you control up to, so you don't have to have a target. Without flying, return it to the battlefield. There's no control with flying. And who knows? Maybe all the flyers have bad rates, but maybe you have a bound and a bomb on the ground. You can now give flying. You can basically counter their removal if you play it right, but then that means you're also holding up 4 mana all the time, which usually is not the right thing to do and also feels bad. So we'll see.
Yeah, like this is a good enough rare. Like a 4 mana 3/3 in the air is fine. It's disappointing, but it's fine. Like
If you
you're still
have
gonna
this-
play this in limited, I think.
Yeah, if you have this in your hand and you lift the 4 mana up and they go past go, you cast it at the end of their turn, and now you have basically a 3/3 flyer with flash because they weren't expecting it, and you just go with that. Oh boy, we get to talk about seasons. I love seasons. I just love the design of these seasons and all the choices they're going to give. And I think I'm going to be able to do it better than you. So that's one of the reasons why I like the seasons. The decision points on a lot of them are really good. This one's okay. It's not my favorite. Seasons of the Burrow is the white one. It's 5 mana. You get basically $5. Okay, think of these paws like dollars. You get 5 resources. You can't save them. You don't get them from anywhere else, and they are gone as soon as you're finished casting the card. So just remember that. So you get $5. You can spend $1 to create a token, a rabbit token. You can spend $2 to exile target non-land permanent. Its controller draws a card. You can spend $3 to return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield with an indestructible counter on it. Like I said, this is not one of my favorite ones. You're probably going to be doing... I don't know, maybe you get to exile 2 things, but then they get to draw 2 cards. But that might be the best thing you could do with this card.
This card doesn't feel very good to me, even in Limited. Like, 5 mana to make 5 guys is probably the best mode in Limited, and that's only fine. Anytime you're exiling something with it, it feels bad because your opponent's drawing a card. But the weird thing is, you can target your own stuff with the exile effect if you want to draw a card, but I don't think you want to do that.
Oh.
That said, the three paw print thing is eh.
Wait a minute, you're gonna have a lot of incidental food laying around. I'll exile like a food to draw a card, maybe one of your things and maybe get a 1/1, and there's a lot of token matter cards in this deck too. Or if you got a couple of those 4 mana, pump the teams, 5/1/1s are fine. So in Limited, it's okay. I don't ever see this card ever seeing constructive play though, unless there's a super important 3 mana card that you're like, man, if this thing just would just survive, it'll win the game. But the problem with that is that there's so much graveyard target, graveyard exile stuff in Standard just on good cards already. They'll probably get exiled while it's in the graveyard before you can even target it with this. Yeah.
My first thought in that end was like Boros Recruiter again, because like bringing a recruiter back from the bin to immediately swing with seems cool, but like it's 5 mana. You're almost never going to want to do that.
Seasoned Warren Guard's a 1 mana 1/2. Whenever it attacks while you control a token, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. 26 card probably, unless your deck really cares about rabbits.
This card's great.
Yeah.
Another solid 1-drop. Like this is gonna make constructed play for sure. Like,
wait, what?
I'm gonna play it in Recruiter.
It only gets bigger when you attack. What's Recruiter?
That's fine. The Boros Recruiter deck, you just make a bunch of guys, including like
the
white guy that makes a clue when he comes in.
Yeah,
and then you like
lethal
demo your own token. Yeah.
Okay.
Because like you have so many ways of incidentally getting tokens. They might be less so now that the red one that makes a blood is rotating, I think. But I think this is still good enough to see some constructed play.
That card is.
Decks.
That card is. There's also other cards in this set that other people have talked about probably getting in. Strike Force is a 3 mana 1/3, but not really. Flying, double strike Vigilance. And I say not really because of the double strike. So it's basically a 3 mana 2/3 flyer with Vigilance that will oftentimes kill your opponent's creature before they can even deal any damage to you. This is a good card for Limited for sure. Won't see any Standard play.
It's one of the exceptions to my flyers are badly rated statement. Like, this is fine.
Sonar Strike is a 2 mana, deals 4 damage to target attacking, blocking, or tapped creature, and you gain 3 life if you control a bat. This card is great in Limited.
Excellent Limited removal. You're probably not playing it in Constructed. There's so many better options, but excellent Limited removal.
Yeah, probably not. I wouldn't be shocked if there's a Bats Matter deck that tries it out for a little while, because like some of those cards care about gaining life too, but probably not. 4 mana,
I can
3/1.
totally see SBMTG brewing a deck for that.
4 mana, 3/1 flyer. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained or lost life this turn, look at the top 4 cards of your library and reveal a creature card with power 3 or less from among them. Put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in random order. This is a decent Limited card, especially if you're in the white-black life gain stuff, but don't count on this happening every time. What'll happen lots of times is you're going to see your big bomb in there that you can't get in here now. It's going to the bottom of your library, right?
Yeah. You're gonna get value off of this once, probably the turn it comes in second main or something, and then it's gonna die to literally anything else in combat. A 4-mana 3/1 body is pretty bad. That said, it is a 3/1 in the air, so maybe it'll push the last few points of damage through if you need to attack with it.
Starfall Invocation is a card they made for me. They know I like wraths. I know I like reanimating after wraths, so why not do it at the same time? 3 mana and 2 white. Gift a card. Destroy all creatures. If the gift was promised, return each card from your graveyard this way to the battlefield under your control.
This is your reanimation deck's dream card. Like,
it has to have been one of the creatures
Reanimator
that was
deck.
on the field already, but yeah, it's amazing.
yeah, but at the same time, your reanimation style decks are going to want to be able to wrath the board to get to their actual premium reanimation spells. And they're not going to play Sunfall, right? Sunfall is going to be your wrath of choice for most control decks generally, because it exiles, obviously. But this card, I think, has a home in the reanimator styles just because, like, you reanimated your guy on like turn 3 or whatever with one of those niche ones that brings back like an artifact creature or something cool like that, and then your opponent goes, okay, well, I'm going to build a board. And then you go, all right, I'll just reanimate him again while blowing up your board at the same time, right?
2 years ago, I feel like before the last rotation, I feel like there was a card similar to this, but it cost 6 mana, maybe even like 2 rotations ago. That I think I was the only one playing. But I feel like something similar to this wasn't too far gone, but it was more expensive or something like that. Do you remember that? Anything like that? Maybe it was
Not
black.
offhand.
Okay. I could be also just remembering dreams I had. I'm hopeful. When were they going to put a card like this? Thistle Down Players is a nice card. 2 and a white or a 3/3. Whenever it attacks, untap target non-land permanent. So basically, it has Vigilance. It's 3/3 mana. Vigilance is fine. You're limited. You're not playing anywhere else. Valley,
Yeah, pretty much.
Valley
three-mana
Quest
curve
Crawler is another 2 mana 2/3. Is this the third one of these 3 mana? I'm sorry, 2 mana 2/3s we've seen today already?
I think so, yeah.
Whenever one or more of the 4 things that white carries about, which is rabbits, bats, birds, or mice, you control, enter, scry 1. It does count itself because it's enters, it's not cast. Other rabbits. Oh no, it says other. It says other, so it doesn't count itself. No, that's probably why it's 2/3, not 2/2. Other rabbits, birds, they get +1/+1. So it's a lord. I still think it's fine for these decks as long as you have those. Otherwise, it's just 2 mana, 2/3. Know what your deck is when you're like constructing it in the end. This might be one of those rares where you're like, it's not even worth it.
I think it's a really good flavor point though, because like
yeah.
a lot of times in limited you'll get the lord effect for like the 2 merfolk in the set, or like you'll get a lord effect for zombies and there'll be like 0 zombies in the whole set. But like this does a good job of blending set synergy with constructed synergy, and I feel like this thing is just gonna be an all-star.
Yeah, if you were able to build this deck, you're gonna love it. But me personally, I don't know. I like 3/2s more than 2/3s. I'm gonna trade up, but it's gonna make your other guys trade up. So it's sweet. I just have an old school bias that I need to get over. Warren Elder is a 2 mana 2/2. For 4 mana, you can pump the team. It does nothing once per turn, but you know, obviously at that time, you're jumping a lot of mana into this. You're trying to get +1/+2.
A good limited card. Like you're gonna want a mana sink in your deck somewhere, because in limited you're going to flood. It's just going to happen.
Especially if you're white and trying to go wide.
To spend your mana on. Yep.
Warren War Leader is a 4 mana 4/4 Offspring 2. Whenever you attack, choose one, create a 1/1 creature token that's tapped and attacking, or attacking creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. This is one of the offsprings I will play and use. It can happen the turn you play it. It doesn't have haste, but if you have somebody else attacking, these triggers will happen. This card does not have to attack.
Yep. I think this card is pretty good.
Yeah, this is
it's
definitely
really good in limited. Like you slam this and you're happy about it. Constructed, it might find a home New aggro decks are going to love an effect like this,
I agree.
and it doesn't care about specifically what creature types it has. It just makes other guys that happen to be rabbits.
In Constructor, you're playing it on 4, not 6, just so you know. You're
Oh,
dead.
for sure,
You're dead
yeah.
on 6. Wax Wine Witness is a 4-mana 2/4 flying vigilance. Whenever you gain or lose life during your turn, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn. 26 card. Whisk Verveil Forerunner, 4-mana 3/4 Valiant. Whenever it becomes the target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card with mana value 3 or less from among them. You may put it onto the battlefield if it's your turn. If you don't put it onto the battlefield, put it in your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This is a limited bomb too. I'm still probably not playing it. Well, actually, wait a minute. Is it too expensive for poison?
Probably. I feel
Okay.
like this card might be a trap. Like,
Yeah.
you trigger it once, you're pretty happy, but chances are you're going to go to trigger it and someone's going to blow it up in response, so you'll only get the value once and you'll lose the value of whatever you were triggering it with.
Well, the thing about poison is they have all those protection spells where you can't blow up their things, right? Or even if you do, you get the trigger and you get a poison counter, and by then you're probably dead. I don't know. I can see people
Right,
trying
but
one up.
Poison's never going to want to play this,
It's too expensive.
for sure. And
Fair.
it also doesn't do anything toward their goal.
We made it through the white cards in just under an hour. Some of these cards, I'm not gonna let you speak. Like I said, 26 card there because I figure there's not really anything else to say about that. But if you want to go back, you can be like, oh, actually, because a couple of times you
I
have.
do want to say about Waxwayne Witness, pour one out for Giant Spider, man.
Right? Okay. I'm just worried we're not going to get through them all. You know what I'm saying? Blue Azure Beastbinder is a 1 blue Rat Rogue 1/3 Vigilance. Can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or greater. Not with creatures with power greater than this card, 2 or greater. So if you can make this thing big, you have really good evasion. Whenever it attacks, up to 1 target artifact, creature, or planeswalker your opponent controls loses all abilities until your next turn. If a creature, it also has base power toughness 2/2 until your next turn. I've seen another content creator that I care about a lot remind people about this, that it turns off Shelly for their turn, but when it gets back to your turn, you're still going to lose a 2 life from Shelly. So don't get that confused. But
this card is bad for constructed, but I think it's pretty good for limited, just because it's going to be hard to trade with in combat.
Okay. Yeah, you're probably right. There's a lot of cards in here that can't be blocked though, so I know people are gonna at least try an almost like aggro blue deck. I feel like.
That said, it is only a 1/3 vigilance for 2, so like your 2 drops are kind of a premium and limited, so you're gonna play this regardless, and a rare is gonna have some decent stuff going on with it. So this guy is solid, if unexciting, I think.
Oh yeah, in limited he's a bum because he probably is turning off the most important thing about your opponent's creature. Your opponent's bomb.
If it
Bellowing.
gets to live that long, yep.
Yeah. Bellowing Crier is 2 mana 2/1. Whenever it enters, draw a card, then discard a card. You are going to be able to use this trigger if you draft the frog deck multiple times. The frog deck likes to bounce your own things because frogs bounce. I love the theme of that. I love what they've done with that in this set. And this is a great limited card. You're not going to use it anywhere else, right?
I'm going to go off on a little tangent here for a second.
Quickly, yeah.
The frog theme in this set, I feel like, is a trap. You're going to want to bounce or blink your frogs for their ETB triggers, but I haven't seen a frog yet, besides maybe this guy and the one that straight up draws a card, that's even worth doing that for. So do that at your own discretion.
I just like the thematic. The frogs are bouncing back and forth to your game.
Oh, the flavor is 100% chef's kiss wins, yeah.
Calamitous Tide is 4/2 blue. Return up to 2 target creatures to their owner's hand. Draw 2 cards. Discard a card. There is a way better card than this already in standard that doesn't see play, which is basically a sweeper where it bounces everything to the hands. And I don't even know if I'm playing this in limited, to be honest.
Card's bad and limited too.
Yeah,
like,
there's a
at least
5
if you're
mana
getting draw
where you draw
2,
more than this.
you're at least getting to bounce 2 things, so it kind of helps itself like justify wasting turn 6 on this. But even then, I think it's a waste.
Yeah, I don't think I even want to play this in sealed. Daring Wave Rider is also 6 mana for a 4/4. When it enters, you may cast target instant sorcery card with mana value 4 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead.
They keep trying to reprint Snapcaster and making it worse and worse each time. Next card.
Yeah, this didn't even have to be an uncommon. Dazzling Denial is 2 mana, counter target spell and controller pays 2. If you control a bird, counter that spell unless controller pays 4 instead. This sounds like it goes right into your blue-white flyers deck you were building. Are there a lot of birds, you think?
I agree. My deck's more rats than birds, but that said, this is a good card. Like, I think it's gonna see constructed play. No, the Streets of New Capenna one, Make Disappear, is rotating. So I think this will fit right into Make Disappear's slot in most cases. But you're also going to play birds just because like there are some good birds in Standard right now. And just having one of them enables this to be an amazing counterspell. And I'm quite frightened of it.
Dire Downdraft is a 3 and a 1 for an instant. The spell costs 1 less to cast if it targets an attacking or tapped creature. Target creature owner puts on top of bottom of their library. This is very good limited removal.
And nothing else.
Dowerport Mage. Whenever one or more other creatures you control leave the battlefield without dying, draw a card. 2 mana, tap, remove, return another target creature you control to its owner's hand.
So this is the frog I was talking about that draws you cards when you blink or bounce your guys. This is about the only payoff in this set that makes actively bouncing your own stuff worth it, in my opinion.
Okay. Oh, I hate this next card. I thought this card was rotating. I thought this card was rotating. They changed the name and they made it more expensive, but then they gave it flash, which makes it way worse to play against. Eddie Merc Crab is a 7 mana, not really. 5/5 flash. The spell costs 1 less to cast for each instant sorcery card in your graveyard. Enters tapped if it's not your turn, which is always going to do. And when it enters, tap up to 2 target creatures, which the other card didn't even do. The other card didn't even tap our creatures.
I'm going to hate this card in Constructed.
It was a 6/6, but this card's way better already.
Yeah,
the other card
this
had
guy
word.
Can't.
Had word too, but still, this card's way better.
This guy can't immediately flash in and block, but what it can do is flash in and tap down 2 of your attackers instead. And when you're playing against those annoying mono blue decks that are just trying to dirtle until they have 14 cards in their bin and then kill you with a Djinn, you're going to hate this thing's existence.
Yep. And I forgot what else I was going to say. Eluge the Shoreless Sea is 1 and 3 blue. Its power and toughness are each equal to the number of islands you control. Whenever it enters or attacks, put a flood counter on target land. It's an island in addition to its other types for as long as it has a flood counter on it. The first instant or sorcery spell you cast each turn costs blue or 1 colorless, less to cast for each land you control with a flood counter on it. A couple of people might also try this card in that deck, but it doesn't go in that deck. This card is just not good. It's not good in limited, it's not good in standard. Maybe other formats, I don't know. But
this card is just straight bad. As Jim Davis likes to say, the juice is not worth the squeeze here.
Yeah, it's very much a trap.
You have to play it in mono blue just to be able to reliably cast it. And if you're not playing it in mono blue, then you run the risk of either not being able to cast it or having too many cards that are non-islands to even like give this thing any power toughness at all. And at that point, you're paying 4 mana for a 1/1. Like, it doesn't even turn your opponent's lands into islands instead of what they were.
Right. Finch Formation is a 3 mana 2/2 with Offspring 3 flying. When this creature enters, target creature you control gains flying until end of turn. Ouch, that Offspring 3 is way too much.
This card's bad.
It's okay in limited because it's still a Snapping Drake. And like you said, the flyers are already badly rated, so I think it's okay.
Even then, Windrake in limited isn't very good.
But you're going to need it to
block.
block.
You might play it as a 23rd or 24th, but that's about it.
Gossip's Talent is a 2 mana class. Whenever a creature you control enters, surveil 1. Okay. 2 mana to level up. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature with power 3 or less can't be blocked this turn. Okay. 4 mana. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you may exile it and return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. I think you play Unlimited for sure for just for that first ability. A 2 mana. Whenever a creature you control enters Surveil 1, I'm playing their card.
If you've got the threshold cards, but there's only like 3 or 4 in the set, if you've got enough threshold cards in your deck, this is fine just for the baseline 2 mana enchantment. But otherwise, this card is terrible and do not play it anywhere.
Into the Flood Maw. Blue, get to tap fish. Return target creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand. If the gift was promised, is that return target non-land permanent to opponent's hand. Unsummon. It's fine.
Unsummon meets Boomerang at 1 mana. It's fine. Like, you're not going to care about giving your opponent a fish to bounce their biggest thing. That said, you are only bouncing their biggest thing, so you better be able to win that turn. Otherwise, you're just wasting your mana.
Kidnap is the thing that I want to do to opponent Shellys. That's what I always think about with this card. Is 2 in a blue and 2 blue. Sorry. Enchantment Aura. Gift a card. Enchant creature. When it enters, tap enchanted creature. If the gift wasn't promised, put 3 stun counters on it. You control enchanted creature. I will stun down Shelly to have your Shelly. The only problem with that, and a lot of these effects, is that you're hoping your opponent has good cards, better cards, than if you just built a deck with good cards. And if you ever face the mirror, it's just a nightmare because nobody can do anything. In standard,
this
in limited,
card's good and constructed. In limited, it's probably fine too, because the longer you hold it, the better it becomes. Because as soon as your opponent gets to their big bomb that you can't deal with, you kidnap it.
Yep.
If you give them a card, chances are they don't have another of that big bomb, so it's not as bad. But even if you don't, you can sit on it for 3 turns, whatever.
Yeah, this is to me, this is a very high pick in limited. One of the best first picks. Kitsa Otterball Elite. It's 2 mana, 1/3 Vigilance Prowess. Tap, draw a card, then discard a card, or pay 2 tap, copy target instant or sorcery spell you control. You may choose new targets for the copy. Activate only if its power is 3 or greater. Get out of here, add.
I'm going to go off on a tangent here for a second.
Yeah.
I love this card, both flavor-wise, because this is a freaking otter playing Blitzball. Like, what's not to love about that? But also, this is your premium prowess enabler for constructed as well as limited. Like, a 2 mana 1/3 with vigilance is fine. Like I said before, the other card, it doesn't have the unblockable thing, but it does get bigger instead, which I think is better. It can loot itself at instant speed after attacking with vigilance, which is freaking great.
Yes.
And you only need 1 other spell before the spell you want to copy in order to copy a spell with this guy. Because you cast your first spell, it goes up to a 2/4. Then you cast your second spell, resolve the prowess trigger, it suddenly got 3 power, and before your second spell resolves, you can copy it and then like lightning bolt them for 6 or whatever, right? So it's not as hard to enable the last ability as you think, and I think this guy's pretty good.
Do you still play 4 of, even though he's legendary?
Probably yes, because it's going to be a must-kill creature for your opponent, so you're going to want the extra copies anyway.
Good to know. Night Fisher, 3 and 2 blue for a 4/5 flyer. Now those are some good flying stats. Whenever another non-token bird you control enters, you create a 1/1 blue fish creature token. Another non-token
this is one
bird.
of those exceptions. This guy's real good. Like,
okay.
5 mana 4/5 flyer is good and limited, and the fact that it makes tokens for you if you dare to play other birds potentially mitigates the drawback of the birds being bad on rate.
This card might be the best limited creature we've seen so far.
I want to.
It's going to win a lot of games.
Real good.
It's an uncommon, so you're going to lose a lot of games to it. Because I will never see it because it's one of the best limited cards.
It's going to be a high pick.
Yeah. Light Shell Duo, 3 and a blue for a 3/4 prowess. Whenever it enters, you surveil 2. Very good limited card.
Yeah, a 4 mana 3/4 is not bad. The fact that it has prowess pushes it up above not bad into pretty good, I think.
And 2 card selections, you know. Except your next drop.
Yep.
Long River Lurker, 2 and a blue for 2/3 ward 1. Other frogs you control have ward 1. Whenever it enters, target creature you control can't be blocked this turn. Whenever that creature deals combat damage this turn, you may exile it if you do return to the battlefield under its own control. So you didn't have to bounce it, you can just blink it. Block whenever that creature deals. This is a good card.
Is not bad. I don't like that it says Ward 1 and other frogs have Ward 1. It should just say frogs you control have Ward 1 and just skip that line. I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Other than that, this is a pretty decent card for limited.
Absolutely. Long River's Pull is 2 blue. Oh yeah, did you know they reprinted Counterspell in the set?
They did not. Do not fool yourself.
Counter target spell if the gift was promised instead counter target creature spell. If the gift was promised instead counter target spell. You don't think it's worth them drawing your card to counter whatever anything you want?
Nearly never. Like the situations where you want a counter spell are non-creature spells for the most part, for one thing. Because you're going to want to counter that Sunfall. You're going to want to counter the
I don't know.
Farewells.
I also want to counter Shelly and Atraxa or whatever's reanimating Atraxa. Well, I can't do whatever's reanimating Atraxa, right? But I can make them draw a card instead of getting their Atraxa back.
If something's reanimating Atraxa, then yeah, you can probably counter that as a non-creature. But like, the only real creature target you're going to want to use this for, you're not going to want to gift a card anyway, right? And if you are gifting them a card, then that's just to counter a non-creature spell, and that potentially lets them draw into another of the Wrath you're trying to counter. So
all that being
countering their Wrath, giving them a card and not caring because you're going to win the next turn, then this card's just bad. I think.
All that being said, you draft every one of these unlimited. It's amazing. Unlimited.
I disagree.
I think
strong. It's decent in limited. Like counter spells in limited are tough to make good use of.
I don't know. I think it's amazing in limited. But we can disagree. That's fair. Mind Spiral is 4 and a blue for a sorcery. Gift a tapped fish. Target player draws 3 cards. If the gift was promised, tap target creature your opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. So this is just 5-mana draw 3 cards. This is what I was starting to say earlier, where there's a 5-mana card, you can draw more cards than that 6-mana card. You can draw 2, you have to discard 1.
I think this is a better card than that.
Oh yeah, I'm picking this over that all the time.
It's also not very good. Like, wasting your turn 5 to draw 3 cards and give your opponent a fish is meh at best.
I think it's okay in limited.
It might be curve topper filler if you absolutely need something to play in your limited deck, but I think there are other things like a big 5-drop bomb or something that would make the cut instead.
You're probably right. Mind Whisker is 2 and a blue for a 3/2. At the beginning of your upkeep, surveil 1. Threshold. As long as 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, creatures your opponents control get -1/-0. This is amazing for limited.
This is the threshold payoff I was talking about. This guy's real good.
And it enables itself.
From playing Magic anyway. It enables itself, yep. And it's not a bad body. Like a 3-mana 3/2 is a little disappointing on the toughness side, but still just a solid card, I think. Like, you're going to enable the threshold on this more often than you think.
It's also a rat. This might sneak into a few standard decks as a 1 or 2 up. Not top tier, like B tier standard decks, but there's people trying to build Rat Matters decks. I can see just for the Surveil 1 ability. I don't know. Mockingbird. This is also amazing. Blue and an X, flying. This is going to see standard play. You may have Mockingbird enter as a copy of any creature on the battlefield with mana value less than or equal to the amount of mana spent to cast Mockingbird, except it's a bird in addition to its other types, and it has flying. Note, it is not X or less, it is mana value or less. So if you are, say, targeting their Shelly, you only make X3, and this will target their Shelly, and now your Shelly flies.
Yup. This is huge. Like,
yes,
I like it. It's going to be difficult at times to make use of, but it's one of those cards that's better when you're behind, which makes it just a better Magic card, I think.
I just read the flavor text for the first time. Have you seen this? Laughing at you. That. No. I'm laughing as you. That is amazing.
What BM?
Mockingbird's an amazing card. You play it everywhere you play. Night Whirl Hermit, 2 and a blue for 1/4 vigilance. As long as 7 or more cards are in your graveyard. Because +1/+1 can't be blocked. I'm probably never playing this card.
It's not good. It's not a good threshold payoff. It's not a good card. Don't play this in your deck, ever.
Otter Ball and Otter. Say this card 3 times fast. Otter Ball Antics. It's a 1 blue sorcery. Create a 1/1 blue and red otter creature token with prowess. If this spell was cast from anywhere other than your hand, put +1/+1 counter on that creature. Flashback. And the only reason this has flashback, by the way, is just so because Wizards are trying to prove to everybody that flashback is eternal mechanics. This is the only flashback card in the set, and it's just because it's evergreen. But I love.
That said, this card is good.
Yes, I love non-creature spells that make creatures that also have prowess, because that's what prowess cares about. Yes, this card is good. You'll probably even see Xander play. This spell costs 1 less to cast if you control an otter. Pearl of Wisdom, 1 in blue, draw 2 cards. Oh, sorry, 2 in blue, but it's 1 in blue if you have an otter. Divination, right?
Yep, Divination with upside. I think you play this, yeah.
Yeah,
I
don't
you're probably
know
not
going to
play it in Constructed,
Yeah.
even if you're making an otter deck.
Yeah.
But you might. At 2 mana, this is worth it, I think.
We'll have to see if there's a good enough otter deck, but yeah. Plumcrete Escort is 1 in blue for a 2/1 Bird Scout with flash and flying. Whenever it enters, target creature you control gains hexproof until end of turn. This card is really good.
Yeah, I love it. Like, play it everywhere. You'll probably even play
Yep.
it in Constructed somewhere.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Portent of Calamity is blue and an X. Okay, we like the last blue and X spell. This one's a sorcery, however. Reveal the top X cards of your library. For each card type, you may exile a card of that type from among them. Put the rest into your graveyard. It's very important. You may cast a spell from among the exiled cards without paying its mana cost if you exiled 4 or more cards this way. Then put the rest of the exiled cards into your hand. This goes with the Atraxa for sure, because that deck's already trying to have a lot of different types. And you could
I feel like
hit
this
that payoff.
card kind of sucks, but it might see play, like you said, in Atraxa decks. Like, that's the only place I can see it hitting. That said, Atraxa's not rotating, is it?
No, it's not. That's why I kept mentioning it.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
No, I'm
but
sure
yeah,
it's not.
I don't like this card in any deck other than maybe Atraxa decks or like
Yep.
the surprise Atali decks, that sort of thing.
Atraxa? Go ahead.
You need to get this. You need to get X to be at least 5 to have a decent chance of hitting 4 different card types. Otherwise, this card is just straight garbage.
I mean, you can still dump things into your art to reanimate earlier. It also says, do you not get to put any of them in your hand if you don't hit 4? Let me try to reread this again.
Yeah.
Let's go to your
You
library.
may exile a card of that type
Each
from
card
among them.
type.
Yeah, you can only cast
The
a spell
rest
from
in
the
your
exiled
graveyard.
cards if you exile 4 or more. So you get nothing if you don't get 4 or more.
Then put the rest of the exiled card. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. When it works, it's going to be amazing. When it doesn't, it's going to suck probably. But there are more and more cards mattering of what stuff is in your exile, though. Even if it's not, even if you can't recast them, including a. I can see this also being put into a deck. You're just trying to exile stuff for the new black card that's minus X, its cost for every card exiled or in your graveyard. You can play that 1 mana 6/6, and this you can play on turn 3 or 4 to get that already to half cost. I can see people trying that combo anyway. But the main cards to have note that I would say of note that are not rotating to come to mind right away: Atraxa, Shelly, both of them, and Cut Down is not rotating. I thought it was for a while, but it's not. Do you have any more?
I will
quick
say
thoughts?
one last thing about this card. I just thought the one deck that I think this card goes best in would be your Insidious Roots decks. But even then, you have to get to enough mana to where you're getting the roots out of the top several cards, right? So if you might not even want to cast the spell in that deck, right? Because it's not a permanent to fill your graveyard with in and of itself either.
Okay, moving on. Runaway Together is a 2-mana instant. Choose 2 target creatures controlled by different players. Turn those creatures to their owner's hands. Good and limited for tempo if you built your deck right. I mean, even if you didn't, just buying a turn can be the difference. So play it in your limited as like maybe a 2 of, unless you have like really good enter triggers. Just be careful.
Yeah, this is just a decent card. It's an enabler for your frog deck if you're trying to go that route. I still don't recommend it.
I will say great players make this card great. And it basically, it's at your skill level. Whatever your skill level is how good this card is. You have to be great to make it great, basically. And I'm not great. Seasons of Weaving is the next season. It's 6 mana, one of the main reasons why I'm off of it. However, you can draw 5 cards. You pay 6 mana, draw 5 cards in this card. Or you can choose an artifact or creature you control and create a token of that copy of it. You can do that twice, up to 2 times. You can also return each non-land, non-token permanent to its owner's hands. This is the Wrath I was talking about. This is another one, actually. I think there's another one like this, but it's not obviously a season. But previously printed one of the older sets that doesn't see play.
I think this card's pretty bad, in my opinion.
Really?
I think the best mode for this card is make 2 token copies of something you control and draw a card. And even then, for 6 mana, you're probably going to die before you get to pull that off.
Yeah.
Or someone kills it in response and you just completely feels bad.
The only pushback I'll put on that is that I could see people trying to pay 6 mana to draw 5 cards in some control decks, but probably only like 1 or 2 of those decks. We used to do that anyway, but sorcery speed does kind of kill it, I think. Yeah, I don't love this card.
Is Silver Scrutiny still his thing?
I don't know. The best creatures these days are legendary. Copying some artifacts could be strong, but 6 mana is just too much. It's just too much. Shore Up. Target creature you control gets +++ on against hexproof until end of turn. Untap it. This will see all the play in poison, and I hate it. For that reason.
Yeah. It's a reprint that keeps it in standard when it would have otherwise been rotating. Like, it's good.
And in limited, it's really good too.
In your limited deck, yep.
Untapping a creature in limited is such a blowout. It's like the Spanish Inquisition. They never see it coming. Shoreline Looter.
Especially if your opponent's going to try to remove your only blocker.
That too. 1 in a blue, Looter, 1/1. It can't be blocked. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then discard a card. Unless 7 or more cards in your graveyard, which means that if there are 7 or more, if you have threshold, you don't have to discard a card. You just draw a card. So then it should change its name to just Shoreline. It's no longer a Looter.
You know what this guy is? This guy is a functional reprint of that one werewolf. It's okay. It might see fringe play in constructed. Like, it's a decent 2-drop for your limited deck. Not much else to say.
There's going to be a lot of unblockable stuff in limited. I just hope that my creatures do more damage faster than their creatures. Sky Skipper Duo, 4 in a blue for a 3/3 flyer. When it enters, exile up to 1 other target creature you control. Return the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of this end step. So it's blinking something when it enters. So make sure you play this on your second main phase if you want to talk to that creature in limited.
Never ever cast this into open mana. Just ever. You're gonna get blown out. You're gonna feel bad. You're gonna have paid 5 mana for a 3/3 flyer, and you're probably gonna lose the game.
Spell Gyre is a 2 and a blue instant. Choose 1 counter target spell, or surveil 2, then draw 2 cards. Good and limited. We already have this kind of on the 3 mana one. The modal card is 2 and 1 to basically cancel, or you can pay 1 to draw 2 and discard 2, right? Or draw 2 and discard 1 on the modal one? The modal rare card from last set or 2 sets ago?
3 steps ahead.
I think so. So that card's probably better than this card, but this card you'll play it in limited. At least it's 1 or 2 of. Especially if you have just all the counter spells.
I think this card is better in constructed than limited. Just because, again, counter spells are hard to use in limited. That said, this is a better counter spell for limited than most counter spells, because you have the modal option, right? You can end of turn just draw 2 cards if you didn't need to use the counter spell, just to get rid of it if nothing else. But also in constructed, it may be like copies 5 and 6 of 3 steps ahead. Like, they may want the modality of it just to do extra things.
Getting to look it up to 4 cards is pretty strong. Interesting.
Yeah.
Splash Slasher, 3 in a blue for a 3/3 with Offspring, 1 in a blue. This is the first time the color mana is part of the Offspring. When this creature enters, tap up to 1 target creature and put a stun counter on it. Okay and limited. Not great. Probably not paying the Offspring cost. Splash Portal, blue, sorcery. Exile target creature you control, then returns the battlefield under its owner's control. If that creature is a bird, frog, rat, or otter, draw a card. A 1-mana blink effect, but it's sorcery speed.
Sorcery kills this card. Again, you're never going to be able to cast this into any open mana. Cut down's still going to be in the format. It's going to be hard to make this good.
In Limited, you can play this as your 26 card to draw a card and give something vigilance for a turn. Storm Chaser Talent, blue mana. Again, this is a non-creature spell that makes a dude, so we like it in those kind of decks, especially for 1 mana. You get a 1/1 creature with prowess. 3 and a blue just to go to level 2. When it becomes level 2, return target instant or social card from your graveyard to your hand. 5 and a blue. Whenever you cast an instant or social spell, create a 1/1. Just 1/1? Oh, I hate that. So I'm never leveling it this up to 6.
Yeah, I like this card as its 1-drop enchantment form. Never level this up.
Unless
the
you
only
just have
time you're
nothing
ever
else
going to
to
want to
do.
level this up in blue is if you're empty-handed. That's it. Otherwise,
if you
you
have
are wasting
removal,
a lot.
if you have removal in your graveyard, you might want to go and grab the removal for just a 4-mana blink. But I would I don't even know if I have 6 mana. I think if I have 6 mana, I might not do this anyway, just as a what's it called?
Principle.
Principle, yeah. 2 and a blue for Sugarcoat, enchantment aura, flash, enchant creature or food. Enchant becomes food. So you can make a food, still a food. It doesn't do anything different to that. So I don't know why you would enchant a food.
The reason it says enchant creature or food is because if it didn't, if it just said enchant creature, when it makes the creature into a food, it would fall off immediately.
But it doesn't. Wait, it loses all of their abilities? Oh!
It
I
turns
didn't
it
read
into
the whole
a food
card.
similar to the treasure thing.
This is great limited removal. I didn't read the whole card.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, this is great limited removal, especially since this has flash. Thought Shucker. Make sure you read that correctly. 2 mana for a 1/3 threshold to put a +1 counter on it and draw a card. Activate only 7 more cards in your graveyard and only once each turn. 26 cards.
Not once each turn, only once, period. This card is bad.
Yeah, only once, period. Thunder Trap Trainer, 2 mana, 1/2 Offspring 4. I thought that 3 was going to be the most we saw. When this creature enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a non-creature, non-land card from among them. Put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So I'm never paying the Offspring 4, I don't think. But I mean, limited, I have nothing else to do, maybe. Twice, something nice.
This is one of those cards that's pretty good as a 2-drop if you ignore the Offspring cost.
Non-creature, non-land. So make sure you're building the prowess deck. Sure.
Yep. But becomes better if you have 6 mana and you rip it off the top and you don't have anything else to do. In Limited, you can Offspring it because, what's the difference between a 1/2 and a 1/1 at that point in the game, right?
As long as you're not looking for a creature.
Refill in your hand. Yeah.
Alright, 2 and a blue for a 2/2 flash. You may cast non-creature spells as though they have flash. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, birds, frogs, otters, and rats you control can post until end of turn, untap them. That does not say other, right?
It does not. It buffs itself.
Okay. This card will see standard play, if nothing else, from the people that wish they could still play that Planeswalker that lets you play things with Flash all the time. Remember that? Oh, I hated that card.
That said, I think this card's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's another one of those flavor wins like the white one where it affects all 4 creature types of that color. So it's good in both limited and potentially in constructed if you build your deck right. And people are going to try to build the Is It Otter spells deck, right? That's going to be a thing whether you like it or not, whether it's good or not in the first few weeks. So this guy's going to have a home somewhere until he doesn't, if he doesn't.
Water Spout Warden is the next card. 2 and a blue for a 3/2. Whenever it attacks, if another creature enters the battlefield under your control this turn, it gains flying until end of turn. And there is that old formatting. They just couldn't make up their mind. They wanted to keep the enters. They wanted to make the new formatting, but they just couldn't keep it up consistent wise. Whenever it attacks another creature, if another creature entered this turn, it gains flying until end of turn. It's a fine limited card. Fine filler.
Yeah. Fine limited card. Pretty good flavor because he jumps during combat, right? He's a frog.
Wishing Well. Did we go back to the story? To the story land? What's this? 3 and a blue. Artifact. put a coin counter, tap and put a coin counter on it. When you do, you may cast target instant or sorcery card with mana value equal to the number of coin counters on it from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would put into your graveyard, exile instead, activate only as a sorcery.
I feel like this card's a trap.
That last
it's really
line.
slow. It's not Aether Vial. You need to have exactly the right mana cost in your bin to even make use out of this thing.
Yeah, you have to
and
put a
each
coin
time you
counter
use
on
it, you have to put a coin counter on it.
Yeah.
I think this card's just terrible.
It has to
like
be
there are going to
equal.
be some Timmies that are going to want to try to brew with it and go nuts if you can make it work great, but I don't think you will.
I might be one of those Timmies if I didn't have to do it at sorcery speed, but we're to the black cards. Do you need a break or anything? Are you good to go? Keep
Up
going?
to you.
I can keep going. I have my soda here. I might munch on some chips so when these times you start talking a lot again. But I'm not like hungry or anything. I like to always like snack. We might go a little late. Let me know if you have to leave at any point or anything. Okay?
I'm good. I'll outlast you most likely.
Yeah, probably. And if we don't finish tonight, I'll probably finish on Wednesday. But who knows? Maybe I'll stay up late because I deserve it. I just worked 7 days straight. I deserve a night
Wednesday,
of talking
you
about
say?
Magic cards. Do you not work on Wednesday?
I'm magically off on Wednesday.
Okay, well maybe instead we'll do half now and half then. We'll see how we're feeling when we get about halfway through. Also, if we do get this done, then maybe we play Humankind on Wednesday.
Seems good.
Black cards. A Gate Blade Assassin is a 2-mana 1/3. When it attacks, defending player loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. This card is amazing. If nothing else, that in fact it turns on what black and white wants to be doing, and that's you want to be gaining life. And normally when you do, it turns on all the other stuff.
Yeah, this guy's just a bread and butter 2-drop for limited.
And the 3-but
play a
means
lot
it
of 'em.
might get in a couple of times. Not in for damage
Yep.
necessarily, but you might be able to activate the ability a couple of times. Bandit's Talent. When Bandit's Talent enters, each opponent discards 2 cards. Let's say discard a non-land card. 2 mana for 2 cards. That's a really good deal. 1 black mana. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, if that player has 1 or fewer cards in hand, they lose 2 life. This is starting to sound like the first Magic deck I ever built. For 4 mana, at the beginning of your draw step, draw an additional card for each opponent who has 1 or fewer cards in hand. This card will see standard play, maybe the top, not the top levels, but it'll definitely be all over Arena, and including in my decks. I'm building the discard
this
deck
guy-
now. Go ahead.
This is copies 5 through 8 of your Deep Cavern Bat without the body.
But
They're going to want to play it anyway just to pick their opponent's hand apart and then pay an extra black to get value out of it too. This is just a good card.
yes, and when I started playing, it was around excuse me. Something 8, was it like I think it was 2008, somewhere around there.
Rack?
2008 or somewhere around there. I think it was Magic 8 or something. Like they used to call them, like they actually used to have numbers for the Origin sets back then.
Oh, you mean 8th edition?
8th or something like that. Like Wrath of God and Sarah Angel were like some of the best cards and everything.
Yeah.
And
that
one of
sounds
the
like 7th or
cards,
8th edition.
one of the cards was an enchantment that I think it was like 3 mana or something. And if they didn't have any cards or were down to 1 card, they would lose 2 life every turn. And that was like the second deck I built. I was like, I'm just gonna make them discard all their stuff because they can play stuff they don't have cards in their hand. And then that was the payoff. Now obviously you don't always draw the payoff for the enablers, and also I've always been poor, so I've never been able to draw like the best or buy the best cards. But no, I'm building a discard deck because of this card. Not I don't expect to 5-0 all the time on Arena or anything, but for nostalgia for no other reasons. Yeah, I'm into this card.
A functional reprint of the rack.
And you played in limited too. 2 mana for them to discard 2 cards is just an amazing value. Yeah, you play this everywhere.
Now, bear in mind, the only way they're discarding 2 cards is if they're both lands. But that said, 2 mana to make them discard a non-land card is good. They're discarding gas guaranteed.
And even discounting a land card, a lot of times that screws you up. Like this choice, again, this choice is one of those choices, like the other card that I said, that's like, it depends on your skill level. Well, now playing this card does not depend on your skill level. Now you're making your opponent have to have a high skill level not to lose the game after you play this card. And also, like you said, you have Deep Cavern Bat. You play the Bat first, and then you take out, whatever is going to be important for them.
Yup.
And then you play
and then
this
immediately level
and
this
immediately
up.
level it up. Yes, exactly. And you're cooking. You're cooking then. All right. You also play it in limited though. Bonebind Orators, 2 mana, 2/2, 4 mana. Exile it from your graveyard. Turn another target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. It's okay limited card because of the 4 mana. It gets me back. Now it's interesting. When I first started playing, keep having this one back in my days with these black cards. The creature cost 4 mana. Was still a 2/2, and you got the card back right away. What was that, Gravedigger? Or something like that?
Yeah, it was Gravedigger. That said, I like this card.
More,
this is a
but
bread and butter 2-drop. It's a bear on its base form, and once you get to 4 mana, you can exile it out of the bin after it's already traded with something to get another creature back. Like, this is just a good card for limited.
I like cards that I can access in my graveyard and get them things, and it like that price isn't. It's not great, so it's not going to see standard play, but I'll pay it, especially limited.
One last thing I will say is I might try to play this in Roots and Standard because you're paying 4 mana with Roots already on the table to get 2 triggers and one of them into your hand. So like it's another enabler to get back your turtle or another creature just for the sake of a trigger.
Next card is a 1 mana 1/1 black card, Bone Cache Overseer, uncommon. Tap and pay a life to draw a card. Activate only if 3 or more cards left your graveyard this turn, or if you sacrifice a food this turn. And you're like, well, that's a weird thing. How am I going to have 3 cards leave my graveyard or sacrifice a food this turn? Well, that's one of the key mechanics in this set. It's called Forage, and you can do it more often than you think. I like the mechanic, especially because I believe food matters is going to be a thing. I think it's even going to be like a B tier deck in standard, especially since the cookie set is still legal. So I'm going to try to make food matters a deck for sure, because they tried to back with cookies, and it just needed some more pieces. And now it has all these cards that can forage for extra value. So we're going to see. We're going to try it out. We're going to move some things, we're going to shuffle it up and we're going to see what happens with it. But this basically says if you forage. It says, pay 1 life, draw a card, activate only if you foraged. That's basically what it says.
I think this card is better for constructed, with all that said, than it is for limited, just because I don't think you're going to see enough forage cards in your deck to make this card good as a 1-drop 1/1 and uncommon. You're going to get maybe at most one of these guys, and if you draw a card out of it, you're real happy, but it's still only a 1-drop. Like, it doesn't do anything else.
That's why I don't think he's going to see play in constructed or in limited, because you're too dependent on those other things happening. That I don't like cards that need other cards to be able to do anything. This is basically a 1 mana 1/1, which you might take as a 26 card just so you don't get run over by aggro in limited. I don't think this is going to work either way.
I think, like I said, I think it's better in constructed. Right, but you're not going to want to cut this down. You're going to cut down everything else. So this guy has a chance of living to draw you a card. And tap, pay a life, draw a card is a powerful effect in black.
Yeah, but the first time you do it, they're going to cut it down.
Yes, but at that point, you've already drawn the card.
Okay.
And it is a 1-drop. Like, there's a low floor on 1-drops in constructed.
It is pay 1 life, draw a card, not 2. So we'll see. I just think with all those other hoops you had to jump through, I don't know why I'm also paying a life. But it just seems like a lot of hoops. But anyway, Coiling Rebirth is a 3 mana, 2 black. It's a 5 mana total sorcery. Gift a card. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then, if the gift was promised and that creature isn't legendary, create a token that's a copy of that creature. It's up to 1/1. In the PPR, this card did some work. The problem is that in standard, you're trying to reanimate legendary creatures. Even the red card is a legendary creature, right? The red dinosaur? You get all the value?
4 words. Terror of the Peaks.
Okay. But are you trying to reanimate that over?
Well, sure. Like, you run it with both, right? You reanimate the Terror of the Peaks, get 2 Terror of the Peaks, and they both come in and trigger and deal 6, right?
Oh, okay.
So you're dealing 12 damage on the spot by gifting your opponent a card, and chances are they're just freaking dead.
This one's a picture of M21. When was it reprinted?
The last set,
Okay.
Thunder Junction.
3 life to count. And it was standard legal. It wasn't part of the bonus sheet.
Yeah, it's in standard right now.
Your
Like, people are
control.
using the green
Enters.
surprise with it.
Under your control. Equal to that creature's power to any target. See, I wish that I was already streaming for the Cowboy set, because I'm so lost in what's even in that set sometimes. My brain hasn't caught up. It is ready for rotation for sure. It still has, all those other sets cards in my head. I have to get out of my head. 3 life. Okay, wait. Spells your opponent's cost that target it. Okay, so it basically has worth 3 life. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, damage equal to that creature's power to any target. So you don't get both triggers on the one time, but when you get the 1/1,
Yeah, you do.
you get the.
Oh, no, it's
5/4.
then. You're right.
No, because also I think they both come into play at the same time.
No, they
Promise,
don't, because of the
and
then
that
in
creature
the
isn't
Clothing
legendary.
Rebirth
Create
wording.
a token that's a copy of that creature. Then okay, so yeah, so when you get
But
the
still,
1/1,
what's going to happen is
when you get the
you're
1/1,
going
you
to
get the
get
5/4. But then
6 damage immediately,
also,
and then any future creature that comes in just
right.
does a ton.
That's what I was about to say. Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting to look at. I still think that you're better off just trying to use something else to reanimate Atraxa or the dinosaur, the Sensitive dinosaur. Consumed
There's
by...
also the green guy that isn't legendary too. He's a good reanimation target for this, especially because you're drawing cards.
There's probably a couple of green guys at this point, but I want to move on. Consumed by greed, 1 in a black, gift a card, instant. Target opponent sacrifices a creature with the greatest power among creatures they control. If the gift was promised, return creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So if your best thing is in your graveyard, you have to draw a card. Otherwise, it's just murder. Oh no, it's not murder. It's not as good as murder.
I don't think you ever gift a card with this card.
Probably not
Like,
usually.
3 mana, instant speed, sack your biggest thing is good enough, and it's gonna matter.
But I mean, if in limited, if you only have 1 bomb and it's in your graveyard, I'd gift the card. But yeah, oftentimes you're not going to be gifting the card. I did see in the PPR, somebody was able to pump their other creature, so you get to keep the biggest thing, and that's always going to feel bad. Cruel Claw's Heist is a 2 black for a sorcery. Gift a card. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-like card from it and exile that card. If the gift was promised, you may cast that card for as long as it remains exiled. Mana of any type can be cast to spent it. This is another one of the steal their best things, which is a blue-black thing. And I think this is great. And also, note that they were doing a cracker pack on the PPR, and they pointed this out. They draw the card before you pick. So you get even more. If you give them card this time, you gain more selection. So that's a very interesting card. This will see play everywhere.
You don't have to even gift the card. Like, if you don't gift the card, the floor on this thing is 2 mana and choose your opponent's best card out of their hand and exile it. Period. Done. That's great.
And you still get to play that card, right?
No.
Oh,
you
no.
only get to play the card if it's gifted.
Okay.
You still exiled it regardless.
Yeah. Yep. And that goes in the discard deck, too. Because if it's exiled, it's just as good as discard. The whole point of the discard deck isn't it's not triggers when they discard. It's triggers from them not having cards in their hand. So that's another 2 mana thing. That's
and
the third
the
2 mana
annoying
thing.
them out of the game.
Yeah, yeah. You're gonna see a lot of, like, the second time you play a discard in Arena in Best of 1. The second time you play a discard spell, just scoop. You're gonna see it a lot in Arena. I hope I'm gonna see it a lot in Arena. Death Touch, 3 mana, 3/2. When it enters, you may mill 2 cards. I love self-mill. I don't know if there's a deck this goes into right now. But I guess in Limited, you want this for your to turn on Threshold.
Yeah, I think that's about it.
The only problem is too often you mill your bomb. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. But at least the black in this set can reanimate your bomb if you do mill it, theoretically.
Yeah. Yep. Dark Star Augur is a 2 and a black with Offspring 1 black. For a 2/3 flyer, at the beginning of your upkeep, reveal the top card of your library. Put that card into your hand. You lose life equal to its mana value.
This is a flying Dark Confidant at 3 mana, and I love and hate it at the same time. Like, black discard decks are especially going to love this thing on 3 because they're going to want to refill their hand of all the discard effects that they just used on you to get you to the point where you can't remove this anymore. And offspringing it as a Bob is just freaking nuts.
Sean, this is going to be one of the best cards in Outlaws. As a Warlock.
Oh, yeah.
Outlaws is going to be aggro.
Also,
It's going to be mostly 2-drops, maybe a couple 3-drops.
oh, yeah. Very, very relevant. It is itself an outlaw. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I
And
said
it's
that.
in the air, man. Like a 3-mana Bob in the air with a relevant toughness. Whoo, this card's good.
And if you're worried about that cut down, just give it an offspring. So now they have to worry about two of these triggers.
Yup.
Oh my
Let 'em
goodness.
cut one down. That's fine.
Oh my goodness. This card, yeah, this is going to see standard play all day. You might not want to play it in limited. If your deck
It
has
might
enough
kill
life
you
gain,
in limited.
yeah, if your deck has enough life gain, it could be a lot of fun. But you better have life gain.
That said, if you're in the Bat Tribal deck in draft, take these highly.
Dire Sight, 2 and a black sorcery, surveil 2, draw 2 cards, lose 2 life. It's a good limited card.
It's Read the Bones.
Yeah. Downwind Ambusher, 3 and a black for a 4/2 flash. So this is 4 mana, kill everything with 4 toughness if nothing else is on the ground. When it enters, choose one. Target creature and opponent controls is -1/-1. So it could be their 5 toughness thing. Or destroy target creature and opponent controls that was
Or
already
kill
dealt
2
damage
creatures
this
at
turn.
once.
Yeah, or if you could chump with a token and then play this after combat, which is what I like to do with these effects. This is good enough limited removal.
This art is wild too. Like, without leaning in to look at my screen, this looked like the most deformed, like, man with one wing I'd ever seen. But when you look in and see that that's a skunk, holy crap, that's amazing.
Yeah, that's awesome. All right, early winter, 4 and a black, choose one. Exile target creature or target opponent exiles an enchantment they control. This is bad limited removal, but you will play it when you need it.
Yep. Play at most 1.
Feed the cycle, 1 and a black, instant. Additional cost to cast a spell, forage, or pay black, destroy target creature or planeswalker. This is the murderer I was thinking of.
This is premium removal, and you're going to play as many of them as you can get your hands on in limited. It might even make constructed.
Very interesting. It's right next to Fell, which is not as good removal, but you can still play in limited.
Yeah, Fell
sorcery
being a
is
sorcery
speed.
kills it, but it's still good in limited.
Glide Dive Duo is a 4 and a black flying 3/3. Whenever it enters, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. And this is what I said before. This is the theme. This card is better than it looks like. It's better than a 5 mana 3/3 flyer because it turns on what black and white want to be doing. If you're not in black and white, it's not as good.
That said, I think you still only play at most 1 of these just because the rate is so bad.
Hazel's Nocturne, 3 and a black, instant. Return 2 creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. This, you play more than 1 of. You play all of them because it's uncommon, so you're only going to get 2 or 3 anyway. This
I
is
still
amazing.
think you only want to play 1 of these, like with the last card, because like the rate on it is only okay. That said, you're getting a lot for 4 mana at instant speed, and the instant speed is very important. But you're not going to get too many situations where more than 1 of these are going to be viable in your deck.
I mean, it depends on what your deck does. If all of your cards in your decks are pinging, you play more. Because I feel like black-white can just ping you without not even interacting. But it depends, I guess, on your pool. If you're able to get enough interaction that way. This is the card I was talking about before, where you might want to exile cards and you don't care how you do it. Because you could get a 1 mana, basically 6/6 menace death touch. People are going to try to do that as standard. I know at least one streamer who's going to try to do that. Because it costs 1 less to cast for each creature card you own in exile or your graveyard.
I
It's
really
not a
like that
great.
it specifies in exile and in your graveyard.
Yeah,
Because
that's why
if
it's
your
okay.
opponent farewells you, you can still get this thing for 1 mana. And
Exactly.
that's great, I think.
I think for that reason, might even go in a couple sideboards in constructed. I'm
I
not
think
going to play it.
If you're doing, you know what this wants to be in? This wants to be in the Roots deck, right? Because like one of two things is going to happen with this card. Either you're going to slam it for 1 mana and you're going to be happy with your 6/6 Menace Death Touch.
Tell me what
or
this Roots card. What's the name of this Roots card again? We need to. You've been talking about all night.
Insidious Roots.
INC
SID.
SID. Insidious Roots MTG. Okay. All right. We're gonna look at this together. Oh, 2 mana. Okay. Creature tokens you control have tap, add 1 mana main color. Whenever 1 or more creature cards leave your graveyard, create 01 green plant creature token that put a +1/+1 counter on each plant you control. You've been playing this and having fun with it?
Oh yeah, it's silly. Because what you do is you play a bunch of the cheap blue, black, and green mill yourself creatures
Okay.
to both fill your bin and have blockers to fill your bin more. And
Yeah,
you
like
end up
you
with
did with
7, 8.
what was that card? What was that creature that liked that?
Yeah, the Goyf type and like
Yeah.
the guys you played in the previous seasons.
Yeah.
It's like that. You just end up filling your bin with a whole bunch of lands and these guys, and then you drop this guy for 1 mana pretty easily because like I played a game earlier on my phone where I had 8 creatures in the bin and nothing to do with them except just keep reanimating the turtle over and over again to get a whole bunch of incrementally bigger plant tokens. And this guy would just slot right in because he's a creature. You don't care if you mill him so much because he'll be a creature in your bin. And later on, once you've milled a whole bunch of stuff, you can slam him down and he can be your win con when you swing in with a bunch of plants.
Okay, I'm going to keep this open on tab over here so we can keep referencing it because you keep talking about it. My favorite deck, there's one card in the set that goes in it that I know of, and it's an artifact, so it's going to be like at the end of the stream. But that's cool. I'm glad that you found a black-green deck that you like. I've been trying to push black-green for a while, but it's not this. It's not this, so that's interesting. All right, so Swarm could go in the Insidious Roots deck. You heard it here last. Iridescent Vine Lasher is a 1 mana Offspring 2, which you will pay. This is one of the few cards that I'm all about. Go ahead and pay that Offspring, wait for it. Landfall. Whenever land you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to target opponent. If you have 1 or amazingly more than 1 of this unlimited, that's when I'm saying you take more than 1 Hell's Nocturne. Because if you have also other things, just paying them over time, like you could win off of 2 of these Hazel's Nocturnes. If you have, if you're having this effect in your deck.
I understand that this guy is a rare, but I really want him to be lower rarity because I want to draft 5 of him and go absolutely bananas.
But I'm glad
Like,
he's not
gonna be
because I don't want to play
all-star.
against people who have done that.
But he's going to be so good in limited too, just because that landfall trigger dealing a damage is so good and it's so underrated. It doesn't even take that many words to tell it.
Yep. Maha is Feathers Knight. It's 3 black, 6/5, flying, trample, war, discard a card. Creatures your opponents control have base toughness 1. This is the best limited bomb, or one of the best limited bombs in this set. It's too bad that we have a better 5 mana creature in standard because this card would be amazing in standard, but it's not as good. It's not as good as the 5 mana mythic that's already in standard.
I think this guy has a home in standard though. Like,
how?
He may be run instead Massacre Girl. Also Nightclubber. Like, this guy pairs insanely well with Nightclubber. Oh wait, no, crap. Nightclubber's rotating. Never mind. That won't work. Nightclubber's from Streets of New Capenna. It was a 3-drop creature that came in and give all your opponent's creatures -1/-1 until end of turn. But I think it's rotating. But that said, creatures your opponents control have
Massacre Girl, I think, is rotating as well. What set is that?
No, she's from
Eye with Flames.
Wrong Massacre Girl.
Oh, she's reprinted.
There's a new one. Yeah, she's in the Murders of Karlov Manor set.
This one?
The one that gives all your creatures Wither, and
when they
die,
Wither.
you draw cards.
What does Wither do?
They deal damage in the form of -1/-1 counters to creatures.
Really?
It's like infest. It's just like infect without the poison counters.
Why haven't I played against this?
Because I've only seen one deck ever run her, and when I built it, it's won a total of 1 game.
Wither. I feel like Withers in like a token strategy could be awesome.
Yeah, like
Controls ties.
but I think Maha has a place in Constructed just on rate alone. Like a 6/5 flying trample, ward, discard a card. Pour one out for Spirit of the Night, man.
But what's the name of that card already that comes back as a land? You just can't get rid of it. It keeps coming back as a land. You know what I'm talking about?
ACLA.
Yeah, like it's not better than that.
There are situations where it is. Like, Aclazotz is a 5-mana 4/4 with lifelink, and it's easier to get around that than a 6/5 flying trample.
But you can't get rid of it because it keeps coming back. Whenever it dies, it comes back as a land.
If
right?
they have time to. I've
Flying
never
lifelink. Whenever it
I've never seen Aclazotz come back from being a land.
This also goes in the discard deck, so whenever it attacks, opponent discards a card. If your opponent can't, you draw a card. Whenever opponent discards a land card, they get a bat. You get a bat. I've had it come back against me. I haven't been able to play it because I haven't crafted the wild cards. My decks, like my current decks that I'm playing with and stuff, it wouldn't fit. I'm also trying to play like budget decks, so I can, like, if I can build on paper. I want to try to get back to playing paper again. Although, to be fair, the place that we have to go to playing paper, I kind of don't want to go to. But all that being said, I don't know. Maybe it'll be cheaper and like a good budget option. Because that would be nice to have a budget option because Aclazotz is quite expensive. All right.
I mean, Aclazotz is good. I just think Maha also has a spot either beside it or in certain decks instead of it.
Moonstone Harbinger. 3-mana 1/3 flying Death Touch. Whenever you gain or lose life during your turn, bats you control a possible zone and gain Death Touch on turn. This ability triggers only once each turn. Which of course the Death Touch part, like, you don't need it to do it once per turn. It's okay.
Yeah, it's fine. It's a 3-drop flyer with a decent enough rate. You're going to gain or lose life during your turn in weird ways, either gaining life with bats or losing life from like pinging yourself with something silly or someone shooting you at instant speed. Like,
you'll see it occasionally.
It'll be pretty easy to enable this thing.
You'll see it occasionally on Arena from budget people who don't have all the long cards. Nocturnal Hunger. 2 and a black instant gift of food. Destroy target creature. If the gift wasn't promised, you lose 2 life. Most people are just going to lose 2 life when they do this, but it's decent.
Good limited removal.
Yep. Ostomancer Adept is a 2-mana 2/2 Death Touch discard. Until end of turn, you may cast creature spells from your graveyard by foraging in addition to paying their other costs. If you cast a spell this way, that creature enters with a finality counter on it. If the Food Matters deck is a deck, this is one of the best cards in it.
I don't think this card is that good, but I think it would be good in that particular situation. The thing with this guy is it's a 2-drop that dies to cut down, and because it's got Death Touch, your opponent is going to be incentivized to cut it down anyways. Plus, that ability is nuts, so they're going to want to cut it down to keep it from getting to do its ability. So chances are you're going to drop this thing on 2, it's going to die before you ever get to untap with it. But that said, if you do get to untap with it, you might be able to do some cool things with it. I think also if you drop it on 2, you're probably never going to get to use its ability because it's probably going to trade in combat before then.
Although, what I will say is that you want all of your cards in your deck to be good enough for them to use a removal on. And if you draw this late after they've already used their cut downs, like top decking, then on the next turn, potentially everything in your graveyard is online.
That's where this guy's really going to shine.
Especially like control mirrors, like where you both have just exhausted all of your removal, and you top deck this. Now whatever's in your graveyard, if it hasn't been exiled, has potential. Just remember, if you're playing this deck, especially in limited, not to exile your good cards if you have something like this in your limited pool. Because in limited, this is first pick, limited bomb, amazing. Any disagreement there?
Nope, nailed it.
All right. Persistent Marsh Stalker. 2 2 mana 3/1. I feel like half the names of this set are tongue twisters. Persistent March Stalker gets +1/+0 for each other rat you control. Threshold, whenever you attack with one or more rats, if 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, you may pay 2 and a black. If you do, return this card from your graveyard to the battlefield, tapped and attacking. This will see play even though it's not as good as you want it to be.
I think it's better in limited than it is in constructed, but it might see play in a Rats Matter deck in constructed as well. It just depends on if that deck is a thing.
When people try to do that thing with the skeleton stuff, even though it's like a C tier deck. Psychic Whirl, it's 2 and a black for sorcery. Target opponent discards 2 cards. Then if you control rats, surveil 2. If you have rats, this is amazing and limited. If you don't, it's still okay. It's still okay, especially if you have the discard payoffs. Ravine Raider, 1 black, 1/1 menace, 2 mana, gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Notice this does not say once per turn. Therefore, it makes it a very good limited card. Threat of activation,
good
for
limited
this
one drop.
cheap activation. This is a
And it's not
limited
a
beater.
sorcery speed either, yeah.
Just remember to play your sorcery speed things like other creatures after combat, so that you have the threat of activation. Even if that's what you're going to do anyway, even if you're like, oh, if they block this, I'm still going to play the thing later. You want that threat, because a lot of times you're going to get in for free damage that you weren't even counting on. Rotten Mouth Viper, 5 and a black. As additional cost to cast this spell, you may sacrifice any number of non-land permanents. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each permanent sacrificed this way. Whenever a Viper enters or attacks, you put a blight counter on it. Then for each blight counter on it, each opponent loses 4 life unless that player sacrifices a non-land permanent or discards a card. So, I do think this can see in play, especially in token dice. You stack those tokens to make it cheaper. That's what you want to do. It very much has the vibe of the 5 mana 5/5 that whenever it gets dealt damage, it has to stack that many things. It's a similar vein of that.
Yeah.
Obliterator or something like that.
Yeah, Phyrexian Obliterator, yeah.
I lost to that yesterday, that card. I was like, oh yeah, this card exists.
Important thing to note about Rottenmouth Viper.
Yes.
Is this is the card that reanimation spell that we talked about, the 5 mana one, was built for or created for.
And that's what they did in the pre-release. They did that in the pre-release. They got this and the 1/1, and they won.
And it's disgusting.
Yes.
Yeah, it's hard to lose in that situation.
Also, this goes very well with all those 2 mana 1/1 discard creatures that you can't really do anything else other than jump block with in constructed in your discard deck. You play 2 or 3 of those. You don't mind stacking them to make this a 3-drop. You have 3 of those out on the board. Ruthless Negotiation. Target opponent exiles a card from their hand. If the spell was cast from the graveyard, draw a card. I was wrong. There's 2 flashback cards in the set. For 1 black mana, this is good. It will probably even see constructed play.
Yep. The fact that it exiles doesn't matter. Or it makes it so that your opponent choosing what they discard doesn't matter as much.
Yep. Saver. 1 and a black for an instant target creature gets -2/-2 on turn. Create a food token. Very good limited removal because you're going to want those food tokens. You're just going to instantly be able to use them again, especially for that ability that's forage for foraging.
And if this isn't a removal spell for a 2 toughness creature, it's going to blow someone out in combat too.
Exactly. Remember, your 4/5 does kill their 5/5 if you have this also. You may have to play for it. Scales of Shale, 2 and a black instant. Cost 1 less to cast for each lizard you control. Our creature has +2/+0 and gains lifelink and indestructible until end of turn. The lifelink matters for this limited environment. Scavengers.
Yeah, I think this is just a pretty good card for limited. It might even see constructed play in a weird lizard deck, but I don't know how.
Yeah, and I'm gonna hate it when they do that because I'm probably gonna lose because of it. I'm gonna be so bad that I lost this bad card. Scavenger's Talent. 1 black. Whenever 1 or more creature you control die, create a food token. This ability triggers only once each turn. Cowards. 1 black. Whenever you sacrifice a permanent, target player mills 2 cards. That does not say only once each turn.
It also does not say opponent.
That's true. 2 and a black. This is the cheapest third level up we've seen today. At the beginning of your end step, you may sacrifice 3 other non-land permanents. If you do, return a creature card from the graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. All of this is going into like this is made for the food deck, obviously, because the first ability, but also like yeah, this card's good. It's just every motive is good.
I think this card is going to play a little worse than it reads, just because you're looking at it and you're like, okay, well, this is its own built-in curve, right? But if you do this on curve on 1, 2, 3, you're doing nothing for your first 3 turns, and you're not going to have anything to sack for the third level. So it's going to be interesting to build your deck in such a way where you can make value out of this thing, as well as have the mana up to level it up when you want to. Like,
Yeah, so you again, this is not a beginner friendly card for sure. You have to have more experience than that. But I think because again, like token things, especially like the food deck I said, but even in other decks, can you imagine this the mill deck with Jace? It's not rotating too. So that the blue black deck. So this also goes in that. I don't know. I think this card's going to see a lot of play. I don't think it's the best card in standard. I don't think it breaks standard or anything. I'm just like, you're going to see this card.
I wish this card was going to be in a format where blood tokens are still going to be a thing, because I think the blood tokens are rotating out.
I mean, there's
It's a
still
shame because that's one of the cheapest ways to sacrifice something to get the mill trigger.
but there's still a ton of clues. And again, if the food deck is a deck, it's because forage also matters, and so you're gonna be foraging things a lot. I feel like, but yeah, you don't curve out with this for sure. You hopefully drop this on 1, and now turn 4, hopefully you can do something for 2 mana, maybe removal, and then you level it up. And then on turn 5, you probably have to remove another thing, and then you level it up, something like that. And then at that end step, you're reanimating something that you might have self-milled, either from that second ability or from just having self-milled creatures, because this definitely goes in the milkshake deck, right? Where you're sending things to the yard already, just for that third ability.
Yeah, but I also worry that it's too slow. It's like, yes, you have to pay the mana into it, but you also have to have other stuff going on while you're paying the mana into it, and that might just make it too expensive.
It also might be one of those things where you only play it for the first and second level and or the third level. That first level alone, I just think is really good. Whenever one or more creatures you control die, create a food token. Just for cards, just for decks that matter, that care about having a lot of tokens. But I think also fear we talked about this card for way too long. Season of Loss. They printed a 5 mana black wrath. Kind of. Each player sacrifices 5 creatures. It's going to be a thing you do a lot with this card. But you can also draw a card for each creature you control that died this turn. So I think the best mode on this most of the time will be each player sacrifices 3 things, and you draw 3 cards, which is great for a 5 mana spell. It also has a final ability for 3. You can each opponent loses X life or X number of creature cards in your graveyard. If it's super late or you've been self-milling, this could also be the card that wins you the game. What was the name of that card they had to ban? The 5 mana sorcery that like they always hit the second one. When they played the second one, you lost the game. This feels like that. Maybe even better. Do you remember the card? The true cards off that too,
but I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, like
it was
last
the
rotation.
Black
rotation
5-drop that was like 4 black, right?
Yes, and they never had a problem casting it because they always allowed the mana variations, and they always had 2 of them. And the second one, you always lost the game.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
This feels like a better version of that card.
This card would make a fun of in Insidious Roots again, because like you're gonna have a bunch of creatures in your bin already, and you're not gonna care about each player sacrificing 2 creatures and then your opponent losing a ton of life.
If you're exiling those creatures from your bin, are you going to have enough creatures in your bin still?
I mean, if you're exiling them with roots in play, you're winning anyways. If you need to slow your opponent down to buy you time to get your roots online, then this is going to be great, and it'll do a bunch of damage in the process, and it may just like be an alternate win condition. You know what I mean?
Very cool. Yeah, this card could break standard. It doesn't look like it, but it could break standard. This card probably.
I do think it's the best season.
It is the best season. Well, the red one will compete for it. It's like it's close. It's close. The red one's close, but because you can the red one is 5 mana and you can create 5 treasures. So just for that mode alone makes it close. But the oh crap, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, no, that last card, if I want it to be banned, like I wanted that one card we were talking about being banned, I wanted to have it faster than that other card got banned because I wanted that other card to be banned for the moment they banned it. And this card doesn't. I'm not saying the same thing about, so who knows? Start the music over again. Sinister Monolith is a 3 and a black for an artifact at the beginning of combat on your turn. Each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. You can tap, pay 2 life, sack it, draw 2 cards, activate only as a sorcery. This is only good if your limited deck has the payoffs or the lose life, gain life thing.
Even then, 4 mana is a lot for a little effect.
Well, that's why you're only playing it in that deck.
But it could be like a one-of curve topper for some limited decks, yeah.
Stargaze, black, X, sorcery. Look at twice X cards from the top of your library. Put X cards from among them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. You lose X life. So you play this for 3 mana. You get to look at 6 cards, get 3 cards, lose 3 life. Seems fine. People will try to play this. In limited, it's fine too. Just understand this is not. This is probably your 6-drop or 5-drop. You know.
I feel like in most cases, limited and constructed, if you cast this card, you're probably just going to lose the game the next turn, and you're not going to get to use the cards you got out of it.
I will say they're making black card draw better and better. Starlit Soothsayer, 2 and a black, 2/2 flyer. So it's Snapping Drake. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained or lost life this turn, it's a Veil 1. So this is one of those payoffs for having, just it's no life gain or lost life. If you're in that deck, it's a good card. If not, 26, 27 card. You're going to want to be able to block their flyers at least to survive long enough.
Yeah, I think I agree there.
2 mana.
Never play this in constructed.
2 mana flyer, can't block. You have to remember this card cannot block. Starscrape Cleric, Offspring 2 and a black. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses a life. Again, this is kind of one of those payoffs. If you don't have the payoffs, though, you better hope they don't have flying blockers.
Much better payoff than that previous card for gaining life.
Yes.
And a better card in general.
But hopefully you have both of them. Intimidator, 3 and a black for 4/3. Offspring 3. Whenever this creature enters, target opponent loses 3 life unless they sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. So it's kind of like that big bomb card, but lower level. And when ETBs, this is a good limited card. 4 power is very relevant. This is 3 life unless they start. We have not seen a lot of more than 4 toughness stuff, especially on big things.
That Offspring 3 is off-putting, but I think it's worth it if you draw it late enough in the game.
Just card a card.
Because getting the trigger twice is a big deal, even if you get it on a 1/1 body.
Sacrifice non-limit permanent or discard. But do understand they're probably just acting like a blue token, but that's just like
they are not casting it though, right?
I don't know, it might be worth it. Or an Offspring token too.
I do want to go back a second.
Yeah.
The previous Cleric card, the 2/1 bat, that's probably going to be another payoff for your black-white life gain deck in Standard to replace Voice of the Blessed. It'll be copies 5 through 8 of your Ajani's Pridemate effect, just in a different form. You're right.
Yeah, this could be a standard deck with the Landfall one and this. Oof. Dot Stalker Warlock, 3 and a black. So this is also a mercenary. Menace. When it enters, choose target opponent. If they lost life this turn, they reveal their hand. You choose a non-land card from it, and they discard that card. Otherwise, they just discard cards. They're always going to be discarding card. It's just you get to choose what card if they lost life this turn. Hopefully, it's not your 26, 27 card, because hopefully it's going to be cut. But
this card's fine. I think you play more than one of them in limited if you get them.
I mean, it depends if you get the
body
ping
for
effects.
3 with Menace is not terrible, and regardless of whether you ping them or not, you're making them discard a card off of it, and more than one of them means your opponent's down on cards quicker rather than slower.
There are also
just a solid card.
There are also Lizard Matters. There are also Lizard Matter cards, and it does commit a crime for that's worth, but I don't think it does go in. I don't think it goes in standard. That deck. Valley Rock Caller, 2 mana Squirrel Warlock, Menace, 1/3. Whenever Valley Rock Caller attacks, each opponent loses X life, you can get X life, or X's number of other squirrels, bats, lizards, and rats. It does say bats. Because it says bats, there's a chance bats and rats. But I don't know, it's still hard. It's good and limited. If you do first pick this unlimited, make sure you're looking for these creature types.
This card is hard to evaluate for constructed. For limited, I think you slam it and then you build around it.
The problem is
if
that
you don't build around it, it's going to be terrible. But in constructed, it might have a shot just because of like the black-white bats in this set. Just being able to like swing with a 1/3 menace and not care if it dies necessarily, just to get that big hit off and gain a bunch of life could be worth it on its own.
We'll see. Remember, there's still a lot of Wraths in standard, including 3 mana Wraths. Wick?
Yeah, but it is a 2-drop.
Wick the World Mind. The 3 and a black for a 2/4. So it does not die to cut down. Oh, it's 4 mana. I hope not. My bad. Whenever Wick or another rat you control enters, create a 1/1 black snail creature token. If you don't control a snail, otherwise put +1 counter on a snail you control. Blue, black, red. Sacrifice a snail. Wick deals damage equal to sacrifice creature's power to each opponent. Then draw cards equal to the sacrifice creature power. Hey, I heard you needed a red, black, blue commander. I guess we'll make one. Not a good one.
This is not a good card.
No, it's bad.
It might be good in limited if you build around him and just build a rat deck. But in that case, you're just getting a really big snail.
Rat enters.
That said, if you get to sack that snail and draw 3 cards, you're in business.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Wick's Patrol, 4 and 2 black for a 5/3. When it enters, mill 3 cards. When you do, target creature an opponent controls the -X on turn, where X is the greatest mana value from the cards in your graveyard. 6 mana, you might kill a thing, you might not.
This card's
It's rough.
bad. It's
Yeah.
a trap.
Hey, we made it to the red cards. You good to keep going?
Yep.
It's only 10-12. I thought it was later than that. It felt later. I feel like we spent a lot of time on black cards, but some of those cards were really interesting.
There are certain cards that need a lot of discussing.
A Gate Assault is a 2 and a red for a sorcery. Choose one. Deals 40 damage to target creature. If that creature would die this turn, exile instead. Or you can exile target artifact. It's okay, limited removal, and that's it.
Yeah, that's nothing else to say.
Alania's Pathmaker is 3 and a red for a 4/2. When it enters, you exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. Okay, 26, 27 card. I like getting an extra card off of it, but it's going to die to a 2/2. So hopefully it's not land. But if it is land, you can still play it, right?
You may play that card, yeah.
Yes,
I like
okay.
this card more than just a 25th, 26th card. I think
For 4
this
mana?
is a good common to have multiples of. Even at 4 mana, yeah.
Okay.
Because, like, you're getting a relevant body that can swing through most things, or at least trade, and you're getting free card value. Like, the worst you'll get is an extra land to cast a bigger thing next turn, or 2 things next turn.
I Otter know you would like the card. Artist Talents is a 2 mana enchantment. When you cast a non-creature spell, you may discard a card. If you do, draw a card. You can level up for 200 red. Non-creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Another 200 red. If a source you control would deal non-combat damage to an opponent or a permanent opponent's controls, it deals that much damage, +2 instead. The worst part about this card is once out of every 4 times I see it, I'm going to lose to it. I'm going to be mad about it.
Yeah, this card's a trap.
Yep.
Like, occasionally an opponent's going to get you with it, but for the most part, this card is not worth it at any point on the curve.
Yep. When Blacksmith Talent enters, create a colorless equipment artifact token named Sword. With equipment, creatures gets +1/+1 and equip 2. For 1 red mana, the enchantment also gives you an equipment, so you get 2 permanents. For 3 and a red, at the beginning of your turn, attach target equipment you control up to 1 target creature you control. So, instead of equipping for 2, you can just level this up for 1 more mana, and you get a free equipment, equip. 3 and a red, during your turn, equipped creatures you control have double strike and haste the rest of the game. I'm going to try this in my equipment mana decks. I don't know how much that is rotating. I'll have to go back and look. Probably all of it,
I
because that's equipment always rotates right before it gets good again.
I think this is another example of Wizards trying to print your stereotypical Equipment Matters card in a set that has no equipment whatsoever and expecting it to be good, and it's just not.
Yeah, the
Like,
one good
you
card,
can-
good equipment in this set is actually not part of the set. It's part of the bonus sheets.
And you can play, like, the good part about this card, I will say there is an upside. Paying this for 1 red mana, getting an enchantment that you can sack to the candy grapple type effects. I forget what it's called. And getting an equipment token that you can also sacrifice to other things like Gleeful Demolition or
Bargain kind of things.
anything that wants to. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty good. That might be worth it. Plus, in a pinch, you can just equip the dumb thing and actually get in for some more damage.
Also,
Don't
we
ever
need
level
to go,
this up.
Well, we need to go back and look, because I remember, I don't know if it's rotated or not, but I remember there was like some stupid expensive equip cost cards in the past that were like, if you ever had it, it would be amazing, but you can't ever afford to equip it. So I'll have to go back and look see if those are rotated or not. We'll see. But not unlimited. I don't think I'm playing this unlimited. The plus one plus one's
Card's
just
terrible and limited.
Yeah. Booming Blast is an achievement I want to unlock. 1 red, gift a treasure. It deals 2 damage to our creature if the gift was promised. Deal 3 damage to that creature's controller. And the achievement I want to unlock is to win the game with that last 3 points of damage. That little notification you just heard, by the way, was BG3 re-downloading because I'm over mods and trying to... I can't unmod my game without just reinstalling it. So I uninstalled it and reinstalled it. Hopefully it'll work now. Anyway. Yeah, Booming Blast is good limited removal.
Great limited removal. You're going to want to gift a treasure a lot to deal the extra 3 damage to the face. It's just good. Like, this might see constructed play.
Yeah, I was about to say that too. 5 total damage for 2 mana and this is speed is not something you want to ignore. Bramble Guard Captain is 3 in the red for a 2/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +X+0 until end of turn, where X is Bramble Captain's power. Interesting. So this...
Alana and Elena, this is not.
But in limited, it does enable all of the mouse stuff because you are targeting it with an ability. Even though it's not an activated ability, you're still targeting it with an ability. I think that still works, doesn't it?
Yes. But that said, I think you still only play at most 1 of these.
Beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control. I see. Well, it can target itself, so it's a 4 mana 4/3 at worst.
Right. Which
I think
is
you're
why
fine
it's
playing a
not,
couple
like,
of them.
Utterly terrible.
Yeah, I think you're fine playing a couple of them, and if you have the mouse deck, maybe even 3. It depends also on which mouses you get, right? Like how good are those payoffs? But Brazen
if you
Collector,
get the good heroic whatever they were effects, then yeah, you probably want to play more than 1 of these.
Brazen Collector is 1 in a red for a creature with 2/1 first strike. So Raccoon Rogue. Whenever it attacks, you add red until end of turn. You don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. Is Rogue mercenary? I think it is.
It's an outlaw, yes.
Outlaw.
Also,
Thank you.
I like that this guy is just the original Magda, or it's like Thalia with Magda's text on it, kind of. Like, I feel like this is going to go into constructed somewhere, and it's going to be an okay to solid 2-drop for limited. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what deck wants this guy yet, but I feel like he's there on rate and effect.
I think 2 different decks
going
could
to want him.
I think Outlaws could, and I think there could be a mid-range red deck that would want them for that red mana. And you only ever have to have it go off once. I mean, playing a 4-drop red card on 3 is often going to put you so far ahead that you're going to win the game anyway. Byway Barterer. It's 2 in a red for a 3/3 menace. Raccoon Rogue. These raccoons are so roguish. Whenever you expend 4, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw 2 cards. Expend is a mechanic that says if at any point on your turn you have paid 4 mana to cast spells, you can't use them for abilities.
Turn.
Yes.
You can do it at instant speed too.
Yes. Then this ability turns on. And discarding your hand to draw 2 cards is exactly what red wants to do, because lots of times by turn 4 or 5 they don't have any more cards, and then they fizzle and can lose the game. So
yeah.
but the problem with
laments
is that you have to have 4 mana's worth of cards in your hand to turn on the ability in the first place.
Yeah. Mono red really laments the fact that this doesn't have haste, and that to get the discard effect, you have to be able to dump your hand after he's in play. And that's going to be tough to do unless... no, it wouldn't even work like that. So what you'd have to do is like play this guy on 4, and then immediately like shock something to spend the 4th mana, and hope that's the last card in your hand.
Or
otherwise,
the other cards are lands.
You're not untapping with this guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, just remember that he's a rogue, so he is also an outlaw. Conduct Electricity, 5 mana instant. Deals 6 damage to target creature and 2 damage to up to 1 target creature token. Limited removal that you will have to play 1 or 2 of sometimes.
Yep, that's about it. It'll probably even make the cut.
Just like the black one.
Get cut.
Yeah, just like the black one. Coruscation Mage, 2 mana, 2/2, Offspring 2. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. So this is not a spell that helps with non-creature spells, but it's cheap enough, and you can have Offspring to get 2 of these effects that will, like, people will try it.
This is your reprint of the, what are they called? The pinger guy that untaps when you cast a non-creature spell.
But he was a 1/3 or something.
That.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the thing with this guy is he's more aggro than those are, because he's a 2/2 for 2 that just comes down, and then if you shock something afterwards, you're also dealing a free damage with him.
Also,
I think he's going places. I just don't know if he's good enough.
Also, you can pay 4 mana and have the ability twice, which will be worth it some of that.
Yep, I agree.
Dragonhawk Fate's Tempest is a 5 mana 5/5 bird dragon mythic flying. This has to be good, right? Let's see. Whenever it enters or attacks, exile the top X card to your library, where X is the number of creatures you control with power 4 or greater, so probably 1. You may play those cards until your next end step. At the beginning of your next end step, it deals 2 damage to each opponent for each of those cards that are still exiled. This is a functional reprint too, right?
I don't know. This is a weird card. It's hard to evaluate.
I don't think it's good enough in current
you first
standard.
pick it. Yeah, I don't either. But in limited, you first pick this and you're happy with it. Like, even if it's just drawing you an extra 1 card a turn, it's good. Constructed, I don't know if it's there. Obviously, you've got Terror of the Peaks, and you've got that Scorpion Dragon thing that I think is okay on 5, to where this guy probably doesn't make the cut, especially... Well, no, actually, I take that last part back, because it's when it ETBs or attacks, so it's got, like, the Titan triggers, right? So you pay 5 mana and you draw an extra card immediately. Chances are you're probably going to have to wait till next turn to be able to cast that card.
Right.
But you're drawing an extra card. Like, that's not nothing. So even if it gets removed, at least you drew the extra card for your 5-drop. I just wish it was a little bit better than that.
Yeah, I think that the aggro decks don't want a 5-drop, and the decks that do have, like, for today's standard, for 5 mana, this is not good enough.
Yeah, I don't think so. It's weird.
Especially because I can get this.
Almost there.
I can get this exile card that I can play until next turn on a creature body for 2 mana. So I don't need my 5-drop to be doing this. Now, it won't deal 2 damage at the end of the turn, but, like, it's 2 damage. It's not enough still. So I don't know. I don't think it's good enough.
It's hard to argue with a 5/5 flyer for 5, though, even in constructed. But there are other 5/5 flyers for 5 that do other things too, so it's tough to evaluate.
Emberheart Challenger is a 2 mana 2/2 haste prowess. This will go in red aggro just right there, just full stop. But we can keep reading. Whenever it becomes the target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, exile the top card of your library. Until end of turn, you may play that card. There it is. Already better.
The icing on the cake.
And the deck that it goes into already has a card for this. It has the 1 mana enchantment that gives it +3/+0. And
yeah.
you know the enchantment I'm talking about. That's going to target
Monstrous Rage, yeah.
Yeah. So this card's 1,000 times better than the other cards. It's already going into a standard deck. Yes, you play it in your limited deck. We can move on. During your turn, you may cast instant and sorcery spells from your graveyard by paying 1 life in addition to their other costs. If a card or token would be put into your graveyard from anywhere, exile instead to sacrifice it. So basically, you want to be able to sacrifice it in case
You have nothing left.
You
in your
don't want to
bin,
do
you
this
can't
anymore.
do
Yeah.
anything.
During your turn, you may cast instant storage spells from your graveyard by paying 1 life and distribute out of the house. If a card or token we put into your graveyard, yeah. So it's like you want to play cards from your hand, you want them to go to your graveyard. You can sacrifice this later. People will try to make this work, but I still think it's a Timmy card because 5 mana. Again, we just talked about the other creature card. I don't think it's good enough. It's just too much.
This card is terrible and constructed. It's probably going to be awful and limited. It's a commander card. Like, you're going to be able to make this work and have a lot of fun with it at the commander table, and I think that's it.
I'll say you could also try it in sealed. If this is part of your sealed pool, you can try it. Especially if you have a lot of good spells, matters, and like prowess. If your deck is a prowess deck in sealed, I'd play this card in that deck. Because sealed is slower.
5 mana might be too much, though.
Alright, we have another outlaw. 2 mana, 2/2, Lizard Warlock. Whenever it enters, if an opponent lost life this turn, add black and red. 2 mana, discard a card, draw a card. I definitely think this goes in Outlaws. I think 2 mana, discard a card, draw a card is also just good. Yeah, you play this in limited also.
This is just a solid red 2-drop that you want as many of as you can get your hands on.
You could play this in red aggro too. Like you deal 2 damage to them. Like you could, if let's say on turn 3 you untap. Let's say you don't even get another land. You could lightning bolt them twice. Oh no, because it's when it enters.
No,
it's when it enters. You could play this and then lightning bolt.
You play it on 3 after you shocked somebody, so that they've lost life. You play this, you get your mana back. You play another one, and you get your rule guy loop going. What was it called? Fart.
I don't know. It's a good card. Let's move on.
Yeah,
this is a good card. You play it everywhere. Frilled Spark Shooter, 3 in a red, 3/3 menace reach. When it enters with a +1, it enters with a +1/+1 counter if an opponent lost life this turn. Menace reach 3/3. So you're gonna need something to block the flyers. You're not happy to play it, but it'll be fine.
I think he's fine.
Yeah.
You might want 2 of them if you're playing enough burn or indirect damage or flyers to where he comes in as a 4/4. If he comes in as a 4/4, you're happy.
I didn't know there was 2 storm cards in this set. Harnesser of the Storms. Whenever you cast a non-creature or otter spell, you may exile the top card of your library. Until end of the turn, you may play that card. This ability triggers only once each turn. This is that ability again. Now we get it on a 3-drop that can block most of the cards in this set that don't have blind.
This card is a signpost uncommon for otters. That's all it is. It's not a very good one, unfortunately, though, because that ability triggering only once each turn sucks. It kills it.
Yeah.
That said, you have to cast a spell to trigger it all, so you're going to be down some mana to be able to cast that card that it flips, and you can only play it until the end of that turn. So I think this is a little too limited to be really good.
Yeah.
It could have been if it hadn't been printed the way it is.
It still blocks for days in this set.
That's the upside, yep.
Yeah, Heartfire Hero, 1 red mana. Whenever it becomes target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, put +1/+1 counter on it. And then if it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. People will try to play this constructed and succeed with it. It's good.
It's going places, yeah.
Yep.
He's a good card.
You also play it in limited.
I think he's pretty good in limited too.
Especially because that's their whole thing. Like, this is the limited thing. This might be the best limited red
Valiant
card.
mechanic.
It might turn out that this is the hero. Hearthborn Battlers, 2 in a red, 2/3 haste. Whenever a player casts their second spell each turn, it deals 2 damage to target opponent, and that's whenever a player, not just you. So it's gonna be
I love this
decent.
card. It's good in mono red. It's good in constructed. I mean, limited. Like, this is just a good all-around guy. Like, the only thing that really sets it back is that 2 power.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just freaking good.
Hired Claw, 1 red, 1/2. Whenever you attack with 1 or more lizards, it deals 1 damage to target opponent. That includes itself. Doesn't say other, right? No. 2 mana, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Activate only if opponent lost life this turn, and only once each turn. But you can still do it at instant speed. So you attack with it, and you have the threat of activation. If they block it, you can put the counter on it.
Yeah, this guy's just really good. A really good one drop for both limited, and it'll probably be good in constructed, considering it doesn't say you have to use this ability as a sorcery. So
Right.
like, if you're if an opponent lost life this turn, means all they have to do in constructed is tap a pain land on their turn, and end of their turn you'd pay 2 mana that you weren't going to use anyway, or you were holding up for something else, to put a counter on this guy, no questions asked. You don't have to tap him like the previous mechanics did.
Yep.
This guy's going places.
Yeah, you don't even have to attack with him that turn. You can just play one of those crime lands.
Yup.
Hoarder's Overflow is a 2-mana enchantment. When it enters, and whenever you expend 4. So the first time it enters, you don't have to expend 4. But also, future turns, when you expend 4, you put a stash counter on it. You pay 2 mana, you sack it, you discard your hand, you draw cards equal to the number of stash counters on it. Eee.
That
I'm actually
said,
drawing
this
at least
card's
one.
bad. It's too slow.
Stash counter, yeah, I would only play this in sealed in the prowess deck. That'd be about it. Deals 1 damage to target opponent to tap it. 3 mana, 1/3. Hey. Whenever you cast non-creature spell and tap it. Here's
There
the
you
actual.
go. There's your reprint, except
Yeah.
it costs 3 mana for no good reason. This card's terrible.
The other one costs 2 mana?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's broken. Manifold Mouse. Offspring 2, 2 mana, 1/2. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target mouse you control gains your choice of double strike or trample until end of turn. Notice that does turn on their abilities. What's their ability called again? Valiant. Turns on Valiant. So you're automatically getting Valiant every turn.
This is one of those you want to pay the offspring for real bad.
Yeah. Because you can give something double strike and trample.
Yup, and they don't have to be the ones to get it or even attack. They just have to exist.
Yep. Good card in limited. If mouse is a thing, you can go further, but otherwise, no. Might of the Meek. Target creature gains trample until end of turn. It also gets +1/+0 until end of turn. If you control a mouse, draw a card. This just turns on all your mouse tricks. Good limited trick.
Great combat trick. Might make it in constructed even.
And if you have big things, like if you're like red-green, or even if you're not, even if you just like your main pool is green, it might be worth splashing if those big things don't have trample.
This guy looks like it plays really... The spell looks like it plays really well with Picnic Ruiner, too.
The Playful Shove? Or the other one?
No, the Might of the Meek.
Might of the Meek, okay. And if nothing else, it's a cantrip. Like, if you're playing red, I'm probably playing 1 or 2 of these. I'm not drafting them highly.
Exactly.
If they're in my pool, I'm probably playing them. If nothing else, they can give me to my next card.
Yeah,
Playful
they
Shove.
cantrip and they blow out combat.
It's also a cantrip. 2 mana, but it's a sorcery. Draw a card, does 1 damage to any target. This is not great.
This card is considerably worse. Do not play it in your deck.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm never playing this card. It's never going to make the cut. Quake Test Spore. 5 mana, 5/5. Reach, trample, haste. This is better than the dragon.
I want to agree with you.
This
The haste
uncommon
is huge.
This uncommon is better than the Mythic Dragon at 5 mana. I would play this in constructed over that other card.
I think they underdid the dragon's ability, and it's too convoluted for its own good. This card is just a freaking bomb in limited. Like, I don't think this guy or the dragon make it in constructed, but wow.
2 years ago, one of the best cards you could play was it was green. It was a 4 mana with trample and haste. Didn't even have reach for 4/4 for 4 mana. Like, this isn't like better than that card because it's 5 mana, but I'm just saying, like, if this card isn't even like automatically as good as that, which we can talk about power creep is what I'm saying. But this also has reach. It would have been sneaky reach if we don't have the new graphics. I like this card. I think people are gonna try this card in constructed.
I wish for
I don't know if you
constructed,
can
I
find a
wish
home.
this was green. That's its only drawback.
It doesn't have
If it was
creature
green
type
and
that matters.
constructed, I love it.
Well, there's a better green card in this set that we'll get to. It's also uncommon. But in the meantime, Rabbit Gnaw, 2 mana instant. Target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Then it deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. Speaking of a green card, wait, is this red? This is not green?
Yeah, it's also real good. Like,
That's-
despite the fact that you need to have a creature on the board to make it good and you can get blown out, at least it's instant speed, so you can do it in response to your opponent tapping out. do not play this on your turn unless your opponent is already tapped out.
There is, I believe, I, it might be part of the bonus sheet. I might be wrong, but I saw somebody else reviewing this set, and they had a green, like 7-mana enchantment that's like you get +20/+20, but you have to like tap it down with stun counters. But if it's a draftable card, that is a combo with this card, and I don't want to lose to that. It's gonna suck. Oh, creature. Never mind. This only deals damage to creatures. Okay. Anyway.
If you could bite your opponent to death, oh my god, would those effects be so much better.
Yeah, I thought this was almost more of a fling, but it's still good. It's still very good in limited. Still very good in limited. Raccoon Rallier, 2-mana, 2/2 Raccoon Bard. You don't see bards very often. Tap target creature you control gains haste until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. Still good, especially if you have bombs. Depends how many good bombs you have, and if they don't already have haste, like this bomb over here.
A fine 2-drop for limited. Like you're gonna want to use the ability sometimes. Where
I'm gonna
this guy
draft.
won't be able to get in, but your big thing will, like your chicken dragon or whatever.
I'm gonna draft Quake Tusk Bear.
This guy giving that haste, whole baby.
I'm gonna draft so many Quake Tusk Boars. That card just looks so good. Alright, Reptilian Recruiter, 5-mana, 4/2 Trample. Don't like those stats. Whenever it enters, choose target creature. If the creature's power is 2 or less, or if you control another lizard, you can control of that creature until end of turn, untap it, and gains haste until end of turn. Oh, it's only till end of turn. I don't like this card.
I hate that this card is 5 mana. If they had made it 3 mana and put it on a 2/2 body, we're speaking. But
or even a 1/1.
This is normally a 3-mana threaten effect.
Yes.
Stapled onto a bad body with a bad drawback. Like,
yeah.
With hoops you have to jump through. That said, it might make it in limited anyway.
If you have a lot of lizards, you better have a lot of lizards. I want to target their best thing, whatever it is.
Or if you just take their biggest
which means this card wins.
Well,
you have to have another lizard in order to get something. Otherwise, they have to be power 2 or less because you're stealing.
Right, but maybe they're about to block this guy with a 2-power anything, right?
With Death Touch, maybe?
Take it and swing in for the... this guy's only got a 2-power 2-butt. He doesn't care whether it's got Death Touch, right?
Oh, yeah. Rough Shot Duo, 3-mana, 3/2 Trample. Whenever you spend 4, target creature you control +++, you can trample till end of turn. Very good limited card.
Yeah, if you're getting to expend 4, he's pretty good. Otherwise, you get the 3-mana, 3/2 Trampler, which is fine and limited.
Exactly. Sazakap's Brew, 2-mana instant, gift a tapped fish. As an additional cost to cast a spell, discard a card. Target player draws 2 cards. If the gift was promised, our creature control also gets +2/+0 until end of turn. This is probably almost never worth the gift unless you're trading with a much better card. So basically, you're turning their whatever good cards into a 1/1 fish.
I love this.
I like discarding a card to draw 2 cards.
The fact that this is an instant is great.
Yes.
Like,
otherwise, it would be unplayable.
Most of the time, you're not going to care about giving your opponent a fish, especially if it's tapped on their turn or otherwise. Because, like, especially on their turn, you do this at the end of their turn, pitch an extra land, give them a fish. Actually, no, you don't even need to give them a fish in that case. But if you're going to swing for lethal regardless, give them a fish. It comes in tapped. You don't care. Buff your guy for lethal. If you do it at the end of your opponent's turn, you don't even have to give them the fish. Just pitch something, draw 2 cards. You've seen this effect a million times. It's pretty playable every time it's printed.
Season of the Bold is 3/2 red sorcery, another one of these seasons. And the reason why it's arguably as good as the black is because it's 5-mana ramp 5, which means next turn you can cast something for 10 mana. Like, you can cast anything in your deck after you cast a spell. That being said, for my ramp spells, I don't want them to cost 5 mana. But in red, you could also, and especially red-green, you could be playing this on turn 3 to set up whatever you want to cast the next turn. It does have other modes. You can pay $2 to exile the top 2 cards of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play those cards. You can do that twice. So you can have 4 cards to play on your next turn when you untap, and maybe a treasure. Or you can pay $3 until the end of your next turn. Whenever you cast a spell, it does 2 damage to one target creature. This is going to happen very rarely by the time you're able to pay 5 mana. Even if you do the 2 and the 5. Go ahead.
I might be skeptical here, but I don't like this card that much.
I think the black one's definitely better.
Yeah, it feels like the best mode on it is just
No.
make 5 treasures and set
Yeah.
up your next turn. But you have to waste 5 mana to do that, and that's rough. That's
mean,
a tough ask.
3
But if you do other
treasures,
things
3
like
treasures and 2
exiling top 2
cards isn't
cards
bad.
is fine. Yeah, it's fine. But again, you have to spend 5 mana and probably wait till you untap next turn to use that stuff too, right? Like,
Well, you're gonna have 3.
it's
Well, tapped. Yeah.
yeah, tapped is brutal.
Yeah.
I don't think this card makes it anywhere. Like, it's probably not even good enough for limited.
If I get them, I'm gonna try them in my treasure deck. But if I just happen to pull them, I'm probably not gonna craft them. All right, Steam Path Charger, 2 mana, 2/1, Offspring 2. When this creature dies, does 1 damage to target player. It is
It's fine.
outlaw.
It's a 2-drop for limited.
It's an outlaw, and it has a death trigger that triggers crimes. That's
Oh, that's
interesting.
true. Yeah, that could be a thing.
Storm Splitter, 3 in a red, 1/4 haste. When you cast an instant sorcery spell, create a token that's a copy of Storm Splitter. I saw that token at the beginning of the next end step. Also, there's 3 Storm cards in this set.
This card is freaking weird. I really want to like
interesting.
it, but at the same time, I feel like the juice isn't worth the squeeze.
Yeah, 4 mana is
Like-
too much for me.
Because all it does is make more of itself. But that said, it's essentially Splinter Twin on a guy. So like all you
That's why
have
it's
to do
called
is
Splinter.
find some way to cantrip a bunch and then just swing with a bunch of guys, right? So I don't know. It's hard to evaluate. I feel like there's going to be some standard deck that's going to break this thing in half and everyone's going to hate it, or it's not going to see any play at all and it feels like there's just going to be no in between there.
And if it does do great, we're going to all say that we ought to know better. We'll cover more ground if I split up is also fun. Sunspline Links, 2 and 2 red for a 5/4. Now we're talking. Players can't gain life. Hello. Damage can't be prevented. Let's go. When it enters, it deals damage to each player equal to the number of non-basic lands that player controls. So if you're mono red, you have all basic lands, unless you're trying to like do some weird stuff like creating tokens. So maybe you take 1 damage, but then you're hopefully playing against somebody who has like all these dual lands, right? But even if
I
not,
love this card, but I think it's a sideboard card because 4 mana is a tough ask for most red decks, unless you're playing big red and you probably don't want this effect because you're probably running another color. But that said, it'd make a really good sideboard card to come in against most things if you know the game's going to go a little bit longer and your plan's going to get disrupted.
I don't know, because the one thing that red definitely doesn't want is them to gain life. I don't know. We'll see. Take out the trash. 200 red instant. Take out the trash deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If you control a raccoon, you may discard a card. If you draw a card. Interesting.
This is good limited removal. Like, I wish it hit players, but if it did, it'd probably be just strictly better lightning strike, so we can't have that. That said, if you're playing raccoons, it's even better. Like
Yep.
that, I think that's just gravy text.
Teapot Slinger, 3 in a red, 3/4. Raccoon Warrior Menace. Whenever you spend 4, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. Very good limited card.
It's fine.
Rewards you for just playing Magic.
You're not going to be able to have too many of these and make good use of them. And
Yeah.
the 3/4 body for 4 is a little rough, but Menace kind of makes up for that. So
But also,
I'd
it's an
call
uncommon,
it like
so
a
you're probably
one
not
of
gonna...
curve topper for your red limited decks.
Yeah, I mean it's uncommon, so you probably won't be able to get more even if not. So it even keeps like new players from accidentally getting too many.
And
That's
that's
interesting.
disappointing because this is one of those cards that's better the more of them you have.
We'll see. Valley Flamecaller, 3 mana, 3/3. If a lizard, mouse, otter, or raccoon you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals damage +1 instead. It doesn't say other,
Cards,
right?
great for limited. Just amazing for limited. It might even make it in constructed in some weird tribal deck with these 4 tribes.
Yeah.
Like, this
Or
card
if
is there
there's-
on rate.
If there's enough good outlaws that are also these, so we've seen some today. It's interesting. So it's like a 3 mana 4/3, really.
That also pumps all of your other damage by 1
Permanents
too.
or players. Yeah. Valley Rally, 2 in a red, instant gift of food. Creature you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. If the gift was promised, target creature you control gets first strike and die in turn. This is like the white one, only it's better because it costs 1 mana less. You don't get the toughness, but it's fine. This also will
You
win
probably
games.
won't want to ever gift the food.
Right.
If you do, you're specifically using this to blow out a combat step rather than kill your opponent. And I feel like in that case, chances are you're using the card wrong.
You're more likely to use the gift of food, I feel like, on defense than on offense.
Yes, in which case you're very much using this card wrong, I think.
War Squeak, 1 red. Enchant creature. When it enters, target creature and opponent controls can't block this turn. It's +1/+1. It has haste. This will turn on all your mouse effects because this does enchanting it does target it. And just telling them that one thing can't block this turn sometimes can blow them out.
This is literally a reprint of Hammer Hand.
Yeah.
It was fine in limited. It's fine now.
Exactly.
It might make it in constructed depending on what you're doing, but it'll probably need its own deck.
I don't think it'll make it instructive, but I think it's better than that other card you just mentioned because of the mouse theme in this set that they want to be targeted by things. Because of Valiant. Just slightly better, just barely better. Whisker Squill Scribe, 2 mana, 2/2, Valiant. When it becomes target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, you may discard a card if you draw a card. Good limited 2-drop. Wildfire.
You probably don't want too many of them because the payoff's not that great, but it's not bad.
Because you have to discard the card before you draw the card? Yeah, fair.
Yes.
Wildfire Howl, 1 and 2 red, gift card. Does 2 damage to each creature, speaking of a red 3 mana Wrath. If the gift was promised, instead deals 1 damage to one target, and then 2 damage to each creature. So you can deal 3 damage to one thing, and 2 damage to everything else if you want to give them a draw card.
This card has 2 modes.
Hard.
Either it's terrible, or it's really good if you can engineer a situation where your deck is all 3 toughness or greater stuff. Because, like, this is just a strictly worse Brotherhood's End, and Brotherhood's End is still going to be in Standard. But in Limited, this might be really good because there's a lot of 2/2s and 3/2s in this format. Like, I'm looking at the screen we're on right now, and I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. So it could be good in Limited just on that merit alone if you don't care whether your littler guys die from it. But this is, like I said, 1 of 2 modes, either terrible or great.
Yep. Backer's Bane Duo. We're on to green. You ready to do green?
Oh, yeah, let's do this.
All right. Backer's Bane Duo is 1 in a green for 2/2. When it enters, create a food token. All right, now we're talking about food deck matters again. Whenever you spend 4, it gets +1/+1 on turn. So you just play in Magic. It's going to be bigger every once in a while. But yeah, it probably won't get constructed in play. But if you are trying to forage, then you want this at least a couple of these in your limited deck.
Yeah, limited. This guy's a 2-drop. Like, it's hard to argue with 2-drops. In constructed, it's just a strictly worse Tough Cookie, and you'll want Tough Cookie much more often.
Bar Knuckle Boxer is a 2 mana 3/2. Whenever you spend 4, he's indestructible till end of turn. So it's more of a beater.
This guy is real good. He's arguably better than the previous one just for the 3rd power, and you get a better expendability on a better base body.
Yep. Bramble Guard Veteran, 1 to green for a Raccoon Warrior 3/4. Whenever you spend 4, raccoons you control get +1/+1 and gain Vigilance on the turn. That's all raccoons. So he's like a
that is a
Raccoon Lord.
great expendability. I love this guy.
Bushy Bodyguard is 2 mana 2/1 Offspring 2, and if the creature enters, you may forage. If you do, put 2+1 cards on it. So do not Offspring if you don't have 2 foods or like 6 cards in your graveyard you're willing to exile. There's no point.
That said, you still could and only sacrifice 1 of them. You don't have to forage. You can have a 2/1 and a 3/3.
You want to pay... Wait, what? If you do, put 2+1 cards on it. Oh. Okay. Fair. Cache Grab. See, that's why I invited BraghDaMan on here, because sometimes he sees things I don't, sometimes I see things he doesn't. Cash Grab, 2 mana instant. Mill 4 cards. You may put a permanent card from among the cards milled this way into your hand. If you control a scroll or return a scroll card to your hand this way, create a food. So this is dig for the best permanent that's in the top 4. These are better than you think they are in limited. And if they're squirrels, and you get the food stuff, and you're foraging, it's even better.
And they're worse than you think they are in constructed.
Oh yeah, no place constructed. Cliff Top Lookout, 2 and a green for a 1/2 Frog Scout Reach. When it enters, reveal target card from the top of your library. Reveal? Oh, your
read
cards
it
from the
wrong.
top of your library until you reveal a land card. So you're digging for the first land. Put that card onto the battlefield tapped, and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. So it's a strictly better might not be the right word. There used to be a 3-mana sorcerer you can go get a land and put it on the battlefield tapped, but then you could choose, right? This is just the first land, but it's any land. Any
I
land.
love this guy. He's good in limited, even though his body's a little bit bad, just because he accelerates you, or at least makes sure you get your land drop for the turn. And in constructed, he can just do things, right? He's your plant dinosaur 4/4 guy that can't attack or block for a while, but with a body that can attack or block before you get to 7 mana.
He's very interesting. Yeah, I like being able to have a chumper on that ability. That's one of the reasons why I don't play the 4-mana battle or whatever, is because you don't get anything to block or anything. So that, yeah, I like that guy too. Curious Forager also, like, he could get, like, you could pull some wild stuff with that. Any land is an interesting thing. It's not any basic, it's any land. Curious Forager, 2 and a green for a 3/2. When it enters, you may forage. I would hope so. It's called Forager. When you do, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Very good limited value card here.
This is Eternal Witness with extra steps, but a better body. It's hard to evaluate. Like,
well, like
want
you
it to
said
be
about
really
the other
good.
card, it's a signpost uncommon for forage, right? In green.
Yes, for sure. Yes. If
Druid,
you got enough forage stuff, this guy's pretty good.
Druid of the Spade is a 2 and a green for a 2/3, but not really. As long as you control a token, it gets +2/+0 and it has trample, and you should always, you know, if you built your deck right by turn 3, you should probably have at least a food token, or maybe an offspring token. So it should be a 4/3 trample most of the time in limited.
I feel like this guy's going to be even better in constructed than he is in limited too. Like, he might just be
really?
an all-star at common. Yeah.
Wow. What deck does he go into?
A 4/3 for 3. Like, well, it's tough because, like, you can build the value. Actually, words. I feel like he might go in the same place as the tough cookies, the cookie decks, right? Because you're going to have a bunch of artifacts, you're going to be making food, you're going to be possibly making treasures and that sort of thing. So, like, more often than not, he's going to be a 4/3 for 3. But that said, that might not be good enough now that I think about it.
Yeah,
So,
I think a 4/3
I
for
don't
3
know.
with trample that, like, doesn't always, like, I don't think so, but I could be wrong. I'd be happy to prove wrong. Then moving on, 3 and 2 green, Fecund green gel, reach 4/6, big booty. As long as you control 10 or more lands, creatures you control get +2/+2. Whenever this card or another creature you control with toughness greater than its power enters, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it onto the battlefield tapped, otherwise put it into your hand. So if you're playing a deck of big booties, you get to draw a card every turn as long as this card's on the battlefield, and when you play this card. That's interesting. That's incentivizing those big booty decks that don't get to play it very often. Don't worry about the 10 land thing. You're not going to be able to do that most of the time. Because if you're already playing ramp, then you're not going to play this card.
Yeah, I want to like this guy, but at the same time, I feel like he's too slow for what he wants to do.
He's good in limited though. A 5-mana 4/6 draw a card for each when I'm playing that card in limited.
It depends on,
Because of the reach.
like, it's fine for rate, but I feel like if you've got anything that's got a bigger butt than power, that's where this guy is going to shine. Otherwise, he's just kind of
I think most of the frogs do, so it might be really good in the frog deck especially. For the common goods, the green XX spell, sorcery, create X tokens that are copies of target token you control. Then tokens you control get indestructible until your next turn. You gain 1 life for each token you control. If this was an instant, we would be talking. So you pay 3 mana to copy something that's already a token. You can't copy anything. It has to be a token. But then all your tokens get indestructible.
Why would you want that at sorcery speed? This card
That's the
seems
problem.
terrible.
Yeah, because the sorcery speed is bad. Alright, this is the card I was talking about before. Galewind Moose, 4 green, flash, vigilant, reach, trample, 6/6. I kid you not, Brog. People are comparing this to Wandering Emperor. Wandering Emperor is leaving the format, and people are saying this is kind of like the new Wandering Emperor. Because it has flash, it's just going to jump in and get you. because it can block everything and anything.
I see that. Like, I get the flash blocker thing, but like, if you're holding up 6 mana in any sort of green deck, your red flags should be going off in your opponent's head. Like, that's just silliness.
I mean,
like,
they could think you're flooding.
This guy is going to get some people, but like, I think the thing that hurts this card is that it doesn't have haste. Like,
Okay.
you want to slam this guy on your turn and get in that turn.
It has pseudo haste because you can play at the end of their turn for flash, right?
Yeah, but that means you have to do nothing on your turn 6 to flash this guy at the end of your opponent's turn 6 when who knows what they could have done to you in the meantime.
Interesting.
And yeah, you might get him in combat, but if they've got anything else to beat you, you might just be screwed.
In limited, All-Star Bomb, though. Draft highly.
Yes, 100%.
Hazard Root Herbalist, 2 and a green, 1/4. Whenever you attack, target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. If that creature is a token, it also gains Death Touch until end of turn. I love giving tokens Death Touch. Whenever you attack, so this thing doesn't have to attack. It's just if you're attacking, you can give a creature a +1/+0, and if it's a token, you give Death Touch. I kind of like this guy, especially for limited.
I do too. After seeing the previous colors and seeing how few things have 4 power in this entire set,
yeah,
I feel like this guy's going to do a lot of work just sitting back on defense and just triggering for you when you attack with other things or flyers.
Works really well with the turtle too.
Yeah.
Heaped Harvest, 2 and a green, which could get past. This turtle could get past to you. People don't want to draft these kind of cards and play this kind of deck. Heaped Harvest, 2 and a green. When it enters and when you sacrifice it, you may search your library for a basic land card. Put it onto the battlefield, tap, and shuffle. So you get 2 lands off of this card. This is good.
Ooh.
And it's a food.
On a food, though?
And it's a food.
I just wish it didn't cost 3, but that'd be too good.
But you
this
also get it when
places.
it leaves. Yes.
It's weird.
I'm playing this in Cinnamon Cookies too.
It.
I'm playing this in Cinnamon Cookies too. I'm playing this and another card I'll talk about later. I'm gonna try it at least. High Stride.
In limited, you might not want this card. I'm not sure.
It's
tough to gauge a 3-drop that doesn't affect the board.
I mean, it fixes your mana though. You can go get your splash color land.
Yeah, it depends on how you build your deck or what you.
Also,
draft,
if you have any of these doubles, you probably want to play it. But we'll see. We'll see. High Stride is 1 green for an instant. Target creature is +1/+3 gains reach until end of turn. Untap it. Untap it makes this card so much better to me. This will blow out people.
I like it. I just wish it was more than +1/+3. If they just like gave us giant growth with a little bit of upside, then we'd be talking for sure.
I mean,
that said, I think this is fine.
I mean, they gave us giant growth. It doesn't need to have upside. They gave us giant growth. It's in the set.
I think
it might be part of the.
Let me have this.
I think it might be part of the bonus sheet, but it's draft. Well, it's in sealed decks at least because they played it in the pre-release. I was like, what? Like, yeah. Also, one last thing on Heaped Harvest. It is a food, so you can forage it.
That's a thing, and you're still sacrificing it too.
Yep. High Spine Wolverine is a 5 mana, 5/4 elemental Wolverine.
How about those creature types?
They don't matter in the set, unfortunately. They're bad creatures
at all, but they're cool.
When it enters, choose 1. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It could be this one because it entered. This creature fights target creature token. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. I'm still on it though, because like you're gonna use one of those modes if nothing else.
Yes.
This is a limited
bomb. I
bomb.
Loved your reaction.
This is a limited
you're
bomb.
Reading it and you got to the word token and lost it, and that is exactly my thoughts reading it too.
Unfortunately, the red one's better because even if you get the counter on this, it's a 6/5, so it still only trades with the 5 mana hasty red one.
Yeah, but at the same time, a 5 mana 5/4 is a good body that also comes with a disenchant stapled on.
Right, and there's classes in this set, so that matters. You're gonna be
if your opponent made the mistake of pumping all that mana into one of these classes, only to get blown the heck out by this guy, are you gonna feel good?
And there are gonna be times where you want to fight that offspring, for sure. Honored Drailer, yeah, this is a good card. This is a good card. You're gonna draft this over your rare sometimes. I don't think it goes anywhere in constructed though. Honored Drailer, 2 and a green for 1/1 trample. Whenever it enters, put a +1/+1 counter on it for each other squirrel and or food you control. other scroll or food. Whenever another scroll or food you control enters the Pokemon counter on it, you have to have just the right deck limited to play this card, and nowhere else. So you better hope you have a lot of squirrels and the food matters stuff.
This feels like a constructed card. Like you build a squirrel deck from this set. It feels like it's trying to enable
Well, then
its own
it's a commander
standard
card
deck.
then. No. It's a commander card then. Hunter Talent, 1 and a green. There's just not enough squirrels in this set. Maybe in
Well, you don't need just
others.
squirrels. It also counts food too, right?
I'm not putting in my food matters deck. It's too slow. I think it's too slow. And at 3 mana, like I don't like it where it would fit on the curve or anything. But I could be wrong. Hunter's Talent, 1 and a green. When it enters, target creature you control deals damage equal to its power. Target creature you don't control. You would play this card if that was it. If it was a 2 mana sorcery that did that, you'd play this card. You could choose to level up later. Whenever you attack, target creature you control gets +1/+0 and trample. Very important because lots of times that's what gets you in these big green decks.
Pretty good for limited and for constructed, actually.
Yep, 3 and a green. At the beginning of your end step, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, draw a card. Also relevant in all formats. You won't always level this up in constructed, but this is a good card. You play.
Yeah,
you won't always
in
play it in constructed.
You're going to level this once at most.
You might not even
2
play
mana
it.
remove something is fine.
But
Like,
it's sorcery speed, so you still might not play in constructed.
But yeah, you're right. But there's an off chance, I still think. Like, the value is there.
Yeah. Innkeeper's Talent, 1 and a green. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. This can see constructed life just for that. It's already fight rigging without the free card.
Wait, what?
1 and a green. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put +1/+1 counter on target creature you control.
Why would they reprint the white? What?
Yeah, only that was a creature and it's easier to get rid of. 1 green. Permanents you control with counters on them have ward 1. So all those creatures you've been putting counters on, now they're harder to get rid of. And if you ever do 3 and a green to level it up, if you would put 1 or more counters on a permanent or player, poison counters, put twice that many of each of those counters on that permanent or player instead. Beginning of your turn, put +1 counter on target creature you control. Targeting your creature in this way does turn on poison too, doesn't it?
You mean Valiant?
No, I mean poison.
Poison?
The
you mean
poison
the one?
guy. Whenever you target
no,
one of your
that's
guys.
Spells.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
This card seems absurd, though.
Yeah,
it's a cheaper fight rigging, or the Luminarch Aspirant. That's the card I was thinking of. This is freaking Luminarch Aspirant without the body, so it's harder to kill.
Yep.
And then you can pay 1 more into it to protect all the guys that it's putting counters on for your return.
Yeah, you play this
all
everywhere.
All you need is creatures in your deck.
You play this everywhere, and also, it's going to be annoying. You're going to lose it, but it's not going to have to be banned. This is a card that we're going to be complaining about for 3 years, is it now? Yeah.
Yeah.
Keen-Eyed Curator, 2 mana, 3/3. Okay.
Love
2
that.
mana, 3/3. Raccoon Scout. As long as there are 4 or more card types among cards exiled with Keen-Eyed Curator, it gets +4/+4 and has Trample. 1 mana, exile target card from a graveyard.
This card is a constructed all-star waiting to happen. Holy monkey.
It's an everywhere all-star.
Yeah, this card is amazing.
Oh, you drafted that limited deck to reanimate your thing? Well, you're not going to get to reanimate it. Oh my goodness.
You don't even have to play multiple card types to get this thing's ability. You just have to exile them from your opponent's graveyard while they're trying to do nonsense with them.
Or, yeah, I mean, even if you never get the +4/+4 and Trample, it's still a 2 mana 3/3 that you're disrupting their plans with. Even if there's nothing else. Oh my goodness.
Jeez, I love it.
Yeah, this is, and it's not legendary or anything. You play this everywhere. Longstalk Brawler, 1 green, gives you tap fish. Sorcery, choose target creature you control and target creature you don't control. Put a +1/+1 counter on the creature you control. If the gift was promised, then those creatures fight each other. Very good limited removal.
Yeah, I think 1 mana sorcery is about the right cost for this kind of effect. It sucks that it's a sorcery and not an instant,
That being
considering you
said,
also have to have a creature that survives the resolution of this effect. But that being said, I think it's still worth it for just 1 mana.
that being said, this is copies 5 through 8 in Obliterator Fight Club.
Oh, yeah, it is.
The 1 mana fight spell.
Yep.
Oh my goodness! Get your exile stuff ready for Obliterator. All right, Bloomburrow, Fellow of the Woods is a mythic 6-drop, Vigilance Reach. Bloomburrow, power and toughness are equal to the number of lands you control. When it enters, mill 4 cards and return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Thank goodness that the new competitive lands are rotating before this happens. But
Oof.
I still think I would rather have the uncommon over this in limited.
It's still good. Like, if you get to 6 mana in limited, chances are you have 6 lands. And this guy's going to be a 6/6 for 6 with Vigilance and Reach. And it's going to get you more lands to cast whatever ridiculous nonsense is still in your hand.
Possibly. Also,
and make itself bigger in the process.
Send some milkshakes to your art in case you have any, if you're green-black, you have any reanimation stuff. Miss Breath Elder, 1 mana, 2/2.
Now
2
we're
mana,
talking.
3/3. 2 mana, 3/3, and a 1 mana, 2/2. But guess what? It gets bigger. Frog Warrior, at the beginning of your upkeep, return another creature you control to its owner's hand. So not it. You return one of your other creatures. You have to return one of your other creatures if you have it. Note that, chat. If you do, you put a +1/+1 counter on this. Now it's a 1 mana, 3/3. Okay, well, turn 2, you probably won't have another
Otherwise, you can choose to bounce this anyway. Why
you
would
may. You may. Because it's a frog and it likes to hop. But, well, you know why you would? Although, no, we didn't see any. You know what, though? It doesn't matter. Because there are some people, especially in budget decks, in Best of 1, that still play the white enchantments that are just arrest effects. Especially in like Best of 1 on Arena. You can bounce this back and get rid of their arrest effect. But I don't think I saw any.
That might. Well, that might be worth it. But like this guy's a 1 mana 2/2 in green. Like, it's hard to argue with that.
And as soon as you get to play anything else, it becomes a 3/3. Well, the next turn.
This actually plays really nice with the Experiment 1 guy that I think might be rotating. I don't know what set he's out of. The oil counter guy.
Oil's not rotating. Oil's not rotating.
Oh,
That's why I built that American deck the way I did. That's why that red enchantment isn't rotating.
This guy plays well with that guy, as well as the Sharp-Eyed Rookie and the other like mono green stuff. Because like you play this guy instead of your 1/1 that gets bigger. Watch this guy get bigger from bouncing your stuff and making those other guys bigger when they come in, right? I like him.
Yeah. And also, like, any ETB triggers, any deck you want to build, it's instantly way easier to do now. It's a 1-drop.
Going down on board presence during your upkeep is a little rough, though. Like, that's going to be tough to come back from just for a 1 mana 2/2.
It depends, because let's say that's the plan of your deck. What if whatever you're trying to do, it's all about your ETB triggers? Because we've had those kind of decks before. Not recently, but in the past standards, that's why blinking became a big deal. Because we had decks that all they cared about was ETB, and they wanted all the blue pound spells they could get or whatever. And that's why they played blue. All the times they didn't want to play blue. Now, if we can get an ETB Matters deck, you don't even have to play this on 1. You know what I mean? You can play this on 4 or 5 whenever you're bouncing the 3 mana ETB one that matters. Like the especially like say you're up against tokens and you have one of those 3 mana creatures that exile the thing with ETBs. But now it's just a 2/2 now that it did the thing, but they exile the token. So they won't get the card back when you bounce it. Something like that. I don't know. It'd be interesting. Overprotect.
I feel like go ahead. I'm gonna stop.
Yeah. Overprotect is a 1 green instant. Target you control gets +3/+8, gains trample, hexproof, indestructible. Partridge in a pear tree.
Do not collect 2 mana.
Do not collect 200 gold. You know, it does everything. You get everything. Yeah, it costs 2 mana.
I hate that it costs 2 mana. That's too much for this effect.
Not at +3/+3, especially not unlimited.
In limited, it's fine for like a 23rd, 24th card. But
You
I
want
think
more
that's
of
as
these
far as it
cards to
goes.
cost 1 mana in standard?
Yes.
Poison is already no. I'm already losing to poison with the ones they have. They
It
don't
doesn't
need anymore.
Oh, it does say hexproof.
Yes, hexproof and indestructible.
The problem is, though, other decks than poison need this kind of effect more than poison does.
Yeah, well, this needs to be the counter to wraths, right? Especially if you're playing mid range and you're only playing 1 or 2 creatures, and you're trying to protect them. But like those, lots of times that's like doesn't work anyway. So this could no, because it's indestructible. It's not. It won't keep them from exiling it with the Sunfall. So whatever.
The problem with this card is the decks that want this effect want to hold up less mana than that so they can also add to the board at the same time or attack and threaten other things.
Listen, we all want our
like
cake.
Gonna eat your whole turn most of the time, and sometimes still get blown out anyways because it costs so much.
You get trampled too for whatever that's worth. It's great and limited, amazing and limited.
Amazing and limited, I think, is a one of
I mean, if you're a mice, you draft all the ones you can get, I think. Paw Patch Formation. 2 mana, instant, choose 1. Destroy target creature with flying. Destroy target enchantment, which there's a lot of those classes in the set. Draw a card and create a blue token.
I think this card's main deckable.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's almost premium removal, and if it's not, the floor is cantrip and make a food.
Yeah. Especially if you're in the Food Matters deck. Paw Patch Recruit is a 1 mana 2/1. Offspring 2, trample. Whenever creature you control becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls. But +1/+1 counter on target creature you control other than that creature. So you try to remove one of my guys, one of my other guys is going to get bigger.
I love this guy. For constructed and otherwise. Like, putting a counter on something else when he gets cut down is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah.
And if you draw him late, he's not completely a dead 1-drop, right? You can at least offspring him, and then your opponent has double trouble when they try to cut down one of them.
Yeah. We'll see if they can find a home. Peerless Recycling. 2 mana instant, give a card. Return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. If the gift was promised, instead return 2 permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. We've seen this before. A lot of times you're not going to want to get the gift. You just get your best thing back out of the graveyard for 2 mana into their turn. Then you can cast it on your next turn. Pretty good card. And limited.
Yeah, at most it's a one of, though. I don't think you play more than one of this or they end up dead more often than not.
Fair. 4 mana instant Polywallop. Spell costs 1 less to cast for each frog you control, so creatures cost 1 green. Target creature you control deals damage equal to twice its power to target creature you don't control. If you're paying 4 mana for this, is bad.
Speed.
Yes, even at instant speed though, if you're paying 4 mana, it's bad. Anything less than 4 mana though, it's these. Doubling power, shoot.
This is a good payoff for running frogs. Not necessarily bounce.
That's not.
Because if you
What
bounce
is this
frog,
coming
you're
from?
probably gonna get run over. But like
That.
this guy.
Oh. Thank you so much for the raid. I was like, where's that noise coming from? Hi, Neon. How you doing? It's great to see you. Thank you for the
What up,
raid.
Raiders?
Hi, Neon. I don't remember my own alerts. Hi, I'm D Tigertron. You can call me Tiger. I'm a variety streamer. I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 8 p.m. Eastern to 11 p.m. Eastern. Non-binary, so they, them. I have a friend on the call who goes by BraghDaMan, who's our mod in chat. And we are checking out Bloomburrow because this is the most amazing Magic the Gathering set I've seen since the food set. I really like the food set, and I really like this set. We are most of the way done. It is after 11, if you noticed. We're trying to get through it tonight. We might not. If we don't, we're going to come back Wednesday. Right now, we're going strong, and we're really enjoying it. Oh, hi.
If you notice, we are in green, and we are not even halfway down the page on Scryfall.
To be fair, we don't go all the way down the page, because on this page there is also all the alternate arts and stuff. So we're probably further than
that's
you think we
reassuring.
are. But we still have all the artifacts and multicolors to go. I do know we did white, blue, red, and black, right? So yeah, this is the last monocolor.
This is the last color, yeah.
We'll just have the dual colors and the artifacts. So we might be able to get through it tonight if I can keep up the energy. I know you normally stay up later than I do. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, welcome in. Thanks for the raid. If you have to go through stream, go relax. Everybody hydrate. And thanks so much for coming in and checking me out. Follows are anonymous. It might show an alert that you follow, but it won't shout out your name in case you just want to lurk. We respect that here. All right, so we were talking about Poliwhups, so right? It's a little overcosted if it's 4 mana, but if you're in the Frogs decks, and even then, like, you're gonna play it sometimes.
I feel
just
like
the 5 mana removals, right?
It's going to be a little bit of a hot take, but I think this is actually the best payoff for being in Frogs.
I don't think that's a hot take at all. It does only target one creature you control, right? Deals double damage equal twice power. Target creature you don't.
Yeah, but it's twice their power, so like.
But I mean, if all your frogs are 1 or 2
power dork, then it's still going to do something, and the bigger you get. Well, maybe not actually, because a lot of the frogs are like 1 power dorks, so maybe not.
Anyway, Rust Shield Rampager is 3 and a green for a 4/4 with Offspring 2. So now you're talking about paying 6 mana for the Offspring on this one. This creature can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. I'm never paying for this Offspring unless I have literally nothing else to do.
Yeah, if you draw this on turn 6 and have nothing else to do, then you Offspring it. Otherwise, you're just playing this as a 4/4. That said, it's pretty good for limited. I want to go back and say I love the name Poliwallop.
Yes. Sharpshooter. We're going to go a little quick, by the way, Raiders in chat. It's late. I've already gone late over the stream. My voice is losing. We're trying to go fast. Sharpshooter. It's a 1 green 4/4. So once again, green, all these powers over their mana costs. Green seems very powerful. Green seems very powerful. It's about
I
just for
love
beats.
the green in this set. It seems like the most powerful color in this set so far.
Raccoon Archer, gift a card, reach. When it enters, if the gift was promised, destroy target artifact or enchantment upon controls. So, like, if that thing is bothering me, you can draw a card instead. Otherwise, you don't have to draw a card.
I feel like a 3 mana 4/4 in Constructed is fine. In Limited, this card is great.
Yeah, this is a bomb in Limited.
You're going to love this guy. You're going to gift the card a lot. You're going to blow something up, and chances are your opponent won't be able to replace it.
And at least he'll probably see some constructed sideboard play.
I agree.
Season of Gathering is 4 and 2 green. So this is the last of the seasons. It's one of the more expensive ones. The blue one also costs 6 mana. Just a second. I have to go ban a person. Can I do this in here? I cannot do this in here. Streaming, Twitch. My channel, you get to see how I do this. My channel, you get to see mod. Oh, we don't want to hear myself though. Oh, you get to see mod. Oh, mute. Right click. Ban. Bye bot. Bye bots. No bots. No bots, please. All right. So yeah, I'll
way faster than I am at that.
Real quick, also about Sharpshooter is like you won't just bring it in for artifact enchantment hate. You also bring it in for aggro if your deck's a little slower to slow down amount of red. Season of Gathering.
Yeah. It's a 3 mana 4/4 that can block.
Yep. Once again, it's a 6 mana sorcery. You get 5 of these paws, which is kind of like dollars for new people in chat, and they go away as soon as this card is done being played. So it's a modal card that you have like even more options than normal. And the way that they're showing you those options is that they're giving you a resource, think of it like energy or something like that, but it goes away as soon as the card is resolved. So you can't store the energy like energy you could. All right, for $5, so you can get 5 of these ones. Put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control against Vigilance and Trample until end of turn. Or you can spend $2, choose Artifact or Enchantment, destroy all permanents of the chosen site. So you destroy all enchantments. Or if you paid $4, you destroy all artifacts and all enchantments. So this could see sideboard play just for that, I think. And then you have $1 left over to put a counter on something. Or you can pay $3, draw cards equal to the greatest power among creatures you control. So if you have one of these green 4/4s unlimited, you can pay $3, draw 4 cards, and then $2 to blow up all of your... it's not just your opponents, it's yours too. Just remember that. If you're blowing up all the enchantments, it's all the enchantments, or all the artifacts. Or you could do the 3, draw 4 cards, and then put 2 counters in 2 different things. Which is, if I have to play this unlimited, probably that's why I'm doing. I think I might be willing to play this unlimited just because it's so modal. What do you think?
I hate this card for constructed, but in limited, yeah, the 3-paw effect and then putting a couple counters on something is fine.
Also, if you just put 5 counters on one dude to make it, 5 stronger, let's say you put on one of these 4/4s, make it a 9/9, and this turn has vigilance and trample, you might win the game that way.
Bear in mind that also doesn't target. It just puts them there. So
which makes it worse because you can't target your mouse.
Kind of, yeah. You can't target your Valiant guys, but what it can do is work as a pseudo overrun effect. You pay 6 mana to give 5 guys +1/+1 vigilance and trample. That's not terrible.
And it means they can block on the crackbacks because they have vigilance. Yeah, I'll definitely play this unlimited.
2 crackback.
I'm not going to draft it highly or be excited to draft it highly, but I'll play this unlimited. Sticky Tongue Sentinel. Look at that art. It's a 3/3 frog. It's the biggest frog we've seen so far.
I love him.
Reach. When it enters, return up to one other target permanent you control to its owner's hands. So you have to go down a board presence. Yeah. It is any permanent, so you can just do like a food token that you're not using or something, hopefully.
It could be good for the Frogs Matter theme in this set,
right. If it's the 2 mana,
feels bad anyway though.
If it's the 2 mana when ATBs discard a card, draw a card, that could be good. It could be helpful. Stocking the Pantry. Don't play anywhere other than limited. Stocking the Pantry, 1 green. Whenever you put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on a creature you control, put a supply counter on Stocking the Party. This feels like it should be in the Lord of the Rings set. 2 mana, remove a supply counter from Stocking the Pantry. Draw a card. Okay, wait. Whenever you put 1 or more +1/+1 counters, we've seen a lot of +1/+1 counters so far. That's definitely a sub theme that we haven't, thought to talk about, but we've seen a lot of that, and especially in green so far. Whenever you put one of these +1/+1 counters on a creature you control, you get a supply counter, and then you can pay 2 and remove a supply counter to draw a card.
I like this thing.
I do too, as long as your deck has enough things to put +1/+1 counters on it. Don't just run this and that 1 6 mana card, because you have to have both of them, and you have to have the other one go off while this one's in play. Otherwise, this thing's not doing anything for you. If you don't have enough things to do counters.
If you play this in limited on 1 when you didn't really have anything else to do on 1, and you get 1 card drawn off this, you're in pretty good shape.
It works really well.
That was just a resource that you just weren't going to have before.
It works really well with that 2 mana enchantment that you put a +1 counter on something every turn.
Yeah.
Can you imagine getting this and that card?
You just pay 2 mana, draw a card every turn with that thing.
It also works really well with the next card. Go ahead.
And the one after it.
Okay. Was that what you were going to say?
No, go on.
Sunshower Druid, 1 mana, green, 0/2. When it enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, which means this could be a 1 mana 1/3, which means it'll block for days, and you gain a life.
This guy's pretty good for a common, real good.
In limited. Tender,
you might make it a constructed even for that stat line, honestly.
I don't know. I think there's better things you could probably be doing. But you could be right.
But he might also make it as extra copies.
You could be right. And also, maybe just early on while aggro is all the thing. You know what I mean? It could be a little bit of a cheat code to just get past all the aggro decks. I could see it being a thing for a little while.
He almost stonewalls mono red in those first couple turns.
Yeah. Tender Wild Guide is a 2 mana 2/2 Offspring 2. This is one you want to pay the Offspring for if you can, because it's a mana dork. So now you get 2 mana dorks. Also, you can just tap it to make it bigger.
Or you don't need the tap mana. Yeah, make it bigger, and then that also puts a counter on the Pantry, and then you could pay 2 mana, which you just got access to with 2 of these guys, to draw a card.
So, +1/+1 counters is definitely a sub-theme to pay attention to. in your limited decks.
That seems like
Thorn-
the most powerful synergy in this set thus far, too.
It didn't hurt that we saw them all in a row. Thornvault Forager. Oh, look, we're almost to the gold cards. I think we're going to do it. I don't know how late we're going to stay up, but I think we can get it done. Thornvault Forager is one in the green for another mana dork. Attached for only green, though. Forage, though, you can have 2 manas in any combination of colors. So if you can forage, you're talking about serious ramp here. And then 3 in a green, tap, search your library for a squirrel card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. That will probably only be relevant in other formats like Commander or something, unless we see
Historic.
an amazing squirrel in the future. But
This
is
guy
a really good mana dork.
enables a super combo in Historic real well.
But we're not here to talk about Historic, so 3-tree Root Weaver, 2 mana, 1/3, and 1 mana every color. By the way, all these mana dorks, you play them in your limited deck if you have something really good to ramp to, or you don't have enough 2-drops. Most of the time, you're going to end up playing them because they're cheap creatures that can block in the early game. But don't draft them super highly unless you're already have a plan. Because this is a Mole Druid right here, right? Like, it doesn't work on anything else in the set. It's just a 1/3 mana dork. If you're trying to, but if you got a bomb, if you have 5 mana, 6 mana thing, maybe that 6 mana thing that flash, flash, trample, reach, all the keywords, then you would draft this slightly higher. Or if you're 3 colors, these ones that tap for any color, they get a higher priority than some other cards. 3-tree Scribe, 2 mana, 2/3, another big butt. Whenever 3-tree Scribe or another creature you control leaves the battlefield without dying, put +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. So this works with 3 different cards in the set, right? That turtle that likes big butts. Whenever another creature you control leaves the battlefield without dying, so the bounce themes, it gets counters, and those counters help with that counter set theme, right? So this is the green. We've just said that we've been finding different uncommon monocolor signposts and commons, right? This is the one for 3 different decks.
If you've got a 1-drop on the field in your limited deck, and you're bouncing that for value with this guy, absolutely, I think it's great. That said, this guy's still a 2 mana 2/3 that has potential other upside, so you play him in your limited deck regardless.
Sean,
But
you play. Wait, whenever. Okay. On turn 2, you either play this guy or the 2 mana, draw a card, discard a card, okay? On turn 3, you play the other one, and that 1-drop that bounces the thing on upkeep. And now you just have a cycle.
the problem is you're never getting ahead on board that way. Yes, your guys are getting bigger, but
I mean, a lot bigger. This guy is going to be growing, and the 1 mana 2/2 is going to be growing every turn, and you're drawing cards, discarding card every turn, so you're filtering through your deck. I think it's a hell of an engine. I hope I get to draft that, but also you'd have to have all 3 pieces at the same time. So it's definitely Magical Christmas Land, but also,
I do like it
every turn.
I just
Wait,
don't
is this
feel
good
like the
enough for
bouncing
construction?
guys to your hand theme makes this worth it. I think if you're blinking them, he's amazing.
Battlefield without dying. Yeah, but then you don't have the 1 mana 2/2 game deck. But yeah. But then you don't need that specific card. Then you can have just other good cards, right? You're probably right. Tree Guard Duo. Also, phasing out, right? Phasing out is good. Good means you get to play good cards. And it's popular right now, right?
Phasing doesn't make them leave.
Oh, it doesn't? Okay.
No,
Good
they just
to know.
temporarily cease to exist. It's weird.
Tree Guard Duo, 3 and a green for a 3/4. Whenever a Tree Guard Duo enters until end of turn, dark creature control gains Vigilance and gets +5/+X versus the number of creatures you control. So you get to make one thing big for a turn and Vigilance, which means you can block next turn. Decent limited
This
card.
guy's fine. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like it.
Fine. And also notice that it's a frog rabbit, not because it's one thing that are both those things, but it's like a team up thing, right? It's like when the legends teamed up, now they're doing it with non-legends, which I think is cool. I think it's a
team
really
up
cool
the creature
design.
types for synergy in those colors.
Yeah, I think it's a really cool design space. I love that. Treetop Sentries, 3 and a green for 2/4 reach. When it enters, you may forage. If you do, draw a card. I don't like this card.
Or another one out for Giant Spider. Holy monkey.
Yeah, but I'm not because it's Giant Spider in today's standard. It's not good enough. Valley Night
Oh, in
Caller.
standard, it's terrible.
Or I mean,
in
limited. Even.
you probably play this as a one of like 4-drop curve topper.
If you don't have
like
reach or
a
flying
4-mana
blockers.
2/4 that draws a card when it comes in is not nothing.
I mean, it won't always draw the card, but it does have reach, so maybe 26 card, maybe. If you don't have enough flyers or can't deal with flyers. Valley Night Caller, 1 green, 1/1 trample. Whenever another frog, rabbit, raccoon, or squirrel you control enters, the +1/+1 counter on Valley Night Caller. So this is like the 1-mana 2-drop, but it's only a 1-drop.
This is Champion of the Perished, but with more creature types that it likes. This guy's good.
Wear down, 1 and green, sorcery, gift a card, destroy target artifact or enchantment. You have to gift his promise. Instead, destroy 2 artifacts or enchantments. This is one of the times that this choice is going to show how good of a player you are and your opponent are. I love these kind of decisions. Good sideboard card.
I do not like this card, though. Sorcery kills it, and gifting a card to destroy an artifact or enchantment does not seem worth it 90% of the time to me.
Oh, the card that exiles is still standard legal, right? If you can play black, you can target anything black for 4 mana, basically. Yeah, that's still going to be legal. So yeah, this card is not going to see the life of day, especially while that card hasn't rotated. Maybe after the next rotation next year. I don't know. The ability to possibly hit 2 things, it's not as good as that other card, but I could see it eventually. We'll see. But definitely limited sideboard. All right, you ready to do cold cards? Or you need a break?
I could use a break, actually.
All right, 5 minutes. Do you think 5 minutes will work?
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, fam, that's a good idea too. I probably need the restroom. We will see you in 5 minutes. BRB. Fam, make sure you go follow Neon Saline. I gave them a shout out in chat. I'm sorry, Neon, that I didn't do that earlier. You're the first time I've ever rated. Thanks again for the raid. Definitely go follow them. They are amazing.
I'm back if you are. I don't know how far behind the stream I am.
Welcome back, chat. Neon Saline was in the same game with Russell Hassan as Priceless was, who I mentioned earlier. They're a great role player, great streamer. I've hung out in their chat a few times. Just a great overall person too. Follow them on Twitter also. Every time they tweet something, I'm like, yes, yes, that, yes. So go support them. They are amazing. I'm sorry I forgot to shout you out earlier. You were the first time I was ever rated. Yeah. That's also probably why I didn't realize what the sounds were. All right, BraghDaMan, are you ready to do the gold cards?
I am ready indeed.
All right, Alania, Divergent Storm is the first one. Wow, another storm card. 3 blue, red. Whenever you cast a spell, if it's the first instant spell, the first sorcery spell, or the first otter spell, other than Alania, you cast this turn, you may have target opponent draw a card. If you do, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. This is the long way of saying, you know, well, I guess you can't say gift a card like you did the other ways, because then that's just casting a spell. You do gift card, but still feels like they could have done
this card
this.
is terrible.
They could have worded this better. Okay.
Don't play this card ever.
Correct. Balin the Haymaker, green, red, white, 4/3. Tap 2 untapped tokens you control, and 1 mana of any color. Tap 3 untapped tokens you control, draw a card. Tap 4 untapped tokens you control, put 3+1 cards on Balin the Haymaker against trample until end of turn. This card you should try to play if you can.
I want this to have a home in Constructed somewhere. Like, this thing just seems fun. It seems really good. It plays really well with the 1-drops that came out in the last couple sets that make tokens when they come in. There's also a bunch of new 1-drops in this set that make tokens when they come in. Like, I want this card to be amazing, and like tapping that dumb equipment from the 1 enchantment and like a random clue or something that you're not otherwise going to use for mana just seems like good value in and of itself. Like,
yeah,
this guy may not be that great on the face of it. Like 3 mana 4/3 is pretty good for rate, but like,
yeah,
the real thing is if you can tap 3 tokens to draw a card, especially if they're tokens that you'd otherwise sacrifice for their effect.
Yeah, if you are playing 2 of these colors in limited, I think you should try to play the 4th one. Like we said, 4 toughness is an important stat that we found in this set, and a lot of them are even 2 4s. So I think this trades up very easily. There are 2 mana 3/2, so just watch out for those. But also, like, if you have any number of tokens, this fixes your mana while it's out also. So,
or gives you other really good value.
Yes, so definitely, if you are in 2 of these colors, consider splashing for this card. I think it's that good. Obviously, it's meant to be a commander, and if I played that format, I would give it a try, but I don't play that format. Borrower, Guard, Mentor, Green, White, Trample. Its power and toughness are each equal to the number of creatures you control. Those creatures can be token. This is meant to be like a finisher in the token deck. It goes along with another rabbit in a former set that gets big as a amount of other creatures you control, and very importantly, it has trample. So this will see people trying to play it. You also play it in constructed because it's just gonna, in limited also because there can be board stalls where this ends up being the biggest thing. You play this everywhere.
Yeah, this guy is almost a worse Regal Bunnycorn, and Bunnycorn's not seeing much play right now.
That's the card I was talking about.
But I think the trample makes it about even.
I think that
like
green white
there's a lot
tokens
of treasures, clues, and stuff that your Bunnycorn gets bigger from that this guy won't.
Okay.
But the trample, I think, is what might push it over the edge.
I also think green white tokens needed rotation happen to possibly be a thing. It still might not. I feel like the best token generator that even has white is blue white. It's the battle, so it still might not be a thing. We'll have to see. Camellia the Seed Miser is nice. 1 black green menace. Other squirrels you control have menace. Whenever you sacrifice one or more foods, create a 1/1 green squirrel creature token. 2 forward to a +1 counter on each other squirrel you control. If the food deck is a thing, this goes in it. Does not make the food deck a thing on its own, but it's another.
This card
piece.
just seems great. In limited, it's fantastic because it's like
Yes.
a 3/3 menace for 3. It gives its own tokens menace, if nothing else, and it's got its own built-in enabler right on it. Like it's everything you want out of a signpost card, even if it's on rare.
Just
like,
remember that the counters
fantastic.
go on other squirrels. They don't get the counters. The only unfortunate part about it. But yeah, it's a good card. I'm just like I want this to be constructed playable because I want it to make the food deck a thing to be sure. And I don't know if this was a thing for sure, but yes, you play.
I want it to be constructed playable too because squirrels are my favorite creature type.
But you play this in limited. Also, technically it is an outlaw, but I believe outlaws can be red, black, not green. Like this next card, Cindering Cutthroat. I believe assassins are outlaws. 2 and either a black or a red for a 3/2. When it enters with a +1/+1 counter on it if an opponent lost life this turn, which is a common outlaw thing, right? And then 1 in a black or a red, it gains menace at of turn. Yeah, this card isn't good enough for the outlaw deck. It's okay. It's fine in limited. Yeah, that's it. It's fine in limited.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to enable, but at the same time, it's just a 3-mana 4/3.
The best thing
and
this
you're
is
not
going to
pay
do.
the mana into it to menace it. Most
No,
of the time.
I think you might because then it's 2 for 1. That's the best thing you can do with this card. Unless like they have good blocks. If they have good blocks, it doesn't matter anyway. Clement the Worrywart, 1 green blue. I'm on this card and it bothers me. Legendary creature Frog Druid. So 3-mana 3/3 Vigilance. Whenever Clement the Worrywart or another creature you control enters, return up to 1 target creature you control with lesser mana value to its owner's hand. Frogs you control have tap to add green or blue. Spend this mana only to cast a creature spell. This card's not worth other hoops. It is Vigilant 3/3.
Yeah, I agree. I want to like this guy because like he seems like the signpost for the frog deck. But on the other hand, he's bouncing the frogs that you want to have around to use the mana from to cast your other frogs. But if they're bouncing each other, then the only way you're going to get decent value out of all that is if the frogs are already in play, can tap for mana, then you bounce them when they're tapped, and then use the mana to recast them or something.
If you are in green blue, you still play this because it is a 3-mana 3/3 Vigilance, and that is better than you think it is. And you don't have to bounce the thing. It says up to 1 target creature.
You're right.
You don't have to bounce the thing. Corpse
So in limited, this guy's pretty good. Yep.
Corpse Berry Cultivator, 1 and either a black or green, and either a black or green, 2/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you may forage. Whenever you forage, put +1/+1 counter on it. It's a decent limited card.
This guy's a good limited card, I think.
It depends. If you don't have anything in
constructed
your
playable
graveyard
too,
or
depending.
food, then it's not doing anything. It's just a 3-mana 2/3. So you have to be in the right deck.
But
Green-
it's easy to play Magic and end up with 3 cards in your bin, right?
It depends. It depends. It's got a big butt. If your opponent's also playing big butts, just be board stalling and it not doing anything forever. I don't know. We'll see. Dream 2 Entrancer, 2 green blue, reach 3/4. When it enters, tap up to 1 target creature and put 3 stun counters on it. If you control that creature, draw 2 cards. I like this card.
I love this card.
This is
He's
a good
really
card.
good in limited. I don't think he makes it in constructed,
Right.
but limited, you get the choice of either drawing 2 cards and tapping down something you don't really care about, or plan on bouncing anyway, or just straight up like stunning your opponent's creature for the rest of the game, pretty much.
Yeah, this
So
is a
I
limited
think
all-star.
This is a good limited card, yeah.
Yeah, it's a removal on a really good body. That's what you have to think about it. And then sometimes, if you don't need the removable and you are board stalled or you have tokens, you can also just refill your hand instead. I like it. I like it a lot. Phineas Ace Archer, green, white, 2/2, legendary rabbit archer, vigilant reach. When this card attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. That's a token or a rabbit. Then, if creatures you control have total power 10 or greater, draw a card. This card will die when you do that. But it could be worth it.
Well, it's only an ET. Oh no, it's when he attacks.
No, it's when he attacks, but you get to like everything else is +1/+1 counters, and you're supposed to be like playing tokens, right? You're supposed to be going wide. So hopefully this is the attack for the win, and you get to draw a card when he does die, because he's gonna die. As long as you have 10 or more greater power. If you don't, you should have attacking that turn. Because you're talking about four 1/1 tokens become the 8 power that this guy needs for the 2/2 to be 10. Because he does count himself for the power.
If nothing else, this guy is like one of the best 2-drops in the whole set.
Because of Vigilance Reach?
Yeah. And,
okay.
Well, he would need to be because he's a rare, but like this guy seems pretty good, especially if you're like in the rabbits deck. And like I like that a lot of these signpost cards for your creature themes are rares. And the multicolor, because that means they're going to get passed to you in draft a lot if your other players in the table aren't in that archetype, right? So it'll be easier for that one player to go, looks like it's rabbit time, and just go whole hog with it and end up with like 3 of these guys if they get unpacked, right?
Interesting. Could be. I mean, he's legendary. I don't know if you want 3, but interesting.
Well, if he
Glass
swings and dies, you play another one, you're in Happy Land, right?
Fire Glass Mentor, black, red, 2/1, Lizard Warlock. At the beginning of your second main phase, if an opponent lost life this turn, exile the top 2 cards of your library, choose one of them. Until end of turn, you may play that card. It has to be this turn, but this could go into the Outlaw deck.
You don't have to pay mana to activate this. Like, this is
Right.
just good. If you're attacking, if you're playing a pain land, not a pain land, but one of those crime lands.
Yeah, Crime Land.
If you're shocking them, even like spend 1 mana to shock them just to enable this on your second main. Like, it's essentially a Bob without the damage to yourself, and that's really good.
Gev, Scaled Scorch, is also the same colors, but he's a 3/2 and with Ward pay 2 life. Other creatures you control enter with an additional +1/+1 counter on them for each opponent who lost life this turn. Whenever you cast a lizard spell, Gev deals 1 damage to target opponent.
He's pretty good too. Like,
Yeah.
he's a better version of this other card, but doing slightly different things, kind of.
Not better, just different, I feel. Because he only.
I mean, I like
this
him
part only
nonetheless,
works with
especially
lizards.
for limited.
Yeah, he's definitely good in limited. Glarb, I keep looking at all these cards for like the Outlaw deck because I'm gonna try to do a thing. Glarb, Calamity's Augur, black, green, blue, 2/4, another big butt. Frog, Wizard, Noble. This is the leader, and he's got magic.
The king of the Froggos.
Yeah, Death Touch. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. I love those abilities. You may play lands and cast spells with mana value 4 or greater from the top of your library. And if you don't like that top card, you can tap to Surveil too. I love this guy.
I love this guy. I want him and oh god, what is the legendary's name? The 5-color Wooburg one that makes all your legendaries huge. I want them to be best of friends.
No, man, I can't remember the name. I never played that deck, but I lost to it a lot of times. You used to play it.
Yeah.
I wish that these kinds of cards were better in standard. I tried to make them work, and they generally don't. But I don't know. This one also has a Chevelle too. It might be good enough. We'll see.
This seems like the best card for that deck if he or she is still in the format.
Head of the Homestead is next. 3 and either green or white for a 3/2. But you get 2 1/1 rabbit tokens also, so you can still get 5 power. And 4 tosses just across 3 bodies. You'll play it in the limited go wide deck, but it's not going to be as good as you want it to be. But it could still be what you need.
It's fine, yeah. 5 power over 3 bodies for 5 mana is nothing to sneeze at, and you're only losing 1 toughness in the exchange.
Helga Skittish Seer, green, white, blue. Whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value 4 or greater, which is a sub-theme too we're seeing, especially in these multiple color ones, you draw a card, gain a life, put a counter on Helga. So counter has to go on Helga. But you get a lot of things if you play something that's 4 or more. You can also tap and add X mana of any one color, where X is Helga's power. Spend this mana only to cast creature spells with mana value 4 or greater, or creature spells with X in their mana costs.
I feel like this is worse than Glarb on the same mana cost, but it's fine for what it does. Like, it feels super slow compared to Glarb.
Cost. Yeah, they're different colors, but yeah, they're the same cost. Yeah, I don't... If you have a lot of 4 or greater creatures in your limited deck, you're probably not going to win a lot of games. You're probably going to get run over by the aggro decks. This is hard to cast. It's 3 different colors.
Aggro's going to be huge in this format too, because there's a lot of 2-drops.
X's power. So it gets a counter if you do the 4th thing. Yeah, I don't see this going anywhere in standard or limited. Maybe it's supposed to be a commander. Hugs.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Grizzly
thinking too.
Guardian, on the other hand, is 2 green and 2 red X. Legendary Badger Warrior for 5/5 trample. When Hugs enters, exile the top X card to your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play those cards. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. So at the floor, it's a 4 mana 5/5 trample. They
That
can play
says
an
you can
extra
play an
land
extra
every turn.
land.
Huh?
This guy's fine.
Yeah.
Like, he's hard to cast, so you have to be exactly in green-red or have a lot of fixing to make this guy happen. But if you draw this guy late, and you can draw a few extra cards off him, like cast him for 7 total, you get 3 cards off the top, and at that point you've got 7 mana to spend the following turn to cast all that stuff, right? But like, 5/5 trample for 4 is pretty good though at the floor. Like, I feel like that's what you're going to be casting him at most of the time.
Yeah, I think he's good in limited. He won't have a home in constructed, especially with those creature types. The infamous Cruel Claw is 1 black-red for a Weasel Mercenary 3/3 menace. Whenever this card deals combat damage to a player, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile that card. You may cast that card by discarding a card rather than paying its mana cost.
Ooh, this guy's going to do some work, and it's a mercenary, so it's an outlaw.
So, limited, constructed, eternal formats. Do you remember Uppsala Land, eternal formats?
No.
You don't remember that being a thing? Uppsala Land decks?
Not
Where there were
really.
lands
Like,
that you could also use them as spells, but they counted as lands. You don't remember those? Plus, we have the lands that just came in the last. They're rotating now.
I mean, like, I heard of them, but I don't know what the deal is. Like, why that would be good with this when it removes non-land
because
stuff.
you can cast the spell without paying its mana cost. So you have the game-winning card. Let's say it's a 10 mana card, like that stupid blue enchantment that everybody was reanimating the standard last
Omniscience
rotation or whatever. And that'd be the only card in your deck that's not lands. But those lands are also spells, so it's not like they're just regular lands. It's not like you just have a bunch of swamps and mountains. They also do other things. But then when you hit on this, then you get that big card, whatever it is. For instance, let's say that we had that in standard. Let's say we still had like all these other. We have man lands in standard, so you could also thin your deck that way. And then your only card that wasn't was like Portal Phyrexia. You know what I mean? So you get in on this on turn 4, which it has Menace. So as long as you have, and it's black and red, so you're gonna have the cheap removal. Although you might hit a removal if you are playing cheap removal. But at any rate, like
important thing to note about this card, you don't get the cards back. You just exile lands away and they're gone until you hit a card. And once you hit the card, you can cast that one by discarding another one. Those lands just stay gone. Yeah, so you're either going to win the game or not care that you exiled a couple of lands.
But also,
I feel like this is just good.
And it also could enable that 1 mana 6/6 menace death touch if it does that. That exiles a bunch of lands. You remember the black card?
That needs creatures though. It doesn't care whether lands are exiled.
I thought it was just cards. Cards in exile.
No, it's
I don't think you can see types in exile.
You can.
Okay. I'm not going to go try to find it right now, but that would be an important decision we'll have to find out. Anyway, this card's good. This card's very good. There are going to be people trying to break in. Some people probably will. Junk Blade Bruiser, 3 and either red green or red green. So it's 5 mana, 4/5 trample. Whenever you expend 4, it gets +2/+1 until end of turn. It's okay.
Yeah, it's fine. If you're spending 4 mana on spells in a single turn, this guy is going to be a good beater. Otherwise, he's going to be an okay beater, and either way, still worth the mana at 5.
Yeah, because he is the 5 toughness is going to be able to block most things your opponent gets. Castrol the Wind Crested is one of those birds that you were talking about earlier. It's 3, a white and a blue. It is a 4/5 flying bird scout. Whenever one or more birds you control deal combat damage to a player, choose one. You may put a bird creature card from your hand or graveyard onto the battlefield with a finality counter on it. You can put a +1/+1 counter on each bird you control, or you can draw a card.
This guy is real good in Bird Tribal.
It counts itself too. It counts itself. If it's dealing combat damage, you get to do one of those things too.
It's not as good in this limited format just because the birds in this set are kind of bad so far. But that said, this guy making them bigger and them all being in the air says something. Like, if you've got this guy, you probably want to build around him. Otherwise, you don't really take the birds too highly.
No, I mean, okay. But this guy is a bomb just by himself because he enables it by himself. So you have a 3 mana white-blue flyer for 4/5, which we already said there's not a lot of great flyers in this set. That he draws a card every turn when he gets in for damage. That alone.
Right, but he can also be, he can be chump blocked if you've got if your opponent has more stuff in the air.
Well, then you're getting rid of their flyers, which we already said there's not a lot of good ones.
I mean, fair, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, this guy is good on his own too.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, if you've got him, you probably want to also build around him because value town.
He also gets the +1/+1 counters if you go that mode. Yeah,
that's true. He does.
This is a limited bomb. This is one of the best limited cards we've seen today.
I want to build around him in Commander too.
Yeah, I don't think he's good enough for Standard, but you said you're trying to build a bird deck in Standard, right?
No,
so we'll see.
I have a kind of bird deck in Commander. It doesn't do the same things, but like I could make it pretty creature heavy.
I remember a couple of Standards ago having a bird deck that wasn't Standard, that wasn't good. It was like C+, B-, but I do remember that, so that's cool. But yeah, this is a limited bomb. Won't be able to get constructed, unfortunately, these days. That's not good enough. Lily Splash Mentor, 2 green and blue for 4/4 Frog Druid. Okay, it's a decently set frog and uncommon. Reach. 1 and green and blue. Exile another target creature you control, then return to the battlefield under your opponent's control with +1/+1 counter on it. Activate only as a sorcery. There you go. There's your blinker.
It's a blink effect, but it's a sorcery. I like that you don't have to spend any cards to get this effect, so you don't get as blown out if someone removes your thing you're trying to blink in response. And it's a 4/4 for 4, so solid right there. Like, this is your signpost uncommon for Simic.
Yes, and if you're in those colors, you play this card. It's a very good limited card.
And you take as many of them as you can get.
because of the sorcery speed, you don't play it in constructed. Lunar Convocation, white and a black enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, each opponent loses 1 life. This is one of those payoffs that I'll talk about. It's really good. Of course, it's rare, so at the beginning of your end step, if you gained and lost life this turn, create a 1/1 black bat creature token with flying. The first ability does resolve before the second ability, so if you gained life, you're also going to... Oh wait, it's each opponent's life.
So this card is weird.
But you want to do
for
you want to do the other part. You want to pay the 2 mana, pay 2 life to draw a card, and then you want to gain life some other way, and then you get a bat. Still
See,
good.
for 2 mana, if you drop this on 2, you're getting nothing that turn.
Right.
If you don't drop this on 2, then you have to spend a later turn dropping this and potentially paying 2 life to draw a card just to trigger it and make a 1/1. I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze on this one. But if you can find some way to break this thing in half, go absolutely nuts, and I want to hear about it because I want to do it.
I think in limited, you still draft it highly, and then you just get all the life gain stuff. We saw a lot of gain life stuff, especially in white. And it could just be incidental stuff, like the 2 mana common first strike lifelink guy. You just take all of that stuff, and then they're going to lose life every time you gain life. I think that's enough. You don't have to play this on 2. You can play that
but I
2-drop
feel
and
like
this
isn't.
4.
I feel like this isn't worth casting even then. Like, you're better off casting like a lifelink threat or a bat, like...
And paying 2 life to draw a card every turn, we've seen, is good enough with that stupid enchantment that you don't pay the mana every turn for it. But in limited, like, paying the mana isn't as bad as like constructed. I'm not saying constructed, I'm talking about limited.
I know, I'm just saying I don't like it in either personally.
I don't know. I think it could do work in limited. Mabel Hair to Cragflame. 1 and a red and a white for a 3/3. Other mice you control get +1/+1. There's a Lord. Whenever they enter, create a legendary colors equipment artifact token with equipped creatures get +1/+1, vigilance, trample, and haste for only 2 equip costs. This is a limited bomb.
I like this as a mice lord in limited, and the equipment text might as well not be there. Like,
no, you know why it's there?
Not that great.
No,
for the
is. When you use the equip ability, it triggers the Valiant. Yeah. This is the perfect.
I still don't
card.
like it. Like, it costs too much for only +1/+1, even if those are relevant.
Vigilance, trample, and haste
keywords.
I don't know. I disagree. I think it's good. I know equipment's not good, especially in constructed. Even though I keep trying it, but limited equipment can be good, and I think this is great because you can keep moving the equipment, getting different triggers too. I don't know, but it depends on your deck construction. But I think it's good. Mind Drill Assailant, 4 mana for a 2/5. As long as 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, you're supposed to bestow. You grade 3 to surveil 1. All of these things are too expensive. The 4 mana, 2/5 expensive. Threshold just to get +3 is too expensive. 3 mana surveil 1 is expensive. That said,
it blocks for days. If you drop this guy on 4, it blocks for days, but hopefully you're still alive at that point.
Exactly. 3 mana, Cleric, 2/3. Whenever it attacks, you gain a life. Flying. Decent.
Yeah, good statted flyer that gains you life and enables your deck. It's a great card. Signpost common.
3 mana, Trash Tactician. 2/4. At the beginning of your first main phase, you add a red or green for each raccoon you control, counting this guy. So on the second turn, because it's the beginning of your first main phase, second turn, it's ramping you a little bit. Whenever you spend 4, you gain 3 life. So just by playing Magic, you're going to gain life. Whenever you spend 8, you exile the top 2 cards of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you can play those cards. Like, treat this like a Planeswalker Ultimate. Don't even read this part most of the time. If you miss your 4th land drop, though, you still get to expend 4 if you have the cards on your next turn because you're going to have this ramp. So that's interesting.
I like this guy. I just don't know if raccoons are a viable creature type to really abuse the mana from it, because that's where you'd want to get the value from, right? Because a 3 mana 2/4 by itself is only okay. You're not going to expend 4 that much to gain 3 life, and even if you do, gaining 3 life is okay. There are other ways to gain life more reliably.
There's a mana dork in these same colors. We'll see later. That's better.
Yeah, I want to like this, but like it's another one where it feels like the juice isn't worth the squeeze.
Yes. Plume Creed Mentor is another Bird Scout, 3 mana, 2/3 flyer. We're already talking for limited. Whenever it or another creature you control with flying enters, +1/+1 counter target creature you control without flying. I was just about to say
the without flying clause makes this really hard to play,
yes.
but I still think this card is good enough.
Yes.
This is your signpost uncommon for blue-white, obviously. You're going to want your birds to come in and put counters on your guys that aren't flyers so that they can punch through as well. And you're just going to play as many of these as you can get your hands on just from rate alone.
Hey, did you know they reprinted that white man on 1/1 enchantment dog? Only he's not white.
Doggo.
Only he's not white. He's blue and green now.
So here's your common Froggo that you want to keep bouncing every turn, right?
Yes.
But I still don't think it's very good to bounce it back to your hand very often. Like if you bounce it once or twice and get extra cards off of it, and then it sits around and blocks, sure. But chances are, if you're bouncing this guy, then you're already ahead and you don't really need the cards that much. If you want to bounce this guy, you probably also need to block with him at some point, and you might get run over. So it's hit or miss. Like I want to like it. It's a good card. It's a 2 mana 1/1 that draws a card. You're gonna play him anyway. But like, I'm iffy on the bouncing it thing.
This will see a lot of standard play.
You think so? It's a little hard.
The white dog got played all the time. The green one before that.
Yeah, but he was also splashable.
The green card before. This is splashable. You're only playing it in a green and blue deck. You're not playing in 3 colors. Before that there was a green card before the white dog. It was a green card. That was like 1 and a green. That was a 1/1 draw card. This is like gonna see all the play.
What blue-green deck wants this?
What green blue decks are there? Like, yeah, it needs a home first, but green Stompy will probably play
There's
this.
so many better 2-drops than this guy in Stompy. Like you play this, you're just drawing a card and replacing itself and wasting your turn.
We'll see. We'll see. It could be in my old school hat. So here's the next achievement I want to have, and they did this on the PPR. Somebody won with Storm on the PPR. Ral, Crackling Wit, 2 a blue and a red. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a loyalty counter on Ral. +1, you get a 1/1 creature token with prowess. -3, draw 3 cards, discard 2 cards. Don't do that unless you absolutely have to. -10, draw 3 cards. You get an emblem with instant and sorcery spells you cast have Storm.
He's a Planeswalker in Limited. Like, you're going to play him if you have him, and you're going to be happy about it. The fact that he's also a freaking otter is amazing. But more importantly, you play him for 4. He comes down at 4, and then you immediately +1 him to make an otter with prowess. You've not only triggered prowess, but also made another threat that also has prowess for future turns. Like, that is not something to sneeze at for the Izzet decks.
And
Limited or in Constructed.
And he gets a loyalty counter every time you're playing a non-creature spell.
So he essentially has prowess as well.
Exactly.
Like, he seems real good.
Yes.
Or I should say, real good.
Nice. Sea Clave Mentor, 1 red and a white for Vigilance, Haste, 3/2. Already good limited card right there. Whenever it becomes target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, put a +1 counter on it. Very good limited card.
This is your Signpost Valiant uncommon right here. Good card in Limited. It might even see play in Standard, depending on if there's a Valiant or Heroic deck in Standard, but he might just make it. I don't know. He seems pretty decent.
Seed Pod Squirrel. Sounds like music stuff to eat.
Squire.
Thank you. Another bird. 4 mana, 3/3 flyer. When it attacks target creature control without flying, gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Okay, limited card.
Yeah, a Hill Giant with flying is actually pretty good. Like, I dislike that it took until multicolored to finally get good rated birds out of this set, but I'm glad there's more than like 1 in uncommon and 1 in rare. Like, this is a good card and you'll play it a lot.
Starseer Mentor, 3 white, black, 3/5, flying, vigilance. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained or lost life this turn, target opponent loses 3 life unless it sacrifices a non-land permanent or discard a card. One of the better payoffs for this deck. In limited.
He's your bat signpost uncommon in black white. Just a good card. I don't like that he's a 3/5, but flying and vigilance on a 3/5 is not bad at all, and with extra upside that can potentially zap for 3, solid.
Stormcatch Mentor, red and a blue 1/1 haste, prowess. Instant sorcery spells cost 1 less to cast. This will see standard play.
Yep.
Only play it
signpost
in limited.
uncommon.
Only play it in limited if you have enough instant sorcery spells.
But you're probably going to get a lot of them. Yeah, this guy's probably going to enable an otter spells deck in standard too.
But if you're not a good drafter, you need to know to make sure you get enough instant sorcery spells. Tempest Angler, 3 mana, 2/2. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put possible counter on Tempest Angler. This, so these
Strictly better prowess. Holy monkey.
These two do not enable the prowess stuff, so you want to be careful on how many of these you go to pair with the prowess stuff, which is why that balance is always tricky. It's a lot like getting enablers for any of the payoff stuff, but if you can make it work, it's gonna sing, and you're gonna love it. Did you have more you wanted to say about that?
Nope, you're good.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting a little tired, so I'm getting a little moody. Tidecaller Mentor, 3 mana, 3/3 menace. When it enters, if 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, return to one target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. That's probably not going to happen that often, especially if you're playing on curve, but it's a good limited card. Right?
It's fine. You probably don't even want the threshold out of this guy. Well, no, actually, never mind. It's not your own, so
Right.
yeah, it's a fine card.
Veteran Guard Mouse, 3 and either red or white. 3/4 Valiant. Whenever it becomes target of spell ability for the first time, you start +1/+0 and first strike until end of turn. Scry 1. I love that you get into Scry, and first strike is better and limited than you think it is.
Yep.
Right? Black and a green, 3/2. Okay, we're already talking. 2 mana, 3/2. Let's go. When it enters or dies, you get a food token.
This guy might see play in standard.
Oh, yeah. Somebody else said, I watched a video the other day, said this might be the best valued creature in standard right now. Just for all you get.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Friend the Relentless, 2 of blue and a black for a 3/4 Ward 2. If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. At the beginning of each end step, create X1/1 black rat creature tokens with this creature gets +1/+1 for each other rat you control, where X is the numbers of your opponent's controlled that were exiled this turn. So they have to be exiled this turn, but you're getting multiple rats, and they're all getting bigger for the other rats you control. Also, like, if you're just already building a rat deck and you just have a few other rats out there, you exile, one thing, then you have one big rat at least. It's interesting.
My first thought is that this card is weird, but on rereading it, it seems pretty good because like all of your destroy removal becomes exile with this guy,
Right.
which enables the rats and makes just freaking insane board states. Like this is going to be scary in like a Grixis Outlaws or Crimes sort of deck. Because if you get to untap with this guy in that kind of a deck with that much removal, especially if you still have any, the game is going to be hard to lose real fast.
Yeah, he's very interesting. You definitely play him in limited, but like he's going to be better in standard because you're going to be able to build the deck better for him. That said, if you have a bunch of rats in limited, and you get this to happen one time, you're cooking. Wandertail Mentor is a red and green 2/2 mana dork. When you spend 4, put +1 counter on Wandertail Mentor. This is the card I was telling you. This 2 mana dork is better than 3 mana one.
Yeah,
you don't
I
get it
agree.
for free, but it gets bigger automatically just from playing Magic. Also, it's you want to ramp from 2 to 4, not from 3, to if you hit the land drop 5 kind of thing.
Yeah,
It's a good
and this
card.
guy
You play
does
it.
that.
You play this also in standard. Like you're
I
gonna get
think the
it's a good mana dork.
sorry.
If you're in those colors. No, go ahead. Sorry.
I think the expend mechanic is the mechanic for Gruul, right? So
Yeah.
technically, this is also the signpost for that. I don't feel like this is so much a signpost uncommon that you want a bunch of. But that said, it is a good card that you might want a bunch of anyway.
Yeah, it's gonna naturally get bigger just from playing Magic. I don't know. Like, let's say you play this into 2 more.
That's all 3.
They
well,
all
2
get
of them
bigger.
are getting bigger.
2 of them.
Not the third
bigger.
one.
Right. Because it spends on casts. So 2 of them are getting bigger. Yeah, but then you also have, like a million mana for next turn. I don't know. It's interesting. Yargar, Eater of all 3 black, green, 6/6. Ward sacrifice of food. What? You're never getting rid of this guy, except other creatures are food. All creatures are food artifacts in addition to their other types. You pay 2 sacrifice, gain 3 life. Whenever a food is put into any graveyard from the battlefield, put 2+1/+1 counters on your Eater of All. So, it's an automatic 2 for 1 if they want to target it with removal. They have to sack one of their own creatures or if they happen to have actual food. The only problem with this card is that it doesn't have trample. So she can chump all day. But in limited, all big time bomb. I want to play this in standard, but it doesn't have trample, and therefore it would just get chumped by tokens all day.
Yeah, I don't like this as a 5-drop. Like, there's a lot of good going on in this card, but it's got steep competition at that mana value. If this was a 4-drop or a 3-drop even, heck, and was like a 3/3 instead,
yeah,
we'd be speaking.
Oh yeah, definitely. Zoraline, Cosmos Caller, 1 white black. Speaking of 3-drop, 3/3 flying, vigilance. Whenever a bat you control attacks, you gain 1 life. You gain 2 life from that attack from the. Oh darn it, my memory's all the way gone now. But anyway, what's the bat you playing? 2 mana, black. Steals a card from the hand.
Deep Cavern Bat.
Thank you. Because this goes to the next turn, right? You go Deep Cavern Bat into this. And now you gain a life from the attack and then a life also from the lifelink. Whenever this card enters or attacks, you may pay a white and a black and 2 life. When you do, return target non-land permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. You kill my Deep Cavern Bat, guess what? It's back.
Yeah, this screams Deep Cavern Bat and all of its little Batley friends. Like, I feel just from reading this card, like bats are the strongest creature type in this set. Like, I almost feel like this card enables its own standard deck even.
Yeah, that I can't argue with that. It's good. It's going to see play in all formats.
Yeah,
well,
like
standard and limited. We're not talking about other formats, but yeah. Go ahead.
The important thing about the last ability on this guy too is it's when it enters or attacks. So you don't have to worry about holding up 5 mana to cast this and get value. You can just slam it on 3, and then the next turn when it and all your bat buddies get to attack, you just pay the 2 life when you got nothing, or 2 life and 2 mana when you got nothing else to do or nothing else you want to do, and just bring a Deep Cavern Bat they dealt with back, and that's absurd value.
Yep, and you want to play it on 3 to curve, because that's when the Deep Cavern Bat can attack. And now you gain the 2 life that you eventually got to pay. It's beautiful.
And it also curves well with another Deep Cavern Bat at that point.
Yep.
Because you attack, you pay 2, then you cast Deep Cavern Bat post-combat main phase, and your opponent is effectively crying.
Bark Form Harvester, 3 mana, 2/3 changeling. That means it's a bat. It means it's a rabbit. It means it's a mouse. It's all the things. Reach, 2 mana. Put target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. My bad. Are you ready to do the artifacts? These are the last cards that we have to do. Artifacts, and we're done.
Oh, yeah, we're good.
Okay. I need to go to bed. Sorry. I'm sorry if I got a little snippy. 2 mana. Put target card from your library at the bottom of your library. Okay, so this is 26 card. It does have reach, which could be important if you don't have enough flyers. You worry about flyers. It's got a big butt if you have the turtle. But you're not excited to play this card. But
yeah,
it's technically...
It's basically just...
Go ahead.
It's basically just creature type filler for your tribal decks.
We have...
In limited, of course. This doesn't make it inconstructed. Sorry, I'm done now.
Okay. Bumbleflower's Share Pot is not a food, I'm just now noticing. It's 2 mana artifact. I was expecting to see food here. But it does create a food when you enter it. And then you can pay 5 and sack it. Destroy target non-land permanent. Activate only as a sorcery. This is limited removal, just like all the other 5-mana removal we were talking about in limited. That you will play when you have to. If you're in the food deck, you don't mind playing it anyway. But you're not excited to play this card.
Yeah, I agree. This is just like a worse meteorite effect that makes a food instead of dealing 2 damage. But you can crack it to destroy something later. It's fine.
Fountainport Bell, 1 mana artifact. Whenever the bell enters, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, and shuffle and put that card on top. 1, sacrifice it, draw a card. I hate this. Puts it on top. Yes, I get you can crack it right away to draw the card. But I learned from the last set that whenever it puts it on top, I hate these effects.
Yeah, I hate it too. It's an egg though, and that's not nothing.
Yeah, and that being said, 2 mana to fix your mana no matter what. The fact that this also draws the card, the other card didn't. The card from the last set didn't let you draw it that turn. It's fine.
Yeah, like I think this is more an enabler or like a gear piece for other strategies in Constructed. I don't think this card gets there in Limited unless you're trying to do 5-color shenanigans.
Oh, I feel the opposite. I feel it's only in Limited because you have a 3rd color you're splashing. That's the only time you play it. Heroic Epic, 1 mana artifact, 4 tap, draw a card. Each mana in this ability's activation cost. You may tap an untapped creature you control. Rather than pay the mana, activate only as a sorcery. So basically the ability has Convoke.
It's terrible, honestly. Next card.
Not in Limited. I saw it because I would have thought it was terrible too in Limited. But I saw it at the pre-release and it was kind of amazing. Try it out for yourself to do your own judgments. Patchwork Banner, 3 mana artifact, enters, choose a creature type. Creature of the chosen card, get a +1/+1. And add 1 mana of any color. This is a really good mana rock.
Yeah, this is one of the best 3 mana rocks ever printed. Like,
does it see standard play?
Maybe. I don't know if standard wants 3 mana rocks, much less 3 mana anthem effects.
What about in the bat deck?
Both of them together, maybe. I don't know. That even in the bats, I'm not sure, because like the bats have a bunch of 3-drops they want to play, right? They have the good rare Lord guy. They have the good the one that we just went over.
What about the Phyrexian deck? That could come back. People are still trying to make that happen thing all the time. I don't know. We'll have to see.
I don't know. Maybe. If you can make Phyrexian aggro with like that one butcher guy, possibly. It might be a top end for that.
I don't know if you can make Phyrexians aggro. They've always been like mid-range, haven't they?
Not really. The 2-drop that gives everybody menace when it comes in seems pretty aggro to me.
Well, yeah, but we'll see. Short Bow, 2 mana. Equip creature gets +1/+1. It has vigilance and reach. Equip 1. Okay in Limited, especially if you don't have enough flyers. Most important part of this card is reach. Also, though, again, it's an equipment. It equips for 1, so 1 mana you can turn on your mouse stuff. So that also, if you're in the mouse deck, you might want this card.
I actually like this card. Like, 2 mana is a little expensive to cast it, but equip 1 is fine for what it gets.
Yeah. Star Forest Swords, 4 mana. Gift a tapped fish. When it enters, if the gift was promised, attach the sword to target creature you control. Equip creature is +3/+3 and loses flying. Equip 3. Why they put loses flying on this card? I thought people would play it. Like, I get the theme or whatever, like the what's it called, the flavor, but nobody's playing this card.
Nobody. It's terrible.
Tangled Tumbler. That being said, if you can equip this to one of the many non-blockable creatures on the same turn that you cast it, therefore like it's can't attack that turn anyway. In Limited, like especially if you have like a lot of unblockables, it might be worth trying one of. It might be worth trying one of.
If you're playing that one guy that's the reprint of the werewolf that draws a card when it hits, this might be good to slam on it and slam for 4 because it doesn't have flying anyways.
Tangled Tumbler, 3 mana. Vigilance, vehicle, 6/6, 3 tap for a +1/+1 counter on target creature. No crew cost. This vehicle, no crew cost. Tap 2 untapped tokens you control. It becomes an artifact creature until the end of the turn. This is the one card I was talking about before. I guess I found one other card. That might go in Cinnamon Cookies. I might try this in Cinnamon Cookies.
I love it.
Got tokens for days.
It's pretty damn good. I don't like that it doesn't have trample or any sort of evasion, but the fact that in limited in particular, you can just slam this down with no regard whatsoever and just pay 3 and tap it every turn to put a counter on a creature is huge.
Yeah. 3 tree mascot, 2 mana, changeling, so it's all the things. 1 add, 1 mana of color. Activate only 1 each turn. That activate only 1 each turn is stupid. There's no reason for it to be there, but it is. So just remember it's there. Find filler card. Fabled Passage is back. Search your library for each land card, put it on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Then, if you draw 4 more lands, you can untap that land. Very good.
So we're losing the new Capenna fetch lands, but we're getting Fabled Passage instead.
Yes.
Make it make sense, Wizards.
Well, you can only play 4 of those. When you Capenna lands, they're playing like 10. Fountain Port is also very interesting and extremely good in limited. Tap for a colorless, or 2 tap sacrifice token to draw a card. 3 tap, pay a life, create a blue fish creature token. Does not come to play tap, but you have to pay a life for it. 4 tap, create a treasure token.
You know what this card reminds me of? I think it was called Trading Post.
Yep,
it was
that's
a
what
4 mana artifact that makes goats.
Yep, that's what they said on the pre-release, but it's better than Trading Post because it's a land. Hidden Grotto enters, you can surveil 1. There was already a land like this in a previous set that sees no play, but now there's 2 of them. I don't know, like, I feel like they should be seeing play, but I'm not playing them either, so what do I know?
I think the important part about this card is it comes in untapped. I love when they print lands that come in untapped and have some weird gimmick, because at least they come in untapped.
Lilypad Village is a part of a cycle. You can tap to add colorless, or you can tap to add blue, but you can only spend that to cast a creature spell. You can blue tap to surveil 2, but only if you control a bird, frog, otter, or rat. Enter the battlefield and you control this turn. Is this going in your bird deck?
No. The juice is not worth the squeeze here. I'd rather just play a dual land. Or
2 mana to surveil 2 every turn? Is it good enough?
Only if a bird, frog, otter, or rat entered that turn.
Oh, entered!
You're not going to be able to do that every turn.
You're right. Alright, Lilypad Village. Tap to colors, or tap to have white, but only to cast a creature spell. To sacrifice this land, look at the top 6 cards of your library. You may reveal a bat, bird, mouse, or rabbit card from one of those. Put into your hand, put the rest of them in your library in order. But now you have mana screwed yourself, or destroyed your own land. And you have not, like, stayed parity. Like, you don't get to replace this land.
I like this one more, though, because the fact that you can crack it to go 6 deep and get your best bat in particular with the previous bats that we were just gushing over earlier makes this much better, especially in limited when you're probably going to flood and not care whether you cracked your land anyway.
Well, if you like that, you're really going to like Mudflat Village, which is the black version. 1 tap to have to call this. Tap to have black, but only if it's creature spell. 2 sacrifice this one. You get to go get one of those cards from your graveyard and return to your hand.
I like the white one better.
Really?
But this is pretty good. Yeah, we're in a standard format with Sunfall. Like, in limited, it's going to be good, yes. But in standard, I like the white one better just all around.
The green one,
standard
you don't
and
have...
limited is what I mean.
Okay, the green one, you don't have to sacrifice it. Same first 2 abilities. Now you get to put a +1/+1 counter on one of these creatures, but it has to ETB this turn. Seems okay.
I like that better than the Surveil.
And arguably the best one. Same stuff up here, but down here you get to pay 1 extra, I guess 2 extra mana to give whatever you enter the battlefield this turn face. As long as it's one of these 4 things.
That's really good in limited and might make it in constructed anyways as like a one of.
3 Tree City. When it enters, you choose a creature type. You tap to add colorless, or you can pay 2 and tap to choose a color. Add an amount of mana of that color equal to the number of creatures you control of the chosen type. So for
Card's
3
busted.
mana, it's busted?
Busted. Busted.
Probably not unlimited in standard?
In both, actually, because of how many creature type matters cards there are in this set. This card is going to be an all-star in both. Like, it's going to be great in standard because you're going to play it in bats, and you're going to Nykthos into like 4 or 5 mana out of this thing, generate a profit, and be happy with your life. And limited, you're going to do the same thing. You're going to have like 3 bats, 2 birds, and a rat or whatever, and you're going to at least be at parity. And if nothing else, you can just tap it for colorless.
That wouldn't work for those things. You're talking about paying 3 mana to get 2. This has to tap too. So you're tapping
Well,
3 mana. You have to have
the
at least
example-
3 of one creature type to get parity.
Right. That's what I said. Three bats, 2 of another
Oh,
thing.
I misheard you.
You're not going to have all of the creature types in your limited deck necessarily,
Yeah.
unless you draft really well and get lucky. But at least you're going to be at parity, or you can just tap it for colorless and do the same thing anyways.
I would have been more for it if even if it entered battlefield tapped and this could tap to add any color for that creature type, then I'd be down. Other people will be very happy with this card because I won't have it. Uncharted Haven enters tapped as it enters. Choose a color. It always has for that color. I believe my guy. That's it.
We are
Everything else is
done
borderless.
except for borderless.
Which
What's
is the same cards,
bonus
just different
sheet?
colors. I don't know if those are on here. If there are, we'll do it Wednesday. Borderless cards. No, use a bonus sheet. I don't think it's called bonus sheet, but basically, showcase. 42 card showcase. If we want to talk about these, we do it Wednesday. I am done for tonight. I can't keep going. But we can go over this stuff Wednesday. Okay, if you want to.
Sure.
All right. Thanks everybody for coming to hang out. How many people are still with us? It says